This bald teenager was a notoriously vicious school bully whom everyone feared. Yet after only 3 months in rehabilitation, he returned in a wheelchair and joined the ranks of the disabled. Overwhelmed by the growing epidemic of juvenile crime, the South Korean government abolished the Juvenile Protection Act. Young offenders are now sent directly to military-run facilities for rehabilitation. Anyone who refuses to obey is taught a lesson through brute force. Lee Min-soo was once an ordinary student, but he was framed and sent there. He thought his life was over when he was condemned to hellish torment. Yet despite starting as a weakling who was constantly bullied, Min-soo gradually turned the tables and ultimately became the top dog of the prison. At a high school, Nurse Kim was astonished to see a long line of students outside a mobile blood donation bus. Participation at this school was several times higher than anywhere else, and the nurses continually praised the students' admirable spirit. Even so, they found it strange, since teenagers were rarely enthusiastic about donating blood these days. But the truth behind the long line was far less noble than they imagined. The students clamored and urged one another, "Hurry up, we're almost out of time," to cash them in. A curious boy asked how much one blood donation voucher was worth and received a firm answer: 5,000 won. In a corner of the schoolyard, Lee Min-soo sat on a box, swiftly counting thick stacks of cash. When a customer hesitated, he made his pitch. "All right, 2 vouchers. That's 10,000 won. Come back again next time." Students crowded around him, eager to exchange their vouchers for cash to spend on games, even though the break was nearly over. Min-soo grinned deviously as he explained his scheme. He bought 5,000 won gift certificates for 10,000 won each. It sounded like a losing business, but his real objective was the blood donation vouchers attached to them. He knew each blood donation voucher had a hidden value of about 12,000 won. By listing them online for 10,000 won each to people urgently needing transfusions, he would be flooded with messages from buyers. The reason no one else dared to do it was that the scheme was illegal. But as a minor, Lee Min-soo was not afraid at all. He arrogantly believed that even if he were caught, he would receive nothing more than a warning. Society had deteriorated as juvenile crimes, including assault, theft, fraud, and even murder, spiraled beyond control. Even when minors committed the most serious offenses, the law remained unable to punish them properly. Counting the money in his hands, Min-soo thought, only 600,000? Business is terrible this month. He assumed the police would never care about a crime without a specific victim. But business was never as easy as he imagined. Just as he let his guard down, a flying kick suddenly struck him square in the face, knocking him down and scattering his money and gift certificates across the ground. He bitterly realized that once he chose a life of crime, he would soon become the target of another crime himself. Min-soo lay sprawled on the ground, coughing in pain as footsteps drew closer. He now understood the price of profiting from crime. "Stop whining. No one here is going to feel sorry for you." A group of large teenagers surrounded him. A blond boy smiled maliciously and asked, "Min-soo, did you make a lot of money today?" Min-soo could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly, knowing that no one in this wretched place would protect him. Looking at the wall covered with slogans about rehabilitation laws and creating a world without school violence, Min-soo found it all absurd. He despised this rotten world and believed those moral platitudes were nothing but empty words. Meanwhile, the bullies continued mocking and insulting him. One of them even brazenly broke wind, filling the air with a foul stench. The leader smoked a cigarette while roughly pinning Min-soo's head against the pavement. He growled, "If you got money, you pay tribute. Did rehabilitation turn you into a cripple?" Then he contemptuously spat directly in Min-soo's face. He insisted that without Jo Chong-soo, Min-soo was nothing. The bully's expression suddenly became wary at the mention of that name. He admitted Jo Chong-soo was 100 times more terrifying than he was. But guess what? Jo Chong-soo is getting out today. Min-soo's eyes widened, and he trembled in absolute terror upon hearing Jo Chong-soo's name. Jo Chong-soo was the leader of a criminal organization formed by juvenile delinquents in the area. Nearly everyone had fallen victim to him, but no one dared to call themselves a victim. Why? Because they feared the brutal retaliation that took place beyond the law's reach. In truth, he was a deranged monster capable of committing the most horrific acts without hesitation. Back at the scene, the bullies continued laughing when they saw Min-soo trembling in fear. You talk like you know him personally. Is Chang-soo your friend or something? They reveled in his misery and kept pressuring him. Come on, pay your tax. You don't want Chang-soo to hate you, do you? Min-soo lowered his head, reached into his pocket as if to take out money, and muttered, "Fine, I get it. Take this." But instead of handing over any money, he suddenly raised his middle finger and roared, "Here's your gift. Take it." The provocation wounded the pride of their leader, Taeyong, who screamed furiously, "Are you tired of living? How dare you mess with me?" A vicious beating immediately rained down on Min-soo, leaving him curled up helplessly. Instead of intervening, the others stood around laughing. Taeyong is furious. The guy really loses his temper easily. Blinded by uncontrollable rage, Taeyong grabbed a nearby shovel and growled, "Don't stop me. I'm finishing this bastard today." Ignoring warnings that he might be sent back to the rehabilitation center, he manically declared that from then on, Min-soo would fear him just as much as he feared Jo Chang-soo. But before the shovel could come down, a tremendous blow struck Taeyong and instantly sent him crashing to the ground. Witnessing the horrifying sight, his lackeys froze, their faces filled with terror. The foot of a stranger suddenly appeared before them, causing even the badly injured Min-soo to look up in astonishment. School violence is forbidden. A stern voice shattered the tense silence. It belonged to Kang Eon-sung, the student council president. He calmly removed his glasses, approached Min-soo, helped him up, and asked with concern, "Are you all right, Lee Min-soo?" The surrounding students began whispering. They quickly recognized the normally exemplary student council president, but could not understand why he was there looking so different. Enraged by the interruption, Taeyong shouted, "Who the hell are you?" He swung the shovel and threatened to kill everyone before going back to rehabilitation. Faced with Taeyong's ferocity, Eon-sung skillfully dodged, causing the shovel to strike nothing but air. Before his opponent could recover, Eon-sung grabbed his shoulder, pulled him close, and growled, "Have you ever killed anyone?" He brutally forced Taeyong's head against the pavement, making him scream in agony. Eon-sung coldly warned him about the price of taking another person's life. The sound of bones being violently wrenched rang out alongside Taeyong's piercing screams. "Wait, stop." After all his boasting, he was already begging for mercy. Overwhelmed by pain, he desperately ordered his lackeys to attack Eon-sung. Seeing their boss humiliated, the remaining bullies charged forward. "You bastard! You think you'll be safe after interfering?" Yet Eon-sung remained terrifyingly calm. He repeatedly evaded their attacks and delivered precise counterblows, dropping the bullies one after another. Eon-sung seized one of them by the head, then ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. After witnessing that terrifying display, the last lackey became too frightened to stand. He stammered that he had only pretended to charge and begged Eon-sung not to approach. "No, wait, I'm serious. Don't come any closer, please." His anguished screams rang out as Eon-sung decisively finished off the bullies. "I told you, school violence is forbidden." Watching the student council president from behind, Min-soo quietly called Kang Eon-sung. Hearing his name, Eon-sung stopped while still gripping one opponent by the collar. He looked back with a knowing smile. "Call me your brother. Don't address me by my full name." Min-soo bitterly replied, "Brother? You bastard. You're not my brother anymore, so stay out of my business." Eon-sung firmly declared, "You're my younger brother. No matter what you think, we'll always be brothers." Faced with his determination, Min-soo silently turned away. Eon-sung glanced at his brother's wrist and mocked the old watch, telling him to throw it away because it was embarrassing for someone adopted by a wealthy family to wear something so cheap. Min-soo wore a watch engraved with the words Penguin Orphanage, a keepsake he had always treasured. As Min-soo trudged away, Eon-sung shouted, asking whether he was coming to class, only to receive a defiant reply. "Whatever, I'm going home." Eon-sung sighed in frustration and muttered that his brother was an idiot. Yet the secret lay on the wrist of the wealthy, brilliant student council president. He wore the exact same old watch from Penguin Orphanage as his younger brother. As Min-soo walked away, he tormented himself with worry. He feared that Eun-sung's involvement in fights would jeopardize his future at medical school. One brother was the student council president and an outstanding student already admitted to a prestigious medical school, while the other was a delinquent. The bitter irony was that they were biological brothers. His older brother's birth name was Lee Hyun-soo, but after being adopted by a wealthy family, he was renamed Kong Eun-sung. While his older brother had begun a glorious new chapter in life, Min-soo remained trapped in the past. He stopped outside the gates of Penguin Orphanage, where he remained stuck in his harsh reality. Walking alone through the deserted alley, Min-soo thought heavily about his brother. He told himself that Eun-sung should stay away from him so that he would not become a burden or obstruct his brother's bright future. While Eun-sung pursued a brilliant future, Min-soo chose his own dark path to survive. He stopped before a carefully chained clothing donation bin, where he had hidden everything he had painstakingly saved. Inside a bag were stacks of cash and blood donation vouchers, totaling 3.4 million won. Huddled in a dark corner, Min-soo calculated, "I'm still 6.6 million short. Would robbing a bank be faster?" The blood donation bus would not return to his school for another 3 months, so he began considering visiting other schools to continue making money. Min-soo's obsession with money stemmed from a harsh reality. In just 2 years, he would have to leave Penguin Orphanage. Although the government would provide 5 million won in assistance, that amount was nowhere near enough to cover the exorbitant cost of housing. As an underage orphan, he knew even part-time employers would reject him. His life was truly miserable. He knew his actions were illegal, but this was the only way to make money quickly and stop being a burden to his brother. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over Min-soo from behind. The bully's face twisted into a vicious grin as he mocked him. "Our Min-soo has quite a lot of money, doesn't he?" He roughly placed a hand on Min-soo's shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and maliciously warned him that the state would confiscate all criminal proceeds after an arrest. Faced with the bully's maniacal laughter and revolting closeness, Min-soo could only tremble and ask fearfully, What do you want?" The bully repeated his earlier arrogant threat. "I already told you. I'll make you wet your pants every time you see me." While Min-soo fast gravedanje. Everything at school continued as usual. The students chatted noisily while Kong Eun-sung calmly took notes at his desk. The teacher entered and loudly ordered everyone to sit down and be quiet as class began. "Is everyone seated? I have an announcement." Beaming, he announced that Jo Chong-soo, who had once terrorized countless people before entering the rehabilitation center, had officially returned. Believing Chong-soo had reflected deeply on his actions, the teacher hoped the class would help him readjust. The students erupted into whispers. "Our school is in serious trouble now." They knew a rehabilitation center meant nothing to someone like Chong-soo, who had been released after only 4 weeks. Jo Chong-soo, the leader of the juvenile gang, the uncontrollable menace whom no one could stop, had returned. But the truth left everyone stunned. Instead of an imposing gang boss, Jo Chong-soo was now a disabled wreck confined to a wheelchair, his face vacant and his mouth hanging open pitifully. His glorious past was gone, leaving behind an empty shell who could only grin mindlessly. The disgust reached its peak when someone shouted, "He wet himself." Chong-soo had lost control and relieved himself in front of everyone. The entire class recoiled in horror and disgust. "Sir," Chong-soo wet his pants. His mother hurriedly wheeled her wretched son outside, as everyone whispered about the madness of the boy who had once terrorized them. It all began when the Special Juvenile Rehabilitation Act officially took effect. The controversial Juvenile Protection Act was completely abolished and replaced by much harsher regulations. Their brutality would end only when they paid with their lives. Juvenile offenders would now be forcibly detained for rehabilitation in military-run facilities. Their rehabilitation would continue until they were deemed completely reformed, as demonstrated by Jo Chong-soo's tragic fate. Back in the present, Penguin Orphanage had descended into chaos, filled with police sirens and shouted warnings. "Stay back. Move back immediately." The police sealed off the scene in the dark alley. Nearby residents anxiously discussed the serious incident, with some even claiming that someone had died. At the same time, Eun-sung's car was trapped amid the crowd. When the driver complained that they might be late for tutoring, Eun-sung suddenly realized that this was the neighborhood of the orphanage where he had once lived. Overcome by a terrible feeling, he abruptly opened the door and leaped out despite the driver's attempts to stop him. Eon Sung's eyes were filled with dread as he stared toward the crime scene. Beneath the dim lights, a shattered penguin orphanage watch lay on the ground. Eon Sung thought in horror, it can't be. The surrounding crowd's whispers cut into his heart like knives. Murder? I heard the killer was one of the orphanage children. How terrifying. A badly injured body lay cold in the street beneath a white sheet. Eon Sung frantically pushed through the crowd, thinking of his younger brother. He screamed in desperation, "My brother! Where's my younger brother?" Eon Sung froze at the sight before him. Citing Article 243 of the Special Juvenile Rehabilitation Act, the police announced that they were arresting the suspect at the scene. It was Min Soo, standing with his head bowed, his hands cuffed tightly behind his back, and his clothes covered in blood. Min Soo's face was lifeless, his wounded features and eyes completely vacant. From that moment onward, all of the juvenile's personal information would be controlled by the Military Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. At hearing 303 of the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center, a thunderous slam of the gavel shattered the suffocating silence. The stern-faced judge growled angrily, "You are beyond rehabilitation." Standing in the dock with his hands tightly cuffed, Min Soo hung his head as he listened to the harsh accusations. "Lee Min Soo, you have shown no sign of remorse. Do not forget that you are here on a murder charge." His usual arrogance gone, Min Soo could only protest weakly in despair. "I did not kill anyone. I have told you that over and over. Why will you not listen to me?" The judge responded to his plea with nothing but contempt. "Tisk TSK, you're always lying." He raised an evidence bag containing a blood-stained brick and demanded, "Then how do you explain your fingerprints and the blood on this brick?" The judge's patience seemed to reach its limit as he listed Min Soo's previous offenses. "And what about all the other crimes you committed? Are you saying you did not commit those either?" He believed Min Soo was like every other criminal, always blaming his circumstances, family, or situation to portray himself as the victim. Whispers spread through the courtroom. The judge really seems angry. The judge continued berating the wayward youths for their lack of remorse. "You resort to murder over the slightest thing. At this rate, will the whole world become a graveyard? That is why you need to learn a lesson now." He delivered a sarcastic lecture. If someone bothers you, ask an adult for help. Ultimately, you committed those crimes because you did not trust adults. Immediately afterward, the official sentence was announced. Under Article 28 of the Rehabilitation and Reform Act, you are hereby sentenced to confinement at the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. Min Soo silently boarded the prisoner transport bus bound for a remote, isolated place. The youths on the bus began complaining noisily. "Damn, this center is so far away. When are we going to get there? What is this? North Korea? Damn, there are nothing but mountains everywhere." Meanwhile, another boy crudely called out, "Hey, I need to use the bathroom. Are there any rest stops? Hey, officer, sing us a song." One of the boys began teasing the police officer, escorting them. The officer could only smile awkwardly and try to placate them. "Come on, boys, just sit quietly a little longer." The juvenile offenders began losing patience, and one even screamed that he could not hold it any longer. However, the commotion quickly died when a majestic arch gate leading into an isolated compound appeared before them. The officer coldly warned, "Wait until you get inside. Then you can put on all the shows you want. You will have plenty of time." The bus rolled deep into the remote mountains, where the enormous, forbidding Juvenile Rehabilitation Center awaited them. The boys grew uneasy when they saw how dilapidated the place was. They could not believe they would have to sleep there. Suddenly, an excited shout shattered the gloomy atmosphere. "Hey, look, girls!" Beyond the fence, a group of female inmates were performing hard labor with shovels in their hands. The boys on the bus went wild, pressing their faces against the windows, shouting crude remarks, and sniffing the air like perverts. Their excitement was cut short when the officer spoke. "Quiet. That area is off limits, so do not get any ideas." The heavy iron gate slammed shut, officially trapping them inside a world with no escape. The moment they stepped off the bus, the youths revealed their unruly nature, constantly complaining about back pain and making absurd demand for things like a game room. One even boldly blocked a guard's path and demanded cigarettes. When told that minors were not allowed to smoke, he immediately became aggressive, moved close to the officer, and threatened him. "Hey guard, do I have to beat them out of you? 1 punch, 2, 3, or 4? Just as the tension reached its peak, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Min Soo looked around in confusion, then stared in horror as a group of muscular, bald men wearing collars like livestock ran past them while making pig-like grunting noises, terrifying everyone. Seeing the burly men running and grunting like pigs, the newcomers burst out laughing. They pointed and mocked them. "What a bunch of freaks. What kind of training makes you grunt like that?" However, the mocking atmosphere instantly froze when an officer shouted for everyone to stand at attention. Heavy footsteps approached, leaving the crowd bewildered and unsure of what was happening. The moment the platoon command rang out, the muscular men stopped running and mechanically formed perfectly straight ranks. Strange symbols were marked across their chests, and iron collars hung around their necks like those worn by livestock. At the correctional officer's command, the entire platoon responded with bizarre grunts instead of a respectful salute. The sight of dozens of powerful men obeying so blindly left the newly arrived youth stunned. A commanding man with piercing eyes stepped forward. He was the warden, the man in charge of the facility. Even then, the unruly youth showed no fear. They continued making sarcastic remarks, calling the military routine boring and annoying. The warden did not become angry. He merely curled his lips into a sinister smile and coldly ordered everyone to get down. The newcomers continued laughing, eager to see what the old man intended to do. But in an instant, the absolute authority of the facility was made clear. The entire platoon of veteran inmates simultaneously prostrated themselves against the ground, creating a terrifying display of submission. The youths began to feel uneasy. "Do not worry. We still have children's rights. What is there to be afraid of?" The warden pointed directly at them and growled that another batch of vermin had arrived seeking death. "You have 10 minutes. Turn that vermin into pets," the warden coldly ordered. The hulking inmates immediately responded in unison with bizarre animal noises. Enraged, one newcomer screamed insults at the warden, calling him a pathetic old man and threatening to break his neck. Talking big was the quickest path to death. Before he could even finish his challenge, a powerful fist smashed directly into his face. Min-soo could only stand frozen in utter shock as he witnessed the scene. The true nightmare began when the pack of men disguised as beasts charged forward and attacked viciously. Those who had been so arrogant moments earlier could now only scream in despair, begging the monsters not to come any closer. One inmate was sent flying by a kick. The sounds of blows and agonized screams echoed throughout the yard. The warden stood there with a triumphant smile and declared that from that moment onward, none of them were human anymore. They were merely obedient slaves. When he permitted them to speak like humans, the veteran inmates prostrated themselves in unison, shouting their gratitude and absolute obedience as the newcomers watched in terror. Amid the chaos, Min-soo lay still and pretended to be dead, hoping to escape the demon's notice. As he lay motionless and observed, Min-soo realized that the situation was growing worse than ever as the newcomers were hunted like prey. One terrified boy ran toward the security staff and desperately begged for help. But his plea was met by a young correctional officer wearing a bizarre grin that stretched from ear to ear. He waved while mockingly warning the boy not to come any closer. Min-soo immediately sensed something was wrong. If the officer had wanted to help, he would have acted already. The instant the boy came within reach, the officer struck him with tremendous force, knocking him down immediately with a crazed roar. "I told you not to come over here," the officer screamed as he wildly swung his baton at the newcomers. His eyes bulged with rage. "Anyone who disobeys gets the baton." The thunderous impacts of the baton mixed with the desperate pleas of those beaten to the ground. "I am sorry. Please stop hitting me. I am sorry." Lying motionless and watching, Min-soo concluded that this was really an intimidation tactic designed to ensure survival. He noticed that they controlled their strength with great precision. Their movements were exaggerated, but they never targeted vital areas. Min-soo thought, this violence is not meant to kill. That makes sense. Most people do not want to become murderers. Neither do I. However, Min-soo's quick thinking caught the attention of a powerful officer. The man leaned close to his face and smirked knowingly. "Oh, you are quite the actor, kid." When Min-soo stammered and tried to apologize, the man casually cut him off and suddenly stomped down hard on his head. He growled threateningly, "I like clever little rats like you. Fine. From now on, you're a rat. You had better keep me entertained, understand?" Beneath the heavy heel of his boot, Min-soo managed only a pained groan, but the officer immediately corrected him. "Not a groan. Squeak. Say squeak." "Sir, all the new recruits have been stripped," the officers reported loudly as they stood before a long line of trembling, half-naked youths. The newcomers stood frozen, their faces blank with shock and humiliation. At the sight, the warden revealed his stark white teeth in a cruel smile. He coldly announced, "Very well. The assessment will now begin." Meanwhile, at 2 in the afternoon in a quiet apartment complex, a man wearing an elegant suit silently appeared outside an apartment. He rang the bell and called softly, "Hello? Is anyone home?" After confirming that no one would answer, he calmly turned the doorknob and thought that this was the perfect time for someone to be out. Suddenly, he pulled a sharp pair of scissors from his suit pocket and moved with remarkable skill and precision. He used the scissors to cut the seal across the door, then broke inside. An uninvited guest might as well let himself in. Kang Eon-sung entered the dark room with a cold, piercing gaze. Memories of his childhood suddenly came flooding back when he and his younger brother often broke into unoccupied houses. Back then, Min-soo would stand guard outside while Eon-sung stole valuables from within. They had lived like professional thieves for years until the police caught them and sent them to an orphanage. It took the two brothers only 5 minutes to completely clean out a house. Eon-sung had believed those dark days were over, but now he was once again breaking into someone else's home. He stared coldly at the person lying on the bed and reassured him, "Do not worry. I'm not here to steal anything. I only want answers. My younger brother was sent there too." The person lying on the bed was Jo Chong-soo, but now he was nothing more than an empty shell, his mouth hanging open as he muttered endlessly. Eon-sung wondered in horror what kind of place that rehabilitation center could be to reduce someone like him to this state. Although the report claimed that Chong-soo had fallen from a great height and struck his head, Eon-sung could find no signs of injury or broken bones anywhere on his body. He could not understand what had transformed such a vicious school gang leader into the ruined wreck before him. Seeing Chong-soo whimper and cry after soiling himself, Eon-sung completely lost his patience. He roughly grabbed Chong-soo's face and growled furiously, "You were only there for 4 weeks, but my brother may never get out. So pull yourself together and answer me." In utter panic, Chong-soo began screaming wildly about electric shocks and begged desperately, "It hurts. It hurts. I was wrong." Eon-sung felt that interrogating Jo Chong-soo was pointless when all he did was scream in terror about being electrocuted. But when Eon-sung looked more closely, he was horrified to discover strange red scars across Chong-soo's chest. Meanwhile, at the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center, the classification process was being conducted with ruthless cruelty. Letter-shaped stencils were pressed against the newcomers' chests, and red paint was sprayed over them to mark their class according to the severity of their crimes. One youth after another was forced to kneel in humiliation, with bright red symbols imprinted across their bare bodies. Seated in an armchair in the middle of the yard, the warden casually flipped through each youth's file. He muttered names such as Oh Sang-jin and Park Sun-woo, all of whom were assigned only to Class C for crimes like petty theft or property damage. He looked disappointed. How boring. Nothing but petty thieves. Is there not a single vicious one among them? Then his gaze suddenly stopped on a familiar face. Pleased, he declared that his eyes had not deceived him. He had found a truly interesting boy. A red mark was sprayed across Min-soo's chest. The warden shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, little rat. It is you, Lee Min-soo." Taken aback, Min-soo tried to respond, but immediately corrected himself and made the rat sound required by the rules. The warden laughed in delight, declaring that Min-soo was far more violent than he looked as he saw the bright red letter A on the boy's chest. Min-soo was the only Class A offender among this group of newcomers. Shock spread across Min-soo's face as the warden promised, "Welcome to paradise, where you will receive very special care." His file clearly stated, Lee Min-soo, 18 years old, charged with murder and classified as Class A. Meanwhile, at Eonji Girls High School, the appearance of a stranger caused a stir among the students. One girl hurriedly urged her friend to stop eating and look across the street. There stood an intellectual-looking young man, leaning against his bicycle and intently reading a book by Rambo. His handsome, romantic appearance made the girls exclaim, "He is unbelievably gorgeous." Sensing an opportunity, 2 girls excitedly approached him and struck up a conversation. They pretended to have met him before as an excuse to get acquainted. They openly expressed their desire to become friends right away. One girl even mistook him for an aspiring idol and asked for his social media account. Eon-sung gently adjusted his glasses. I am hopelessly old-fashioned. I only use carrier pigeons. His answer made the girls even more excited. They thought a young man who did not use social media was incredibly cool and adorable. Taking advantage of their interest, Eon-sung went straight to the point. Well, may I ask you something? I am looking for someone named Jae-min. The moment they heard the name, the girls' expressions changed. One pointed across the street. Semin, why would you mention that monster? You will bring us bad luck all day. At that moment, a girl with long, disheveled black hair appeared, wearing her shirt loosely and carrying a motorcycle helmet. She casually blew a bubble with her gum, her face full of indifference. The students around her began whispering that she had recently returned from the rehabilitation center and warning one another that she was extremely dangerous. Despite their warnings, Eon-sung remained where he was, never taking his eyes off his target. The two girls with him began to panic, afraid that they might get dragged into trouble. Without the slightest hesitation, Eon-sung walked straight up to the intimidating girl. Ga-sumin spoke coldly. What do you want? Eon-sung looked directly into her eyes and asked firmly, I want to know about the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. But Jae-min showed no interest. She merely told him to get lost and casually brushed past him. Eon-sung stood motionless and quietly said, My younger brother is in there. Watching Jae-min walk away, he sighed and blamed himself for being too direct. He decided to find another way to approach her next time, but a helmet suddenly flew straight toward him. Eon-sung quickly caught it and stared in confusion at Jae-min, who was now seated on a powerful, bright red motorcycle. She coldly ordered, Get on. Are you planning to stand there modeling for the schoolgirls all day? The engine roared as the two of them sped down the seemingly endless boulevard. Eon-sung wondered why she had suddenly changed her mind. Her only explanation was, My younger brother was locked up there too. The wind battered his visor as Eon-sung urgently asked, What kind of place is the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center? After a long, haunting silence, Jae-min gave him a single chilling answer. Hell. Back in that hell on earth, the warden roared excitedly at the long line of exhausted inmates. It has only been 3 hours. He ordered the next exercise to begin, leaving Min-soo to grit his teeth and endure. Drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, he desperately wondered when the torment would finally end. Start leapfrogging. The correctional officer's roar forced Min-soo to squeak like the rat they said he was. Under the blazing sun in the middle of the yard, Min-soo and the other inmates had to keep jumping nonstop. They continuously shouted pig and oink, while miserable squeaks filled the air. Damn it, it had already been 3 hours. When would this end? Min-soo gritted his teeth and endured, drenched in sweat after hours of relentless torment. High above them, the warden hummed casually, savoring what he considered the sweet sounds of his livestock. Suddenly, an inmate collapsed from exhaustion. Instead of helping him, a correctional officer kicked him and shouted, Stop slacking. Get up. Someone left the line, so all of you will start over. The poor boy sobbed and begged to use the restroom, saying his stomach pain had become unbearable. The officers rushed in and beat him, mocking him for acting so tough when he first arrived only to crumble so quickly. Just then, the warden unexpectedly stopped them, saying that beating someone merely because he needed the restroom was going too far. He gently helped the beaten boy up and consoled him, saying he must have held it in for a long time before daring to speak. The warden then approached the crowd and calmly asked, Does anyone else need to use the restroom? The unexpected question immediately made Min-soo suspicious. At once, cries of me and me too rose from the exhausted inmates. Min-soo wondered whether this was a trap to separate them and beat them individually. An officer roared at everyone to form a single file line and forbade them from speaking like humans. The warden continued enticing them. If you do not go now, you will have to hold it until tonight. Watching the other inmates eagerly line up, Min-soo found the whole thing deeply suspicious. With this place's atrocious facilities, why would they so easily let everyone pretend to have a stomachache just to get a break? The warden kept calling out, saying this was a rare opportunity to join the line. Min-soo looked at the longing faces around him and reminded himself that unconditional kindness was like an unknown fruit in the jungle. The more delicious and tempting it looked, the more cautiously it should be approached. Deciding to test his luck, he raised his hand and squeaked to ask permission to join the line. However, The moment an officer approached him, Min-soo abruptly changed his mind. Speaking like a human, he shouted that he no longer needed the restroom and would return to training immediately. The officer flew into a rage, grabbed Min-soo, and snarled, "Are you messing with us? Do we look like we were playing around?" In pain, Min-soo explained that he had overworked his muscles and suddenly suffered a stomach cramp, but it had already passed. The officer responded with a vicious threat. "Your stomach hurts? Then let me clear it out for you." Min-soo could only tremble and beg desperately. "I am sorry." The officer violently threw Min-soo back in a line and growled, "Get back in line, you rat. I will be watching you." Min-soo fell humiliatingly as the other inmates mocked him. What was that idiot doing? Ha ha ha. Wiping away his sweat, Min-soo realized something was wrong. They treated the inmates like animals, yet allowed them restroom breaks. Only humans needed restrooms. This had to be a trap. The officer gathered everyone who wanted to go and announced, "All those who need the restroom are here." The warden approached with a sinister smile and casually granted them the privilege. Of course, human or animal, everyone needs to relieve themselves. Judging from your faces, you must be suffering. I will generously give you 30 minutes. Hurry before you miss your chance. Those left behind watched enviously, regretting that they had not joined quickly enough to earn a break. The more cunning inmates began laughing at the fools who had gone to the restroom, but their smiles vanished when the warden pointed at them and growled, "What are you laughing at? You are the ones being punished, not them." The remaining teenagers froze in horror when they realized they were the true targets. Standing above them, the warden coldly announced a bizarre new punishment. "From now on, you will become a human centipede." They were immediately forced into a humiliating position. Each person rested his legs on the shoulders of the person ahead, with his face pressed toward that person's backside, forming a long line like a centipede. The officers ordered everyone to keep their arms straight and hold the position. If even one person fell, they would all start over. Min-soo bitterly realized that they were now treated as less than insects. The true nightmare began when an officer roared, "You scum are lower than livestock. You are so pathetic that you cannot even control your most basic bodily functions." He viciously forced those with stomach pain to relieve themselves on the spot while maintaining the human centipede position. "For creatures like you, a restroom is a luxury. You useless insects." The warden laughed gleefully at the inmates' suffering. He stepped on them and perversely urged them on. "Here is your 5-star portable restroom. Hurry up and use it." One teenager collapsed and burst into tears from unbearable humiliation as the last remnants of his human dignity were mercilessly trampled. "Why are you staring into space?" an officer yelled while repeatedly kicking the exhausted teenagers. Only 3 hours had passed, yet all the arrogance displayed by these wild beasts upon arrival had completely vanished. Instead, they were blasted with high-pressure hoses and washed like actual livestock. Those fortunate enough to avoid punishment had learned one absolute truth. In this place, the warden's word was law. An announcement echoed throughout the center, signaling break time. "All right, clean everything up and take them inside. It is time to serve our pets their buffet." The correctional officers immediately shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." They escorted the inmates toward the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center's cafeteria. Holding his tray, Min-soo was stunned by the meager portion of food. There was only a little white rice and a few simple soups. He thought bitterly, there is barely anything to eat. His humiliation peaked when he realized that everyone had to sit on the floor to eat. Min-soo wondered why they were not even given basic utensils. In the eyes of those who ran this place, were they truly nothing more than livestock? Just then, an officer stood before them and announced loudly, "Everyone, let us sing the gratitude song together." The veteran inmates began shouting the bizarre lyrics. "We are not human. We're dogs and pigs. We eat what we are given. We do what we are told." They screamed demented words of gratitude for being cursed at and beaten. Min-soo froze in utter disgust, confronted by the horrifying inhumanity before him. The gratitude song was solemnly framed on the wall, its lyrics declaring that they did not bark or bite and knew only how to obey orders. It was a collection of the best-behaved pigs on earth. Min-soo's eyes turned cold as he recognized the truth. They were being treated as livestock. Gritting his teeth, he tightly clenched a handful of rice and told himself that whether he was considered livestock or anything else, he had to survive this hell. As Min-soo stuffed handfuls of white rice into his mouth, he vowed to endure everything. His eyes burned with iron determination. No matter how much humiliation he suffered, he would escape from this hell at any cost. Meanwhile, on a high cliff overlooking the valley, Kang Eon-sung stood motionless, staring toward the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center as it gradually disappeared into the evening gloom. Ga Se-min sat perched on the railing, gazing distantly toward the center. She admitted that she came here every day because she could not stop worrying about her younger brother, who was awaiting trial and would likely soon be sent there. When Eon-sung asked whether the place was truly hell, Se-min coldly replied that hell was probably better because that place had never been intended for human beings. The horrific memories gave her nightmares every night, forcing her to take sleeping pills just to get some rest. Seeing Eon-sung's determination, she understood how deeply worried he was about his own younger brother. Eon-sung painfully revealed that protecting his brother had been their late mother's final wish. She had entrusted his brother to him, but in the end he had failed. That was why Eon-sung had sought out Se-min, hoping to do something before it was too late. Of the very few people who had escaped that place, she was the only one who still appeared stable. Se-min suddenly asked whether he wanted to know the secret behind how she had survived her time at the center. Eon-sung quickly pressed her to explain how someone could leave the center unharmed, but her answer left him speechless. She twisted her face, stuck out her tongue bizarrely, and declared, "You want to survive? Just make a stupid face like this. I guarantee you'll be fine." Seeing that Eon-sung remained doubtful, she insisted that she was telling the truth. Eon-sung suddenly became angry. He growled that he was not joking and demanded that she take him seriously and tell him the truth. Se-min remained silent. She turned her back to him and quietly said, "I am not joking." Her hands slowly rose to her head, pushing her thick hair aside. Eon-sung was too horrified to speak when he saw the terrible truth hidden beneath it. Se-min's scalp was covered in deep, tangled, misshapen scars. She explained that even the smallest outburst could make the inmates attack one another without hesitation. The place was filled with lunatics, and she had never imagined witnessing such horrific acts as someone being brutally tortured with scalding oil. When Eon-sung lowered his head and apologized for what she had endured, Se-min dismissed it and told him not to say anything more. She admitted that she had been released early only because she pretended to be mentally impaired. It seemed like a simple trick, but it was the key to her survival. However, she warned that it probably would not help his brother much. Seeing the sorrow still on Eon-sung's face, she nudged him with her foot and teasingly told him to stop looking at her with pity unless he wanted a beating. Eon-sung smiled faintly and asked her to move her foot. He then asked about the strange marks he had noticed. Se-min explained that after the initiation ceremony for both male and female inmates, they were washed, issued uniforms, and given a meal. However, to prevent any escape attempts, every inmate was required to wear a GPS tracking collar. Inside the detention area, Min-soo awkwardly put on his oversized uniform. His hand unconsciously touched the black collar clasped tightly around his neck, unaware of its true purpose. "Stop daydreaming. Stay in line." An officer's shout interrupted Min-soo's thoughts. He trudged forward with the others, still forced to cry out humiliating pig noises and oinks. Se-min explained that after receiving their belongings, the inmates were taken to assigned rooms based entirely on the severity of their crimes. For example, Room E was for basic assault, Room D was for trafficking illegal substances, and Room C housed thieves and fraudsters. Because she had been charged with aggravated assault, Se-min had been thrown into Room B. A heavy iron door opened, revealing a dark, oppressive space. Se-min emphasized that Room A held the most dangerous criminals, including those charged with murder or comparable offenses. Carrying his food tray inside, Min-soo stopped dead at the sight of his frightening, grotesque-looking cellmates. Sweat poured down his body as he realized he had just entered a tiger's den filled with cold-blooded killers accused of crimes like the one he was charged with. His eyes remained fixed on the inmates waiting inside. Among them was Se-jun, whose long hair covered half his face as he sat silently in the corner. The others either picked their noses or cracked their knuckles threateningly. Their presence created an invisible pressure that made sweat bead on Min-soo's skin. He thought, "It is too quiet. Is this some kind of showdown? I absolutely cannot back down." The silence was broken when a man with a deeply scarred scalp roared aggressively. "You bastard! Do you not know how to introduce yourself?" The man beside him cracked his knuckles and joined in. "Where are you from? What brought you here?" Min-soo remained calm and replied, "I am from Penguin Orphanage, and I attended Sian Rock High School." The other inmates immediately burst into mocking laughter. From an orphanage to this place? What a perfect career path. As the room grew noisy, Sejun suddenly interrupted them. "All of you, shut up." The leader stared sharply at Min-soo and coldly asked, "What did you do to get sent here? If you are in room A, you must have done something terrible." Min-soo looked at the leader and answered casually with a single word, "Murder." The instant he said it, the room fell completely silent. Those who had been laughing moments before now stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with horror. Was there finally a real murderer among them, or was he merely lying to look impressive? Seeing their extreme reaction, Min-soo lowered his head and wondered, "Why would I lie about something they will discover anyway? But wait, am I the only murderer here?" He looked around the room and wondered whether the severity of one's crime truly determined power in this place. If murder was the worst offense, he should have been the most intimidating person there. Yet reality seemed entirely different. A short-haired inmate turned and mocked the boy serving as Sejun's chair. Guess who was about to lose his position as the rookie? The white-haired boy was called Poppy. Min-soo was stunned to realize that the boy being trampled underfoot was actually the room's lowest-ranking member. When Sejun suddenly stood, Poppy panicked and hissed an apology. Sejun immediately delivered a devastating kick to the white-haired boy for daring to speak like a human. "There you go again. How dare you speak like a human, you bastard?" The pitiful Poppy could only make miserable squeaking noises as he begged for forgiveness. Min-soo bitterly realized that whether inside or outside the center, the weak were always bullied. If they wanted to regard him as a murderer, he would embrace that vicious identity to survive. At 7 p.m., self-criticism writing began. Under the center's rules, every juvenile had to write 10 self-criticism statements each day. Min-soo stared blankly at the empty page, gripping his pencil helplessly. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I did not even kill anyone. What am I supposed to write?" As he struggled with his chaotic thoughts, a crumpled ball of paper suddenly flew over and struck his desk. Behind him, the other inmates were noisily playing baseball with wads of paper and makeshift bats, arguing over fouls and saves while completely ignoring study time. Annoyed, Min-soo told them to be quiet and asked whether they were supposed to be writing self-criticism statements. The delinquents burst into arrogant laughter and asked why they should bother with that garbage. One inmate nodded toward Poppy, who was hunched over writing amid a towering mountain of paperwork. Poppy is this room's national secretary. Poppy suddenly stood up, irritating the others. "What is it, Poppy? Why are you standing when you have not finished writing?" Unable to answer with words, he could only bark humiliatingly. When they forced him to speak like a human and explain himself, Poppy timidly asked to use the restroom. He was immediately cursed at for forgetting that he was supposed to be a rat. Mockingly, the leader granted him permission to relieve himself. Min-soo silently observed and bitterly realized that human rights were a luxury here. The correctional officers treated the inmates no differently from animals. While in corners beyond their supervision, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Even while using the restroom, Poppy was violently attacked. "How dare you squat like a human?" A devastating kick knocked him over, leaving him moaning in unbearable pain. Here, the weak were prey, and absolutely no one would protect them. To survive, one had to become strong, or at least appear strong. The humiliation reached its peak when Poppy was forced to relieve himself like a real dog. The other inmates stood outside, laughing uproariously, delighted by the disgusting spectacle and treating it as cheap entertainment. At 8 p.m., shower time began in the cramped, oppressive washroom. Each inmate was given only 3 minutes to clean himself with a tiny piece of soap that had already passed through countless hands. Min-soo worried that he would catch a disease from sharing toiletries with 50 other people under such filthy conditions. At 9 p.m., the final roll call before bedtime officially began under the correctional officer's strict supervision. The inmates called out loudly in sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But when his turn came, instead of calling out the next number, Poppy suddenly barked. He had chosen roll call as the perfect time to cause trouble. Min-soo stared at him wide-eyed, stunned by his impulsive act. The cold-faced correctional officer immediately slammed the roll book into his face. Poppy toppled to the floor, able only to let out pitiful cries of pain. After the final roll call ended, every light in the detention block went out at exactly 10 p.m. The room sank into darkness as everyone lay packed together on narrow mats, bringing the long, horrific day to an end. In the silence, Poppy's sobbing rose once more. In pain, he murmured, "Mom, I want to go home. Everyone here is an animal." A harsh voice suddenly roared, shattering the silence. "Who's crying like a human?" Poppy hurriedly covered his mouth and stifled his sobs to avoid further punishment. That was how their grueling first night at the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center passed. At exactly 5:30 a.m., everyone was dragged out of bed for cleaning and morning roll call. The teenagers mechanically folded their bedding and scrubbed the floor. A new day in this hell always began early, after everyone's emotions had already gone numb. At 6 a.m., the rattling of a food cart approached with a staff member's shout. "Meals for the rooms. Food's here." Meager meal trays were pushed into the cell through a small slot at the bottom of the door. As he ate the dry clumps of rice, Min-soo asked, "Why are we eating in the cafeteria?" Another inmate explained that they had outdoor training that afternoon, so everyone had to eat in the room. He looked at the tray and clicked his tongue. Getting a spoon already makes this feel luxurious. Halfway through the meal, Min-soo noticed something strange and asked, "Where's Poppy? Why isn't he eating?" The others casually pointed at the floor. "He's down there." Min-soo was horrified to see Poppy crawling on all fours with a board strapped to his back, serving as a dining table for the others. While a bowl of soup tilted, one bully roared, "Damn it, you spilled the soup. Weren't you paying attention?" Poppy could only cry and bark pitifully in apology. Noticing Min-soo's worried expression, they laughed and asked why he cared. They claimed they treated Poppy like a friend, and that nowhere else would he find friends who personally prepared a meal for him. Min-soo looked suspiciously at the homemade meal they were talking about. One of them immediately dumped all the leftovers and bones onto a plate, then mixed everything together. With a smug grin, he announced, "Our premium garbage special is ready. Please enjoy." Min-soo froze, unable to believe the cruelty of these monsters. The bullies continued mocking him, saying it was the perfect meal because nothing went to waste. Then they asked Poppy whether the sight of it made his mouth water. Poppy stared tremblingly at the filthy plate, drenched in sweat. When he hesitated, the ringleader shouted, "Poppy, why aren't you eating?" Utterly terrified, Poppy lowered his head and began licking the garbage off the floor. Unable to endure any more, Min-soo said coldly, "Hey, don't eat that." He delivered a powerful kick that sent the board flying off Poppy's back, scattering meal trays and food across the room. The other inmates' expressions instantly darkened, and they roared in fury. Min-soo looked directly at Poppy and pressed him, asking whether he really was just a child. The terrified teenager, whose name tag read Moon Hyun-jun, looked up at Min-soo from amid the mess. At that moment, Se-jun suddenly called out, "Hey, murderer." He growled that this place had its own hierarchy and rules, and since Min-soo had arrived last, he had no choice but to obey them. Se-jun fixed him with a piercing stare and concluded, "If you don't like it, come at me. Beat me." Se-jun coldly declared that before Min-soo could challenge him, he would first have to defeat Poppy, who currently outranked him. He added menacingly that if Min-soo lost, he would take Poppy's place and become the room's new Poppy. Min-soo sighed in exasperation, finding their little game of hierarchy utterly childish and ridiculous. He thought contemptuously that even after being locked up for causing trouble, these people still could not shed their pathetic thug mentality. Suddenly, Moon Hyun-jun charged at Min-soo and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. The surrounding inmates erupted in excitement and cheered, "Hit him, Poppy! Aren't you tired of always being at the bottom?" They laughed gleefully, surprised that such a frail-looking kid had so much nerve. The taunts continued, challenging the murderer Min-soo to fight back unless he wanted to be crushed to the very bottom of their society. Min-soo gritted his teeth and endured the blows. He realized the bitter irony that Poppy was sobbing and repeatedly apologizing even as he punched him. Helplessly, Min-soo wondered how he could fight back against someone who was crying while attacking him. The story briefly shifted to a peaceful scene at Penguin Orphanage. Inside the familiar room, the orphanage director gently asked Kong Eon-sung whether he had finished packing for his enlistment the following day. Kong Eon-sung sat silently on the floor, clutching a penguin-shaped pillow and insisting that he had packed everything, since those belongings were priceless mementos of the two brothers. Smiling as she recalled the past, the director called them a notorious pair who had caused trouble throughout the neighborhood. She especially mentioned Eon Sung, who used to beat up the local children so badly that they became terrified and stopped coming anywhere near him. Eon Sung smiled faintly and asked whether he had really done that. Then his eyes suddenly turned sharp and dangerous. He smirked at the director and said, "I think you may have misunderstood something. It's true that I fought those children, but I wasn't the one they feared most." Back in the cell, Moon Hyunjun sobbed as he frantically rained blows down on Min-soo. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be Poppy anymore." Min-soo could only cover his head and helplessly endure the beating. Watching the scene, the scar-headed inmate laughed contemptuously. He claimed Min-soo's reputation as a murderer was nothing but an empty title and called him weak. He grabbed Min-soo roughly, mocked him for being abandoned by his parents, and declared that Min-soo was worthless trash, the room's new Poppy. But Eon Sung knew the truth. The person those children had truly feared all those years ago was not him. It was his younger brother, Min-soo. The instant his rage reached its limit, Min-soo suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast uppercut that sent the scar-headed inmate flying backward. Eon Sung admitted that he might be the better fighter, but whenever Min-soo lost control, things became extremely ugly. The sudden strike left Moon Hyunjun and the other inmates frozen in terror. Even Se-jun's expression changed, his eyes revealing his wariness of the explosive strength of the boy he had just dismissed. Min-soo stood tall in the middle of the room, radiating a chilling, murderous aura. Eon Sung bitterly understood that once his younger brother truly snapped, absolutely no one could stop him. Min-soo launched into a frenzied attack. Poppy? Every last one of you will become Poppy. His powerful punch left his opponent no time to react. Glaring murderously, he snarled, "I told you I'd turn all of you into one." However, Min-soo could not fight an entire room by himself, and they knocked him sprawling to the floor. The other inmates laughed. "Damn, what a mess." They surrounded him and jeered. "You're going to turn us into Poppy? Are you insane?" Another added, "You've only got one life, and you think you can become the boss of this room?" The delinquents continued insulting him, saying there was no shortage of people in this place who liked acting tough. "Do we look like a joke to you?" One of them stepped closer and mocked Min-soo as an abandoned orphan. The insult struck his deepest wound. Min-soo roared, "Shut up." Then he charged forward and brutally shoved the toilet brush into the offender's mouth. "You dare talk about my mother? Eat this brush." The situation descended into complete chaos as the others rushed in. "You little bastard." Shove that toilet brush down his throat. But then they suddenly stopped, none daring to take another step forward. Min-soo's eyes had become terrifyingly empty. He clutched the toilet brush, its broken handle now sharp and pointed, and growled, "Kill me? Have any of you ever actually killed someone before?" The scene shifted elsewhere. A man with a scarred face and vicious eyes roared decisively, "I will abolish the juvenile law. If words don't work, then we must use force." He stared at the golf ball as though it were an enemy. He then swung his club with tremendous force, venting his anger at some unknown person who had dared to take his place. His subordinates applauded enthusiastically. "Excellent shot, Congressman. What a decisive swing." He was still seething inside, wishing he could take down his rival, Han Man-soo, just as easily. Turning toward Kong Eon Sung, who was kneeling on the ground, the congressman asked coldly, "Anyway, why are you standing there?" Eon Sung remained kneeling and clearly stated his intentions. "I'm considering enlisting early. Dealing with juvenile issues now will undoubtedly benefit your political career, father." Hearing this, the congressman tightened his gloves and sneered at Eon Sung's false display of filial devotion. He exposed his true activities. "You refuse to study medicine and run around playing detective at night instead?" The congressman swung his club again with frightening force and barked, "Speak properly, Kong Eon Sung. Aren't you really doing all of this for your younger brother?" He coldly stated that even if Eon Sung enlisted immediately, there was no guarantee he would be assigned to the same juvenile rehabilitation center but get to see his brother. Eon Sung lowered his head and pleaded earnestly, "I understand. That's why I'm asking for your help. If anyone can make it happen, it can only be you, father." But his powerful father merely turned his back and walked away, heartlessly asking, "Why should I clean up the mess your brother created?" Watching the indifferent man's retreating figure, Eon Sung's eyes darkened behind his glasses. He bitterly realized that his father would never agree to help him after all. Nothing comes without a price. The congressman looked calculatingly at Eon Sung and set an impossible condition. "Can you help your father become president?" Eon Sung froze, unable to believe what he had heard. But his powerful father turned away, urging him to begin the journey of carrying him to the pinnacle of power if he wanted to save his brother. Back in the cell, the tension had reached its peak. "Come on then, all of you, come at me." Blood covered Min Su's face as he stood in a frenzy, brandishing the sharpened handle like a knife. But before he could act, a huge inmate suddenly closed in from behind and locked him in a tight hold, catching Min Su completely by surprise. "Take this, you bastard!" Another inmate slammed a fist into Min Su's head while the man behind him held him in place. The other inmates began to panic when Min Su lay motionless. Trembling, they asked, "Is he really dead? If we kill someone in here, our lives are over." But Min Su's eyes suddenly snapped open. Seizing the opportunity, Min Su drove a vicious kick straight into the huge inmate's groin, instantly dropping him with a howl of agony. Just then, Sejun casually walked over, looked down at Min Su, and sneered viciously. "Is mother your trigger word? Or does being abandoned make you lose your mind like this?" Sejun continued rubbing salt into Min Su's wound in a mocking tone. "How heartbreaking. Does her mother know that the son she abandoned became a murderer?" Unable to contain his fury any longer, Min Su lunged at him, but Sejun easily anticipated the attack and twisted his arm into a lock. He growled threateningly, "Apologize for that, unless you want to lose your eyes." Still cold and composed, Sejun continued mocking Min Su's past. "Apologize for what? For your mother abandoning you? Or for committing murder?" Suddenly, he released Min Su and gestured for him to stop. "That's enough. Listen here, you bastard." While Min Su was still confused, Sejun turned away, raised his hands in surrender, and placed all the blame on him. "There, it was all him. I was only passing by." Min Su stared after him in shock. "What? Who are you talking to?" The correctional officers immediately stormed into the cell, shouting furiously, "You bastard! Do you know where you are?" Every inmate was forced against the wall, while the officers confiscated the sharpened handle from Min Su and violently subdued him. They relentlessly beat him with their batons. "You little punk, you just got here, and you're already causing trouble?" Min Su could only groan in pain. An officer coldly recorded in his report that Min Su had used a weapon to attack his fellow inmates. When questioned, Sejun and Moon Hyunjun both insisted, "That's right. He did everything himself. We're completely innocent." Badly injured, Min Su was dragged away and written off as beyond saving. "Enjoy 15 days of rest in solitary confinement. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on your life." Curled up on the cold floor with his hands tightly bound, Min Su could only grit his teeth and curse silently in utter helplessness. Solitary confinement, also known as the punishment cell, was where troublemakers were completely isolated for a set period. Even worse, the days spent there did not count toward their total sentence. Min Su thought bitterly, "Damn it, I just extended my detention for nothing." Yet being alone in the quiet room felt surprisingly pleasant. Min Su even wished he had caused trouble sooner, so he could have been sent there earlier. His brief peace was shattered by a correctional officer shouting through the door slot, "Lee Min Su, sit up straight. If you keep lying there, you'll be locked up for another day." Min Su was immediately forced into a painful kneeling position. "Kneel. Wipe that look off your face." Inside the punishment cell, inmates were required to remain kneeling until bedtime under constant camera surveillance. Even the most basic freedom to move their arms and legs was completely taken away. The only small consolation was that their restraints would be loosened whenever they used the toilet. But as soon as Min Su sat on the toilet, he discovered a serious problem. "Wait, where's the toilet paper?" Hearing him, the guard outside snapped, "Stop wasting time and finish quickly." Min Su hurriedly explained, "That's not the problem. There's no toilet paper in here." The guard casually replied, "It's behind you. Look back there." Min Su turned around in confusion, but saw no roll of paper, only a cold water faucet dripping behind him. The correctional officer's firm voice rang out again. "Use the water from the faucet to clean yourself." Min Su looked down at his hand and cried out in frustration, "With my bare hand?" A meager tray containing dried fish and a little watery soup was pushed inside. But for Min-soo, eating had now become another form of torture. With his hands bound tightly behind his back, he had to bend down and rummage through the food with his mouth like an animal. He screamed inwardly in fury, "Damn it, you could at least untie my hands while I eat." His anger flared with every hurried bite. Gritting his teeth, Min-soo swore, "You're all on my revenge list now. Just wait until I get out." At 7 p.m., it was time to write self-reflection statements. Even in solitary confinement, Min-soo could not escape those blank sheets of paper. He wrote resentfully, "I didn't even do anything wrong, but now I have to write twice as much just because they threw me into solitary." To pass the time and reassess the situation, Min-soo began drawing caricatures and analyzing his fellow inmates in Cell A. From the scarred guy who constantly mocked others and the huge brute who did nothing but eat to the spineless Poppy, every one of them received a scathing assessment from his pen. He told himself that everyone there had issues, but the greatest problem was someone else. Min-soo's gaze suddenly turned icy when it stopped on the name G.A. Sejun. "I drew you uglier than anyone else here." Although he recognized that Sejun was an exceptionally skilled fighter, his thirst for revenge overwhelmed all caution. When night fell, the silence and solitary confinement became terrifying. Min-soo collapsed onto the floor and fell into an exhausted sleep, his hands still bound to the collar digging into his flesh. As he drifted through his dreams, horrifying memories from the past suddenly surged back. He saw Eon-sung and Min-soo as children, standing frozen in their pajamas in the darkness of night. Before them, a house was being consumed by raging flames. The crimson fire illuminated the stunned, haunted faces of the two children. Min-soo suddenly jolted awake in the middle of the night. He sprang upright, gasping in pain, his eyes wide with terror. His terrified scream echoed throughout the dark room as the specter of that long-ago fire once again tightened its grip on his mind. "Damn it," Min-soo panted, drenched in sweat while still tightly restrained. Perhaps the harsh environment was causing those horrific memories to return repeatedly in his dreams. He gasped in fear, feeling that the nightmare would descend upon him again if he allowed himself to fall asleep. In the end, Min-soo spent the entire long night awake and utterly exhausted. After 16 grueling days in solitary confinement, his punishment finally ended. "Lee Min-soo, your solitary confinement order has been lifted. Return to your cell." The moment he returned to Cell A, he came face to face with the people who had sent him into that dungeon. Min-soo gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn bastards." Yet his fellow inmates suddenly changed their attitudes in an unbelievable way. Smiling cheerfully, they said, "We're sorry. We went a little too far, didn't we?" They even promised that Moon Hee-jun would no longer have to be Poppy. Min-soo wondered whether everything could truly be resolved so easily. He accepted their apology but firmly demanded, "Fine, I accept, but I need an apology from Sejun too." Immediately, a devastating stomp suddenly came crashing down onto Min-soo's head. "Looking for me? Have a taste of my heel and wake up." Before Min-soo could fight back, the others rushed in and restrained him. "Grab him, hurry up and gag him." They brutally stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth, leaving him able to do nothing but groan helplessly. Sejun coldly ordered them to drag Min-soo into the bathroom. One of them dragged him along while laughing repulsively. "That's the underwear I wore for an entire week." Sejun smirked at Min-soo lying miserably on the floor and mocked him. "Mama's boy, were you looking for me? Too bad someone else wants to see you even more than I do." He introduced the inmate who deeply resented Min-soo for striking him in the groin during their previous clash. The man gave a perverse sigh. Holding it in all day has been so difficult. Min-soo lay sprawled on the floor with his mouth tightly gagged, able to make only desperate noises. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a stern voice suddenly shattered the atmosphere. "That's enough." A dignified correctional officer had appeared at the cell door without anyone noticing. Sejun casually glanced at the newcomer and smugly offered a perfunctory greeting. "You must be the new correctional officer. Don't mind us. We have permission to do this." The correctional officer approached coldly and asked, "Permission? From whom?" He declared firmly, "I'll deal with all of you later," then unexpectedly extended a hand toward Min-soo. Min-soo stared in bewilderment at the hand extended before him. Amid the suffocating brutality of the rehabilitation center, the correctional officer suddenly softened his voice and said something Min-soo could hardly believe. "Let's go home." Behind his glasses, the correctional officer's face came into focus, along with a bright, warm smile. Kang Eon-sung, the older brother Min-soo had longed to see, had finally appeared before him in uniform. He gently took his younger brother's hand and pulled him up from the cold floor. Who could possibly compete with an older brother this cool? To walk openly into the tiger's den and rescue his younger brother, Eon-sung had made a carefully calculated deal with his powerful adoptive father. Inside a luxurious karaoke room, the congressman was shouting into a microphone with an intensely animated expression, singing lyrics about a snow-covered battlefield and the call of his comrades. Drenched in sweat, he was so immersed in the song that the atmosphere became extraordinarily tense and bizarre. Witnessing this passionate performance, General Suk Si, a four-star general, could not hold back his tears, moved by the congressman's fervent patriotism. He endlessly praised the congressman as a true patriotic soldier who embodied the will of those defending the nation. Meanwhile, Eon-sung sat silently between the two powerful men, inwardly scorning their hollow flattery. The congressman smugly regarded bypassing normal procedures to enlist his son as an extraordinary privilege. Eon-sung looked contemptuously upon other politicians who routinely manipulated records and falsified psychiatric diagnoses so their children could evade military service. He believed that instead of fabricating false heroic stories, it would be better to send those immature children straight into the military. When the congressman asked whether he was mentally prepared to enlist immediately, Eon-sung answered firmly, "Yes, father, I will enlist immediately." With cold determination behind his glasses, Eon-sung affirmed that he had completed every preparation necessary to save his younger brother. Throughout the period when Min-soo was awaiting trial, Eon-sung had repeatedly ventured into the shadows to gather information from people who had experienced the rehabilitation center firsthand. From questioning Jo Chong-soo to meeting Ga Se-min and the orphanage director, he learned that the juvenile rehabilitation center was truly hell on earth. That was precisely why Eon-sung had come to this place with iron determination. Standing among the solemn ranks of correctional officers saluting the flag, he vowed to pull his younger brother out of this hell as soon as possible. Back in the present, Eon-sung gently extended his hand toward his younger brother and said, "Let's go home, Min-soo." He assured Min-soo that as long as he did exactly as instructed, he would soon regain his freedom. Eon-sung had complete confidence in the flawless plan he had devised, believing everything would proceed smoothly. But the smile on his face suddenly froze. He thought it would be easy, only for everything to fall apart. Eon-sung's perfect plan collapsed at the very first step. Instead of remaining calm, Min-soo suddenly drove a powerful punch into the face of a hulking inmate. Eon-sung helplessly stared at his stubborn younger brother. "You little brat, I told you to behave, so why are you throwing punches?" While Se-jun watched the situation with a cold expression, the other inmates began screaming wildly at Min-soo's reckless behavior. His younger brother completely lost control. "Come at me, you bastards. I'll kill every last one of you." The situation grew even more chaotic as Eon-sung found himself surrounded by the cell's frightening inmates. A man with a grotesquely scarred face regarded him suspiciously, wondering whether he was truly a correctional officer or merely a newcomer because he looked so young. They claimed the room was normally reserved for only 2 people and began threatening him with the unwritten rules that had to be followed every night. Even as the monsters closed in, Eon-sung remained remarkably composed. "Rules? Do you mean we have to fight?" He smiled challengingly and concluded, "Then perhaps I should follow the rules tonight." The inmates laughed delightedly at the prey, who had no intention of backing down. Min-soo charged like a wild beast and roared furiously, "Come at me, you bastard!" But Se-jun merely leaned aside and effortlessly dodged the attack. "Idiot! Do you think wildly swinging your arms will accomplish anything?" With one simple movement, Min-soo lost his balance and crashed to the floor. Se-jun stood over him with contempt. "You can't even keep your balance, yet you keep screaming like a lunatic." Moreover, Se-jun's attention abruptly shifted toward Eon-sung, who stood tall among the inmates he had just taken down and casually reminded them, "Wouldn't it be better to follow the rules?" Seeing this, Sejun was astonished that the correctional officer had subdued everyone in an instant. He wondered, what the hell is this man doing? I've never encountered anyone like him before. Taking advantage of Sejun's distraction, Min-soo suddenly launched a devastating kick straight into his face and roared, "Who are you looking at in the middle of a fight, sweetheart?" Min-soo laughed triumphantly and challenged him. "Hey, Longhair, I'm your opponent. Don't look anywhere else." Sejun lowered his head slightly as a chilling, murderous aura began to emanate from him. He muttered that he had intended to resolve everything quietly before leaving, but the situation had now changed. Sejun looked up threateningly and declared, "Now you're going to be Poppy." Min-soo roared back, "Cut the nonsense. You could be the dog and enjoy it yourself." Sejun immediately unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful counterattack, catching Min-soo completely off guard. What's happening? Min-soo was stunned to realize that he was being completely overwhelmed. As he endured the thunderous blows, he thought in agony, "This guy is absurdly strong." Sejun looked down coldly and asked an ominous question. "Do you know why Poppy became Poppy?" Ignoring the threat, Min-soo charged again with a furious roar. "I don't care, damn it. Poppy used to be the leader of this cell." Sejun coldly revealed the truth behind the brutal hierarchy of the place. He landed a thunderous punch that left Min-soo reeling, then added, "But just like you, he didn't know his limits. That's how he ended up like this." Min-soo gritted his teeth, telling himself that he could not allow Sejun to overpower him. He frantically grabbed Sejun by the collar and shouted, "You're the most pathetic bastard in this room." Min-soo was determined not to let himself be defeated so easily. But his resistance was answered by an enormous fist crashing down from above. The horrifying blow struck with such tremendous force that Min-soo was slammed flat against the floor. He lay motionless in the middle of the cell, his eyes wide with pain, and could only mutter helplessly, "Damn it!" Lying crushed beneath Sejun's feet, Min-soo bitterly realized, "This is humiliating. I lost at this bastard's feet again." His humiliation intensified when he saw the correctional officer's shoes approaching. Min-soo tormented himself over how his brother Eon-sung's face kept flickering before his eyes every time he was struck. Eon-sung bent down, looked at his barely conscious younger brother, and asked, "Are you still alive?" Min-soo felt utterly miserable and weakly replied, "Yes." Eon-sung sighed in exasperation. He decisively hoisted Min-soo over his shoulder and wondered aloud why he was so light. Had they not been feeding him properly in this place? Seeing Eon-sung carrying Min-soo away, Sejun asked, "Where are you taking him?" Eon-sung coldly replied that his younger brother needed to be taught a lesson and placed in solitary confinement for causing trouble. Eon-sung suddenly leaned close to Sejun's ear and delivered a mysterious message. "All right, she told me to tell you to stop fighting." The words left Sejun frozen in shock. "What?" Eon-sung casually walked out of the cell, leaving Sejun standing speechless among his subordinates sprawled across the floor. Min-soo awoke and realized that he had been thrown into solitary confinement yet again. "That long-haired bastard. The next time I see him, I'm ripping out every strand of his hair." A sudden stomachache forced Min-soo to squat over the toilet, but he still felt uneasy, as though he had forgotten something extremely important. Just as he was about to clean himself, Min-soo was horrified to discover that no water came from the faucet. He anxiously wondered whether it was broken and shuddered at the thought of being unable to wash his hands. At that moment, a voice from outside reminded him that toilet paper was right beside him and that the faucet only operated at scheduled times in the evening. Min-soo sighed with relief when he found the roll and realized that, unlike his previous periods in solitary confinement, his hands had not even been bound this time. His memories suddenly returned, jolting Min-soo to his senses. He rushed over and pounded furiously on the cell door. He shouted at the correctional officer standing outside. "Hey, you crazy correctional officer, have you lost your mind? Why are you here?" Ignoring Eon-sung's sarcastic question about whether he had wiped his hands, Min-soo roared through his tears. "Who asked you to play the hero and rescue me? You had a good family. You were supposed to live a happy life. You idiot, didn't you get into medical school? Don't save me. Just get lost and live your own life." Just abandon a murderer like me. Why should you ruin your life for a murderer? Min-soo cried out desperately through the bars of the solitary cell. He painfully confessed that if Eon-sung became trapped there because of him, he would spend the rest of his life tormented by guilt. Standing outside, Eon-sung calmly admitted that he truly was an idiot. Who called you a murderer? I believe you. I believe you didn't kill anyone, Min-soo, because I'm your brother. Hearing Min-soo sniffle, Eon-sung teased him by asking whether he was crying. Min-soo irritably denied it, even though the tears were obvious in his voice. He anxiously asked whether he could truly escape if everything went according to Eon-sung's plan. Eon-sung assured him that everything would be fine as long as Min-soo stopped causing trouble, avoided being thrown into solitary again, followed the program, and obeyed his instructions. However, Min-soo suddenly made a firm demand. I want to fight that long-haired bastard again. When Eon-sung asked why he wanted to fight someone who would undoubtedly defeat him, Min-soo ground his teeth in fury. That bastard insulted my mother. Damn it, I can endure anything else, but I won't tolerate anyone insulting my mother. Faced with his younger brother's determination, Eon-sung did not try to stop him. Instead, he encouraged him. Fight him. I'll teach you how to win. His gaze suddenly became cold and threatening as he looked through the opening in the solitary cell door. If you lose to him, don't ever show your face to me again. Min-soo's remaining 15 days in solitary confinement would be his only chance to prepare for this life-or-death rematch. In the darkness of the cell, after everyone else had fallen asleep, Sejun remained seated in silence like a ferocious beast lying in wait. Eon-sung knew that 15 days was far too short to rebuild Min-soo's physical strength. Therefore, the only thing he would teach him was how to defeat Ga Sejun. Do you really think this alone will be enough to take down that bastard Ga Sejun? Min-soo asked skeptically as they walked down the corridor. Eon-sung replied coldly, If you lose, take care of yourself. Don't make me do it. Min-soo could only click his tongue in resignation. Stopping before the cell door, Eon-sung gripped the handle tightly and asked one final time, Have you memorized the tactics? No, Min-soo strode firmly inside, then declared, Of course I have, brother. Just trust me. The moment he entered the cell, Min-soo faced the vicious-looking men waiting for him. Lee Chong-hee and his lackeys laughed smugly. Is it evening already? Did you enjoy your time in solitary, you bastard? He mockingly asked whether confinement had made Min-soo stronger and demanded that he prove it immediately. Min-soo lowered his head and smiled sinisterly. I told you I'd turn every last one of you into Poppy, didn't I? Right? But then I reconsidered. To everyone's shock, Min-soo suddenly sprawled face down on the floor, prostrated himself, and screamed like a madman. Why should I be the one who turns you guys into Poppy? Min-soo laughed hysterically in his pathetic state. Wouldn't it be faster if I became Poppy myself? Woof woof. What a performance. Someone get this man an Oscar. In truth, this bizarre behavior was part of the endurance strategy Eon-sung had taught him. To win, he first had to withstand every attack and humiliation from his enemies while waiting for one perfect opportunity. Even when his cellmates covered Min-soo's chest with ink circles and used his body as a go-board, he had to grit his teeth and remain perfectly still. His endurance was pushed to the limit as the bullies casually played go on top of him as if he were nothing more than a toy. They loudly argued over the score. You bastard, you only have 33 points. The other boy immediately snapped back. No, it's 43 points, idiot. Beneath their feet, Min-soo screamed inwardly at the unbearable humiliation. At last, his restraint shattered. He sprang to his feet and roared furiously. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Min-soo's sudden resistance sent the delinquents in the room into a rage. Lee Jang-hee bellowed angrily. Are you quitting your job as our pet, you bastard? Another inmate complained that the go match on Min-soo's back had been ruined halfway through. Do you want me to restore order in here again? Surrounded by their fury, Min-soo could only grit his teeth and remind himself to endure. Outside the iron door, Eon-sung silently urged his younger brother to hold on. Just 5 more days. Then I'll take care of this entire room for you. The correctional officers control everything during class, so I can't intervene right now. Eon-sung adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with concern. Please don't get into a fight before then. Be grateful. Don't make me report you. Just writing, I'm sorry I was born, won't be enough. Damn it. By the 4th day, Min-soo was taken out onto the field and forced to behave like a real animal. All he could do was growl in utter fury. At the meal afterward, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely suffocating. Sejun and his underlings had been eating heartily when they suddenly froze. Shock and disbelief spread across their faces at the unexpected sight before them. Min-soo was kneeling on the floor, ravenously devouring handfuls of rice like a real animal. He deliberately barked excitedly and praised the delicious food to please the correctional officers watching him. But beneath that submissive appearance was an iron will. He told himself to keep enduring because tomorrow would be the 5th day, the day all this humiliation would finally end. After that horrifying meal, Min-soo vomited violently in the bathroom because his body had been pushed beyond its limits. Hyunjun worriedly asked whether he was overexerting himself, but Min-soo replied wearily that he could still endure it. Seeing Min-soo so exhausted that he kept retching, Hyunjun secretly handed him an energy bar. He gently advised Min-soo to eat it and preserve his strength, because if he kept throwing up everything, his body would soon collapse. Hyunjun warned Min-soo to keep this an absolute secret from everyone else because he had bought it with his own allowance. Soon afterward, during outdoor exercise, the guards continued mocking Poppy number 1, Min-soo. They sneered that even after being tormented until he vomited, his performance still had not improved at all. They also smugly declared that only they had the right to treat him that way. One inmate laughed until his face turned red, relentlessly taunting him. "What kind of running is that? You look ridiculous." But his laughter abruptly died, replaced by alarm when he realized Hyunjun was charging straight toward a forbidden area. He frantically shouted a warning, because directly ahead of Hyunjun was the prison kitchen crew. A tremendous collision threw the scene into chaos, accompanied by furious curses. 3 hulking members of the kitchen crew, their faces scarred and their expressions menacing, stared down at Hyunjun. They snarled, "Who the hell are you? Are you trying to start something with us?" Even in this perilous situation, Hyunjun continued acting like an animal. In the distance, Sejun was resting on the field. Sejun recalled seeing correctional officer Eon-sung carry Min-soo away and began questioning the man's true identity. He wondered whether someone had sent that correctional officer here, or whether his own older sister had secretly arranged everything. Suddenly, one of the kitchen workers shouted furiously, "Hey, leader of room A3. Sejun cast a suspicious glance at the 3 apron-clad men approaching him. The kitchen crew's leader jerked his chin toward Hyunjun. "Is this your dog?" He brutally planted his foot on Hyunjun's head and told Sejun to control his pet properly. He snarled that Hyunjun had attacked his crew first and demanded to know whether room A3 was declaring war on them. As he repeatedly kicked Hyunjun in the head, he laughed with delight. It feels great beating this mutt. Hey, lend him to me for a few days. I want to torment him some more." Although their roommate was being beaten, the others said nothing. They could not afford to offend the kitchen crew over a mere pet. Not far away, Min-soo silently watched everything. He could not help recalling the time when he had been ostracized and bullied. Hyunjun had not hesitated to give Min-soo his only piece of candy, although his older brother had strictly warned him not to cause trouble during this period. There was no way Min-soo could simply stand by and watch someone bully Hyunjun. Suddenly, a blue plastic plate shot through the air at incredible speed. Before the kitchen worker could finish jeering, the plate smashed directly into his face with a thunderous impact. The force sent him flying backward as his companions stared in disbelief. The surrounding inmates, and even Sejun, were stunned by what they had witnessed. Min-soo slowly rose to his feet amid the crowd's astonishment. "Poppy number 2, he growled furiously. "You thugs wreaked havoc outside before coming here, huh? And now you plan to keep up that pathetic routine in here too?" As Min-soo approached, he said scornfully that even though they were treated like pigs here, with their dignity trampled and their wills crushed, there were still limits. Min-soo helped Hyunjun to his feet and continued, "No matter how bad things get, you're still human. Aren't you ashamed of acting like dogs?" Seeing his man attacked, the red-haired member of the kitchen crew walked over, grabbed Sejun by the shoulder, and warned him, "This isn't a joke, is it? Should I tell the kitchen chief that you're declaring war on us?" Without answering, Sejun immediately drove an elbow into the man's face. He glared murderously at the kitchen crew's challenge. "Va? Bring it on. But first, I have to deal with this rebel." Min-soo gritted his teeth and silently apologized to his older brother for once again ruining the perfect plan Eon-sung had worked so hard to prepare. The surrounding inmates began murmuring excitedly. Some wondered whether this was a war with the kitchen crew or a rebellion, while others did not care and simply wanted the fighting to begin. Min-soo bitterly realized that he could no longer avoid this mess, but he vowed to fulfill the one remaining promise he had made to his older brother. The crowd kept laughing, convinced that Sejun would crush the rookie murderer in an instant. Sejun casually tied back his long hair and curled his lips into a dangerous smirk. Looking for a beating? I'll be happy to oblige. In response to the provocation, Min-soo suddenly broke into a crazed grin. Clenching his fists, he made a bold proposal. Want to make a bet? Whoever wins this fight becomes the room leader. Facing the towering leader, Min-soo's eyes burned with confidence and a thirst for revenge. This time, I'm going to win. At the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center, the inmates were still required to attend basic academic classes. During class, the correctional officers held absolute authority, meaning everything that happened there was entirely under their control. Kang Eon-sung sat beside the window, mentally reviewing the first stage of his plan, making Min-soo the room leader. He was confident that Min-soo would defeat Sejun and claim the top position today, because he had prepared the perfect classroom environment for the fight. Truly, he was the year's most dedicated coach. Eon-sung had arranged the desks and chairs in a circle, creating a private arena for his younger brother. He checked his watch and muttered impatiently, "It's almost time. Why aren't they here yet?" Suddenly, excited cheering from the schoolyard made him turn around. Beneath the window, hundreds of inmates had formed a huge circle, shouting and laughing. The crowd endlessly mocked Min-soo. "Are you a comedian or a murderer?" They marveled at Sejun's ability to dodge and ridiculed Min-soo for failing to touch his opponent even once. How did he kill anyone? Did he make them laugh themselves to death? Watching this completely unexpected scene, Eon-sung sighed helplessly. He rushed over and gripped the bars of the window. His face twisted with rage when he saw that his younger brother had ignored the plan. He screamed furiously, "You bastard Lee Min-soo! You idiot!" The cheering below grew louder as Sejun drove a powerful punch directly into Min-soo's face. The blow sent Min-soo flying backward. To prepare for this battle, Eon-sung had taught Min-soo the most practical fighting techniques. Step 1 was a powerful hook designed to break through the opponent's guard. Immediately afterward came Step 2, a vicious punch aimed directly at the liver. Step 3, an uppercut. Step 4, a middle kick. Step 5, a low kick. Step 6, a front kick. Step 7, a spinning kick. And Step 8, a roundhouse kick. Eon-sung repeatedly demonstrated his polished fighting techniques for his younger brother. Watch closely. I'll perform the whole sequence for you. Finally, he finished with a powerful straight punch. Looking through the bars of the cell, he asked, "It's been a long time since you saw this move. Does it look familiar? You never trained seriously. You only copied a few techniques. Do you still remember what you picked up as a child?" Eon-sung sternly asked whether Min-soo truly believed that would be enough to defeat his opponent. Min-soo nervously admitted that Sejun was extremely strong. Eon-sung privately assessed that Sejun fought well for someone without formal training. Min-soo wondered in amazement whether Sejun possessed natural talent. But Eon-sung recognized that although Sejun's moves looked impressive, they lacked substance and had no technical continuity. Eon-sung adjusted his glasses and declared that Sejun had no genuine combinations. In the end, Sejun was merely an ordinary brawler. He could never defeat someone with proper training. Hearing this, Min-soo lowered his head in discouragement. In reality, he had been beaten senseless without landing a single hit on his opponent. What's the point of learning these moves if I still get thrashed? This is hopeless. Eon-sung then explained why he wanted the fight to take place in the classroom, with the desks and chairs arranged beforehand. When Min-soo asked what difference fighting there would make, Eon-sung explained that by keeping up the pressure, Min-soo could drive Sejun into a corner. The classroom had plenty of blind spots where he could trap him. Use your surroundings to force him against a wall. Eon-sung insisted that once Min-soo accomplished that, his combination attacks would certainly connect. But the actual fight was unfolding disastrously. Sejun remained standing tall and proud, while the surrounding inmates began shouting in disappointment because the match was so boring. They repeatedly called Min-soo a loser and challenged him to fight properly instead of merely taking a beating. Min-soo wiped away the blood streaming from his nose and realized in horror that he was finished. In the assembly yard, every hope of executing the perfect plan had vanished because there was not a single wall in sight against which he could corner his opponent. Hundreds of inmates formed a gigantic ring around them, turning the open space into a life-or-death arena. Eon Sung sprinted frantically down the corridor, panic written across his face. He shouted helplessly that his foolish younger brother never listened to him. Standing before the barbed wire fence, Eon Sung froze when he realized the enormous crowd was blocking his view of the fight. Abandoning all his original calculations, Eon Sung decided to stop the match immediately before things went too far. He roared for everyone to disperse, but a piece of popcorn suddenly struck him in the face, making him stop short. Eon Sung stared in disbelief when he realized that someone was casually watching the fight as if it were an entertaining movie. It was the warden, sitting comfortably in a chair. As he ate popcorn, he smirked and asked, "We're watching a good movie. Why are you trying to ruin it?" Eon Sung immediately stood at attention, saluted, and explained that he was a new correctional officer attempting to stop the fight. But the warden merely asked coldly why he would do such a thing. The warden casually chewed his popcorn and suddenly asked Eon Sung whether he enjoyed wildlife programs featuring tiny mice. Eon Sung stared in confusion, unable to understand what the old man was planning. The warden began making a cruel comparison. In a nature documentary, when a hungry snake hunts a mouse, the film crew never intervenes. After all, a snake devouring a mouse was simply an inevitable law of nature. With madness in his eyes and a terrifying smile, the warden declared that the inmates' battle was no different. It was merely part of the natural order that humans ought to respect. He growled that watching them beat and kill each other was an incomparable pleasure. Faced with such utter depravity, Eon Sung could only shudder in horror as he realized that the man in charge of this place was truly insane. The warden smirked and casually invited Eon Sung to sit down and enjoy the performance until someone finally landed a worthwhile blow. Down in the yard, Min-soo charged forward like a moth flying into a flame. He screamed inwardly with determination, "I only need to land one hit, and you're finished." He began applying what he had learned, launching step one, a feinting hook meant to distract his opponent. But Sejun easily leaned aside and avoided the punch by a hair. He coldly asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Immediately, he smashed a powerful counterpunch into Min-soo's face, leaving him dazed. In excruciating pain, Min-soo could only pray inwardly, "Please, just let me land one hit." Sejun gave him no time to breathe and continued closing in while Min-soo struggled to execute step two. "Siyun mocked him smokely. Are you learning first-grade arithmetic?" Min-soo struggled to launch step three, but once again struck nothing but air. Sejun casually dodged and continued taunting him. "Oh right, two comes after one." At the window, Eon Sung broke into a cold sweat as he watched his younger brother being completely overwhelmed. Min-soo bitterly realized that his reach was too short, his stamina was depleted, and every strategy was useless against someone like Sejun. Despair engulfed him when he saw there was no wall anywhere nearby to complete the combination his older brother had planned. Helplessly, he told himself that all he could do now was take the beating. Sejun unleashed a thunderous kick that slammed directly into Min-soo. The impact was so powerful that it sent him flying backward into the crowd of inmates watching nearby. The crowd erupted in furious confusion. "Damn it, why did you send him flying this way, Sejun? Idiot, aim properly. Get out of the way." Witnessing the pathetic scene, Eon Sung painfully covered his face and sighed in resignation. "He's still lost after everything I taught him. I might as well go to sleep." Min-soo lay sprawled amid the crowd's curses. "Get lost, you loser murderer." He gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation. "Go ahead and mock me." The pain in his knee and throughout his body caused his resolve to waver. Min-soo thought that if this continued, he would suffer another crushing defeat, just like last time. It would be better to surrender before he was injured any further. Suddenly, the rough hands of the surrounding inmates grabbed Min-soo and hauled him to his feet. They shouted angrily in his face, "How long are you going to lie there? Why are you spacing out, idiot? Fight back. If you give up now, you'll have to answer to me." Min-soo looked around in confusion. He realized he was tightly surrounded by murderous-looking faces, all urging him to continue the fight. Sejun sauntered over and delivered one final insult. "Mama's boy, what are you doing? Looking for your mommy." Min-soo lowered his head, but then a sinister smile suddenly spread across his lips. "Huh." Sejun stopped, then asked suspiciously, "What's so funny?" Min-soo calmly replied, "Oh, nothing. My mistake." I just remembered something. He clenched his fists and flashed his blood-stained teeth in a crazed grin. A way to land a combination on you, he declared triumphantly. I remember now. Heh, I figured out how to land a combination on you. Outside the circle, the crowd began to lose patience and shouted at them. Hey, your little stroll is over. Hurry up and finish it, idiots. What are you two staring at? Are you fighting or confessing your love? You morons. Sejun had also run out of patience. Mama's boy, let's finish this. Time's almost up. Min-soo sluggishly rose to his feet and replied casually, fine. I was about to finish it too. He had figured out how to use the combination, but how was he supposed to lure Sejun into the trap? His conversation in solitary confinement came back to him. Kang Eon-sung had suggested that victory would be assured if Min-soo could corner Sejun against a wall. However, Min-soo had immediately spotted the problem and asked, don't you get it? He explained that no matter how he looked at it, Sejun would never be stupid enough to let himself get cornered. Standing beyond the bars, Kang Eon-sung nodded in agreement. That's true, but once you force him there, you can bait him into coming closer. Sitting on the floor, Min-soo sighed sarcastically. I already thought of that, genius. But there's no guarantee it'll work, no matter how hard I try. If that's the case, this whole plan is useless. Hearing that, Kang Eon-sung gave a meaningful smirk. In that case, I'll teach you a magic word that will make Sejun charge straight at you. Min-soo clutched the window bars in astonishment and yelled, you've been holding out on me. Why didn't you give me the secret weapon sooner? Kang Eon-sung's gaze turned cold as he stated with certainty. The moment he hears this word, Sejun will completely lose control. Min-soo frantically urged him on. Tell me what it is. What is it? Back in the prison yard, Min-soo suddenly shouted, hey Sejun, is Ga Seimin pretty? He held his face and laughed maniacally, his eyes bulging. Sejun instantly lost all reason. His face twisted with rage as he roared, who told you my sister's name? He charged forward and threw a devastating punch at Min-soo, startling even him. Where did you hear that name? Sejun bellowed furiously. Seeing such an extreme reaction, Min-soo inwardly rejoiced that his brother's magic word had actually worked. Sejun had completely lost control, screaming and demanding to know how Min-soo knew about his sister. As Min-soo watched his opponent go berserk, he remembered how Sejun had called him a mama's boy and replied, scornfully, is that the best insult you could come up with? So Sejun is punishment. Min-soo decisively raised his hand and spectacularly stopped the thunderous punch. He immediately seized Sejun by the collar and roared, you pathetic sister's boy. Now you're going to get it. He struck before Sejun could react, adding a mocking warning. Don't start crying and calling for your sister, got it? Sejun smirked and regained his composure. He demanded to know what knowing his sister had to do with their fight. He intended to step back and evade Min-soo's punch, but then the harsh reality struck him. The tightly packed crowd of inmates began jostling against one another, making the space even narrower. Sejun was stunned to realize that the living wall behind him had completely blocked his retreat. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opening, Min-soo immediately launched Step 1, a powerful horizontal hook driven straight into his opponent. Mitsunontai sotet ixitel. Come on, let me show you what suffering feels like. Sejun was now in grave danger, with nowhere left to dodge. He tried to attack first out of desperation, but his arms suddenly became trapped in the chaotic crowd. While Sejun was still stunned by his inability to move, Min-soo decisively launched the finishing Step 2, a punch aimed directly at his liver. Sejun gritted his teeth as he realized he had fallen into a trap. He screamed desperately as the crowd pinned him from behind, completely restricting his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Min-soo followed with Step 3, an uppercut that snapped his opponent's head backward. Watching from a distance, Kang Eon-sung was stunned to realize that his younger brother was not following the original plan. He had told Min-soo to use desks, chairs, or classroom walls to corner his opponent, but Min-soo had found a far more brutal method. He was turning the surrounding inmates themselves into living walls, trapping Sejun in the middle. Min-soo relentlessly unleashed Steps 1 and 2, leaving Sejun helpless beneath a rain of blows. In a panic, Sejun realized he could neither dodge nor counterattack if he remained there. He tried to slip sideways and escape, but Min-soo saw through his intention. He launched step 5, a powerful low kick that slammed into Sejun's leg and left him writhing in pain. Min-soo grinned triumphantly and immediately returned to step 1, hammering his opponent's face with a barrage of punches. Sejun struggled to grasp that the path to his right was blocked, so he tried to escape in the opposite direction. But step 4 immediately stopped him, a mid-level kick driven straight into his ribs. "Where do you think you're going?" Sejun began to panic completely as he realized he was trapped with nowhere left to run. In his eyes, Min-soo suddenly seemed enormous and terrifying, like a monster looming over him. Min-soo unleashed a crazed rain of attacks, using every possible combination of steps 1, 2, 3, and 4. Finally, he abandoned everything else and repeatedly hammered Sejun with an endless succession of step 1 punches. With his face bloodied and swollen, Sejun struggled to preserve the last of his consciousness and futilely swung his fists in resistance. "What the hell are you doing? Do you think wildly swinging your arms like that will hit me?" Min-soo delivered a thunderous punch that sent his opponent reeling backward and roared, "You brought my mother into this, so now you're finished." His rage exploded, driving Min-soo to unleash blow after blow. "Damn it, just thinking about it is making me even angrier." He began executing a continuous chain of combinations at the exact rhythm he had practiced. Min-soo screamed as he continued attacking. "What the hell do you know?" Witnessing this, the inmates began murmuring in astonishment. What's gotten into him? Has he lost control? Is Sejun really going to lose at this rate? Sejun struggled to defend himself through the pain. He knew he could not endure any more blows and resolved that his next attack had to connect. But reality was crueler than he had imagined. Min-soo was faster and followed up with another devastating punch that left Sejun dazed. Breathing heavily with rage, Min-soo shouted, "What do you know about me or my mother that give you the right to talk? Apologize soon." Min-soo still did not stop. He screamed at his opponent to apologize immediately. The explosive assault had completely exhausted Sejun. He weakly tried to speak. Then he collapsed to the ground. Min-soo delivered one final, resentful punch. "Apologize to my mother." The entire arena seemed to hold its breath. The inmates stared wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief at what had just happened before them. What the hell? Sejun is down. Min-soo stood there drenched in sweat, panting from exhaustion. Damn it, that bastard still refused to apologize, even at the very end. The crowd erupted into an uproar at the unbelievable result. Sejun lost. Min-soo won. Someone mockingly called Min-soo a stupid puppy and wondered whether he would now become the new room leader. Others claimed Sejun must have been weak to lose to someone like him. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through the chaos. "Everyone move aside." The correctional officers roared at all the inmates to perform their greeting ritual. The long rows of inmates immediately bowed in unison and cried, "Oink, oink," as they stood submissively. The imposing warden strode coldly through their ranks. "Oh, I didn't think you would win, but you actually did it." The warden approached with an excited smile, clearly delighted by this entertaining drama from the animal kingdom, where a mouse had managed to defeat a snake. Min-soo panted from exhaustion, wondering in disbelief whether he was the mouse and Sejun was the snake. The warden leaned close to his face and sneered mockingly. "You started scheming the moment you arrived, and now you've even managed to entertain me with a fight?" Min-soo could only grit his teeth and make humiliating squeaking noises to preserve his life. When asked what should be done with the unconscious Sejun, now draped over Kang Eon-sung's shoulder, the warden casually ordered, "Throw him in solitary confinement or something." Kang Eon-sung silently carried Sejun past his younger brother. He sighed wearily at Min-soo's stubborn expression. Good grief. Who did he take after to become this disobedient? Min-soo is mirked defiantly. Who else? He takes after his older brother. Although his face was still bloodied and covered in wounds, Min-soo could not hide his satisfaction at accomplishing his goal of defeating his opponent. Kang Eon-sung gently adjusted his glasses. His gaze turned cold and calculating. The show is over. Time to move on to the second scenario. The scene suddenly shifted to a quiet art studio. Ga Se-min was concentrating intently at her easel. She asked with concern, "So my younger brother was thrown into solitary confinement?" Kang Yeon-sung looked visibly flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he explained the unexpected incident. "That wasn't part of the original plan. Things went off course. I'm sorry." Seimin gave an irritated snort and told him to stop moving so she could concentrate on finishing her painting. Kang Yeon-sung was straining to pose like a muscular statue, holding an apple while half-naked as her model. Seimin snapped at him for constantly changing position and ruining the composition she had worked so hard to create. Kang Yeon-sung complained wearily. "How much longer do I have to hold this pose? It's too difficult. Maybe we should choose something else." He looked around, pointed to a completely nude statue, and suggested, "What about that?" Noticing his hesitation because the statue was rather explicit, Seimin calmly declared that this was precisely the point. She then coldly ordered him to stop complaining because the drawing session was over. Kang Yeon-sung timidly asked whether he could see the painting, but Seimin merely sighed and said his movements had ruined the work, leaving him to mutter an apology. Seimin confidently looked at her creation and declared, "This should be enough for me to enter art school as the top student, right?" In stark contrast to her confidence, Kang Yeon-sung stared at the painting with his eyes bulging in disbelief. This is art, and that's supposed to be me?" Seimin casually told him there was no need to look so remorseful, since the model was simply somewhat lacking. She abruptly changed the subject and asked whether he was worried about his younger brother now that he had been placed in solitary confinement. Kang Yeon-sung thought she was still talking about the disastrous painting, but Seimin seriously warned him that he was in real trouble. "I mean that your younger brother has gotten involved with the kitchen crew." She revealed that she had once belonged to the kitchen crew in the girls' wing and knew how fiercely united they were. "If he messes with one of them, the entire crew will come after your brother." Among them was one person Kang Yeon-sung especially needed to watch out for. In the cafeteria, a man with massive, muscular arms covered in bulging veins suddenly appeared before Min-soo and asked, "You're Lee Min-soo, aren't you?" It was Jang Do-bo, captain of the kitchen crew. Min-soo blankly confirmed his identity. Jang Do-bo immediately dumped a massive amount of food onto his meal tray, piling it up until it overflowed. Min-soo was stunned. "What are you talking about? Wait, isn't this way too much?" Was he planning to fatten Min-soo up before slaughtering him? Seimin explained why this man was so frightening. Jang Do-bo appeared to be a good person, but he was actually extremely dangerous and had no self-control. A horrifying truth about Jang Do-bo was revealed. He had once nearly killed 2 correctional officers. Min-soo froze in astonishment as he stared at the mountain of food spilling over his tray. Jang Do-bo, captain of the kitchen crew, gave a sinister smile and declared, "My boys told me you caused trouble for them. You deserve this much." As he continued piling on more food, he issued a cold threat. "You'll regret ever daring to mess with the kitchen crew." Faced with his opponent's ferocious expression, Min-soo immediately pretended to be innocent. "Huh, me? Caused trouble for the kitchen crew?" When Jang Do-bo questioned his identity again, Min-soo quickly improvised. "I am Min-soo, but you must be looking for someone else with the same name. It's a common name, after all." Convinced by his honest appearance, Jang Do-bo unexpectedly changed his attitude, scratched his head, and apologized. "Oh really? My mistake. Go ahead and eat. I apologized, so let's forget this happened." But another member of the kitchen crew suddenly shouted, exposing him. "Hey, he's lying. You need to check again. That's him. He's the one who threw the trash can lid. Lee Min-soo." Realizing the situation had turned against him, Min-soo immediately sprinted away, leaving everyone stunned. "What the hell?" Jang Do-bo roared when he realized he had been deceived. Enraged, he screamed Min-soo's name so loudly that it echoed throughout the cafeteria. "Damn you, Lee Min-soo." Meanwhile, Min-soo ran away with a triumphant laugh. "Haha, that was close. I almost died." Shouts of "Stop, right there," continued chasing him from behind. Elsewhere, at the majestic presidential residence, the president of South Korea, Han Man-soo strode forward with an authoritative gait and a radiant smile to welcome his guests. "Thank you all for traveling such a long way to attend this summit." At the high-level meeting between party leaders and the president, Han Man-soo stepped forward cheerfully and warmly shook Congressman Kang's hand. "Congressman, you're looking positively radiant." Congressman Kang quickly responded with a polished diplomatic smile. "It is all thanks to to you, Mr. President." Together, they performed a display of unity before countless cameras, declaring that they would set aside all rivalry and focus on the national interest. However, while the cameras continued flashing, Han Man-soo suddenly leaned close to Congressman Kang's ear and reminded him that they had once been rivals in the presidential race. He gave an arrogant sneer. "But now, for the sake of our country's future, you should work hard as my subordinate." "Understood." The moment he finished speaking, Han Man-soo suddenly slapped Congressman Kang hard on the backside in a deliberately humiliating gesture. Congressman Kang froze, sweating profusely from shock and humiliation. What the hell was that? Did he just slap my backside? In front of the entire country. The moment he returned home, Congressman Kang erupted in rage and furiously pummeled a punching bag to vent his anger. He gritted his teeth and roared resentfully. "Han Man-soo, how dare you humiliate me like that? Take this, and this." In his fury, he turned toward Eun-sung and growled, "Your father is being forced to endure this humiliation. What do you think about that?" Standing before a planning board, Eun-sung calmly declared that bringing down President Han Man-soo was actually far easier than they imagined. He believed that everything would collapse if they destroyed the president's greatest political foundation, the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. That was the real reason Congressman Kang had sent his son into that hell as an inside agent. When asked about his progress, Eun-sung coldly revealed that what he had witnessed inside the facility was nothing like the educational institution the public believed it to be. It was a brutal scene of tyranny. Eun-sung continued exposing the horrifying truth. The facility forced children to use violence against one another. Every form of abuse ran rampant, and fights were deliberately ignored solely for entertainment. He declared with absolute certainty, "This is not a rehabilitation school. It is hell on earth." Eun-sung's face darkened as he thought about the brutal reality unfolding behind those iron walls. Hearing this, Assemblyman Kang applauded smugly. "Excellent. So the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center was Man-soo's weakness?" This assemblyman was truly calculating. He believed that merely leaking this information to the press would let him take down his opponent with a single blow. However, the old fox suddenly paused, realizing that this was still not enough. He coldly pointed out that juvenile offenders were vicious criminals, and their real victims probably only wanted them to suffer even more. Assemblyman Kang ordered Eun-sung to return and dig up even more horrifying information from inside. Eun-sung trudged out of the room, weighed down by his father's cruel demand. Back at the center, Eun-sung stood in his officer's uniform and thought solemnly, it still isn't enough. He watched the inmates crawling across the ground in humiliating positions, drenched in sweat beneath the scorching sun. Suddenly, Eun-sung called out firmly, "Lee Min-soo, step forward." Min-soo looked up in confusion, wondering what his older brother was planning. Eun-sung announced that Min-soo would come out and perform a separate exercise. Min-soo was delighted and silently thanked his brother, thinking he would get special treatment and a chance to rest. "Damn, this is great. Thanks, big brother." He had celebrated too soon. Eun-sung suddenly roared and forced him into an even more agonizing position. "Lobster!" Min-soo screamed wildly in pain and humiliation as he crab-walked across the yard. "Lobster! Lobster! Damn it, lobster!" Eun-sung quietly explained that exempting Min-soo alone would arouse suspicion, so he had to make Min-soo look even more miserable than everyone else. Still writhing across the ground, Min-soo indignantly demanded to know how this disastrous treatment was supposed to help him. Amid his younger brother's agonized screams, Eun-sung declared coldly, "Now let me explain Phase 2 of the plan." The Juvenile Rehabilitation Center operated under an extremely strict system of reward and penalty points. Eun-sung produced a detailed chart and explained that inmates would only be considered for parole after accumulating 100 reward points. Conversely, the more penalty points they had, the further their release date would be pushed back. He looked down at his sweat-drenched brother in the lobster position and announced coldly, "Your score is exactly -50. After 2 spells in solitary confinement and 1 major brawl, Min-soo had yet to earn a single reward point. His eyes widened as he asked desperately, How am I supposed to earn points?" "The fastest way for you to earn a large number of points right now is to volunteer as a kitchen assistant." The instant Min-soo heard the words kitchen team, he screamed in horror. He immediately recalled the menacing face of Jang Do-bo, the murderous-looking kitchen team captain. Min-soo cried out in panic, "No way. That bastard is in there. I'll die if I go in. Those people are trying to get me. He would rather endure physical torture than confront those demons. I don't care. Just kill me. I'd rather stay here. Min-soo continued thrashing on the ground in protest against his brother's plan. Whenever a correctional officer passed by, Min-soo had to resume the agonizing position and shout, "Lobster!" Although his mouth mechanically followed orders and repeated, "Lobster," his heart continued screaming, "Never!" He would rather keep doing the lobster exercise and endure this physical agony than set foot inside that kitchen of death. Inwardly, he screamed that he would rather say the crustacean's name 1,000 times than join the kitchen team. Faced with his brother's extreme determination, Eon-sung sighed in exasperation. He finally relented and promised to find Min-soo another job that would help him earn points. Min-soo was overjoyed and silently thanked his lucky stars for having the greatest older brother in the world. The grounds suddenly grew peaceful beneath the gentle afternoon sunlight. The rustling leaves and chirping birds created a rare atmosphere of tranquility inside the center. In the classroom, the curtains swayed gently in the cool breeze, creating the perfect conditions for a pleasant afternoon nap. Min-soo lay slumped over his desk, enjoying the chance to relax after an exhausting morning of torturous exercises. Half asleep, he thought, "I wish I could sleep a little longer." However, the constant sound of imitation motors beside him disturbed his slumber. Furious, Min-soo slammed his hand against the desk and screamed, "Damn it, let me sleep." He angrily berated his fellow inmates for making loud motor noises with their mouths and declared that he no longer needed these robot vacuums. On the floor, the inmates continued crawling around and mechanically cleaning it while imitating motors with their mouths, following the bizarre system Min-soo had established. One inmate even confidently claimed that he worked better when making his own motor noises. He enthusiastically announced that if he became too loud, he would switch to sleep mode to avoid disturbing anyone. Watching them, Min-soo thought they were almost finished, but then grew worried when he remembered that cleaning an entire classroom earned him only one reward point. At this rate, he wondered how long it would take to accumulate the 100 points needed for his freedom. Just then, a correctional officer entered and asked whether the cleaning was finished. Min-soo quickly saluted and reported that they were nearly done. The officer informed him that he would have to proceed alone to the next location for the additional volunteer work he had registered for earlier. Min-soo was delighted and silently thanked his brother, Eon-sung, for arranging such an easy opportunity to earn points. However, the moment he entered the new location, the smile on his face froze. Instead of the easy job he had imagined, the menacing kitchen team captain was waiting for him. He grinned threateningly. "So lying little Min-soo has returned. You're here now, so prepare for a beating." Min-soo looked around in horror and realized that he was standing inside the kitchen of death, surrounded by the logistics team's muscular brutes. Realizing that he had been lured into a trap, he froze. "This isn't what I signed up for. You promised you wouldn't send me to the kitchen team." His own brother had sold him out. Inwardly, he screamed the name of the brother who had broken his promise. "Kang Eon-sung, you bastard!" Jang Do-bo was a muscular brute with a burning ambition to become South Korea's greatest chef. He swung a frying pan wildly amid towering flames. His strength was impressive. His right arm could easily control a 3-kilogram cast iron pan and effortlessly toss 2 kilograms of food into the air. Meanwhile, his left hand had been trained to perform the more delicate tasks of seasoning and presentation. Yet the harsh truth was evident on the inmates' meal trays. They complained incessantly, "Damn, this tastes horrible. How much longer do I have to eat this garbage?" A chef this bad should be sued. To Jang Do-bo, criticizing his food was a direct insult to his honor. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging across his face as he tried to suppress his rage. "Those bastards. I have to endure it." But one glance at the chaotic kitchen behind him, with fires blazing everywhere and food flying through the air, made it clear that there was not a single genuinely talented cook in this cursed place to help him. The kitchen nightmare continued to escalate as someone screamed, "The pasta is burning. It's burning." A foolish-looking subordinate cheerfully carried out a pitch-black pan and exclaimed, "Dubo, I figured out how to make oil. Our country is an oil-producing nation now." As if that were not enough, a pot of soybean paste soup suddenly turned bright purple, leaving another inmate bewildered by its color. "Who put purple cabbage in here?" "Step forward." Dubo completely lost control and roared through his tears. How can there be an entire kitchen without a single person who knows how to cook? Although he desperately wanted to tear his useless subordinates apart, he considered them members of his tribe and forced himself to suppress his anger. However, Lee Min-soo was an entirely different matter. Jang Dubo coldly picked up his frying pan, then loomed behind Min-soo with a terrifying, murderous aura. He growled that Min-soo had insulted his tribe and would receive no mercy. Towering behind the bewildered boy, Jang Dubo declared menacingly, "I'll teach you a lesson with this frying pan." But then he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the flaming pans. Right before him, Min-soo was displaying masterful cooking skills, wielding a pan in each hand and seasoning the food with such professionalism that the team captain could not believe his eyes. Overcome with excitement, Jang Dubo suddenly rushed forward, lifted Min-soo into the air, and roared, "Kid, where did you learn to cook?" Min-soo awkwardly replied that he had merely helped out at the orphanage. Upon hearing that, the captain burst into tears, his face streaming as emotion overwhelmed him. He murmured joyfully, "I found him. I finally found him. I knew this day would come." Dubo hugged Min-soo tightly and cried out in excitement, "Don't worry. I'm here now, my darling." He hoisted Min-soo up and ran around the kitchen, laughing uproariously and declaring that Min-soo was the kitchen team's greatest treasure. Min-soo could only scream desperately for the madman to put him down. Meanwhile, in the food storeroom, candy wrappers and other trash were scattered everywhere. Several kitchen team members had secretly gathered there, stealing food and grumbling that their original plan had failed. They had intended to make Dubo and Min-soo fight, but Dubo was now clinging to Min-soo like a shadow. One of them ground his teeth and wondered how they could make Dubo hate Min-soo. A vicious idea immediately occurred to him. If Min-soo's food tasted horrible, Dubo would surely despise him. The group laughed gleefully and decided to sneak garbage into Min-soo's food to drive him away. They smugly declared that Min-soo was finished this time. However, their smiles instantly vanished when Eon-sung suddenly appeared in the storeroom doorway. He smiled coldly and announced that he had finally discovered why supplies had been disappearing for so long. Facing the panicking offenders, Eon-sung growled that thieves had to face the proper consequences. Although they shouted defiantly that this was the kitchen team's territory, Eon-sung did not hesitate to punish them. In a matter of moments, he defeated everyone who had intended to cause trouble for his younger brother. Looking at the men sprawled at his feet, Eon-sung breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Since Min-soo had not wanted to join the kitchen team, Eon-sung had been extremely worried about him. He thought that Min-soo seemed to be adapting quite well, but still wondered who had placed his brother on a kitchen team, since it certainly had not been him. Meanwhile, 2 correctional officers rushed into the warden's office with a report, sending the old warden into a frenzy of excitement. He assumed that another bloody brawl had broken out in the kitchen, but the truth left him disappointed. Instead of a fight, today's menu featured his favorite omelet rice. The warden sighed in disappointment, having expected a more entertaining spectacle than this boring meal. However, to please their superior, the 2 officers performed an extremely strange and cheesy ritual intended to make the food taste better. Although he was confused at first, the warden nodded in approval after tasting it and admitted that the food was genuinely excellent. In the cafeteria, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely serious. Jang Dubo shouted that today was the special day that came only once a month and ordered everyone to exercise the utmost care while preparing. Min-soo had no idea what was happening, especially when Dubo ordered them to prepare a brand new bar of cucumber-scented soap. He wondered, wait, are we taking a bath or cooking? His astonishment peaked when he saw the captain firmly begin grating the soap on a food grater. The bizarre cooking process continued as Dubo added twice as much olive oil as soap, then heated it in a double boiler over high flames. Jang Dubo passionately lectured them about adding finely ground basil powder as an essential ingredient for fragrance. Finally, he squeezed in tangerine juice to add vitamin E, creating a mixture that he claimed was both moisturizing and wonderfully fragrant. Jang Dubo stirred wildly until all the ingredients had completely blended, then ordered them to to let it cool. It's finished, Dubo shouted proudly, completely lost in his own delusions. Minsu stared blankly at the bowl of thick sludge. What the hell is this? Are you planning to eat that? Dubo laughed triumphantly. Eat it? Of course not. This is the logistics team's natural hair wax. As he spoke, he skillfully slicked back his braided hair. His subordinates gathered around and began grooming themselves while calling out requests. Hey, be careful not to let it clump. Fix the hair at the back for me. Minsu asked in bewilderment. So it isn't food? It's hair wax? But what is so special about today that all of you have to style your hair? Dubo grinned. Is the day the new supplies arrive. On delivery day, we get to meet the girls from the Female Rehabilitation Center. Dubo smiled with anticipation as he spoke. A group of female inmates immediately appeared, cheerfully carrying boxes inside. Hello, Dubo. Why are you guys so late? We're going to take all the good stuff. One playful girl noticed the unfamiliar face. Hey, who's the new boy? Hello. Dubo explained that once a month, the cafeteria received new supplies that had to be shared with the female center's kitchen team. For the men there, this was the only privilege of joining the logistics team. Meanwhile, one girl struggled to carry a heavy box and groaned, "This is so heavy. Please help me." Girls shouldn't carry heavy things. One of Dubo's subordinates eagerly rushed forward and took the box from her with a delighted expression. He boldly declared, "Leave it to me. A lady shouldn't have to lift a finger." But that was nothing compared with Dubo. To show off his strength, the captain carried an entire towering stack of boxes by himself. This still isn't enough. A real man should be able to carry at least this much. The girls exclaimed admiringly, "Wow, Dubo is so strong. Put some more on top. He looks so cool." Minsu watched from the side in exasperation. "What the hell are you idiots doing? You're gonna break your backs. What's wrong with you? This boy is so cute, and he's tiny too." The girls suddenly surrounded Minsu and teased him until he grew angry. "Get lost. I'm not tiny." His sulking only excited them further. "Even when you're angry, you're adorable. You're so cute. Let me carry that for you." Minsu stubbornly refused, though he was beginning to waver. "I don't need help." "But, really?" Seeing this, Dubo ground his teeth furiously. "That little bastard. How dare he slack off just to flirt with girls?" As Dubo burned with jealousy, a petite girl shyly approached him from behind and gently tugged at the hem of his apron. The petite girl, her face flushed with embarrassment, held out an envelope decorated with a bright red heart. She whispered, "Here, take this before the boss sees." Jang Dubo's rough hands trembled as he accepted the letter, his heart pounding as though it might burst from his chest. Overjoyed, he cheered inwardly. Could this possibly be a love letter? As he watched the girl run away after flashing him a playful smile, Dubo became completely lost in a sweet fantasy. The kitchen captain envisioned a blissful future. He dreamed of a lavish wedding where he wore an elegant suit and walked beside his beautiful bride amid everyone's congratulatory applause. Dubo even imagined his future wife tenderly asking, "What should we name our child?" He had only just received the letter and was already naming their children. Then an adorable little daughter named Yiji appeared in his fantasy, filling him with happiness. Dubo's fantasy went so far that he imagined himself as the father of a large family with 5 young children. He cheerfully called each of their names. Ichon, Ijeon, Egun, Resap. Is everyone ready? The entire family answered yes, before posing for a heartwarming family photograph. Back in reality, Dubo laughed and cried with emotion. At last, it is finally my turn to receive one of these. Let's see what romantic love song she wrote for me. However, the moment he opened the letter, his smile froze as he read the first line, to Section Chief A. Dubo's face contorted completely from the shock, terrifying veins bulging across it. Meanwhile, in the deserted kitchen, Minsu was struggling to carry a heavy supply crate. He grumbled wearily as he worked. The cooking team members were so busy helping the girls that they had not even bothered to bring their share. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow loomed over Minsu from behind. Realizing it was Jang Dubo, Minsu stared at him in confusion. Dubo approached menacingly, radiating chilling bloodlust, and growled, "You're the team leader, aren't you?" Minsu casually confirmed, "Yeah, that's right. What's wrong, Dubo?" Do you need something? The team captain suddenly asked a bizarre question. Do you know what November 22nd is? Dubo solemnly declared, 3 years from now, it will be my wedding anniversary. A delusion this severe was beyond treatment. Min-soo was dumbfounded. What? Dubo continued interrogating him about Yi-ji. Then he roared threateningly, causing Min-soo to tremble in fear. He declared with absolute certainty, Yi-ji is the name of my 5th child. Dubo's madness reached its peak. Gritting his teeth, he screamed, she should have been a beautiful little girl with a ponytail, born into this wonderful world. If you hadn't stolen my wife. His eyes blazing red, Dubo howled in utter rage. I'll kill you. You bastard who stole my wife. Min-soo could only stare wide-eyed in terror as the enormous fist hurtled straight toward him. Wait, why are you suddenly? Before he could finish, Dubo's crushing fist slammed into the wall right beside his head. The wall behind him shattered instantly. Min-soo swiftly dodged, but he was still stunned by the destructive power of the blow. He shouted furiously, what the hell? Are you seriously trying to kill me? Jang Dubo had completely lost his mind. He muttered deliriously, Li Min-soo, enemy of my child. What child? You lunatic. Taking advantage of his opponent's opening, Min-soo launched a flying double kick straight into his face. But Jang Dubo appeared completely unharmed. He quickly grabbed Min-soo by the ankle, then mercilessly slammed him into the floor. Dubo's rampage showed no sign of ending. He roared, how dare you steal my future wife? Min-soo realized in horror that if he took one more blow, his skull would surely be shattered. Desperately searching for a way to counterattack, he calculated, if I can just disable this monster's right arm, he'll be helpless. But reality was far crueler. Min-soo bitterly realized that his opponent's reach was too long for him to get close. The nightmare continued when Dubo's left-handed punches proved just as devastating. Min-soo endured one brutal blow after another. It felt as though his body were crashing directly into enormous boulders. The force of the impact sent him flying. Suppressing the pain, Min-soo told himself that at least his opponent's right arm was trapped. But Dubo screamed at Min-soo to give everything back, then violently ripped the metal cabinet door off its hinges. Min-soo was horrified to see that the restraint was gone. The madman continued ranting about his plans to take So-ai hiking on Mount Buchan while wildly swinging the heavy metal door. Dubo repeatedly smashed it down, forcing Min-soo to dodge frantically. Min-soo realized he was in mortal danger when he was cornered against the wall with nowhere to escape. As he faced the cold wall, he suddenly remembered the blind spot tactic his older brother had taught him. Dubo screamed about his first kiss with his future wife, then threw a punch straight at Min-soo's face. Despite the murderous aura surrounding him, Min-soo coldly said, I don't know who So-ai is, but your date plans are terrible. He firmly grabbed his opponent and mocked him, saying no girl would ever agree to go out with someone like him. Exploiting his opponent's carelessness, Min-soo recalled the position-switching technique needed to execute a combination move. He pivoted decisively and used all his strength to drive the giant back into the wall, hoping to turn the tables. Yet no matter how hard he tried, Dubo's body did not move an inch. One look at biceps larger than Min-soo's head made it clear how uneven this match was. Dubo screamed hysterically, accusing Min-soo of stealing his pure love and his child's future. Dubo brutally clamped a hand over Min-soo's face and smashed his head into the metal cabinet, leaving him screaming in pain. Completely out of control, he roared that Min-soo's punishment had only just begun. Jang Dubo screamed as he launched a crushing punch straight at Min-soo's head. Min-soo realized in horror that he could not evade the fatal blow within such a cramped space. At the boundary between life and death, he quickly grabbed an object beside him and fought back. At the same time, in the girls' rehabilitation wing, the female inmates complained about the grueling kitchen work and said how much they miss Se-min. One girl noticed a crate of onions that had been left behind and guessed that it belonged to the boys' wing. Her fellow inmates tried to stop her because they were afraid of the ferocious-looking Jang Dubo. But a stylish, black-haired girl eagerly volunteered to return it. She casually remarked that Dubo was actually rather cute, so there was nothing to fear. Her taste was certainly unusual. She needed an eye examination immediately. Meanwhile, chaos still reigned in the kitchen as Min-soo screamed at the madman to stop chasing him. Panting heavily, Dubo relentlessly pursued Min-soo around the kitchen tables. He roared that he would immediately punish the man he considered the enemy of his future family. Noticing that the enormous man was finally tiring, Min-soo immediately seized the chance to counterattack. He smashed a tray of eggs into Dubo's face and shouted, "Take this egg punishment." Raw eggs streamed down Dubo's face, making him look even more wretched and frightening. Min-soo added a taunt about the smell of chicken manure, then told him to get out of his sight. His fury reaching its peak, Dubo grabbed a kettle and several pots and hurled them wildly at Min-soo. Min-soo struggled to dodge, while calling him a lunatic for using attacks that could kill someone. But Dubo merely screamed that Min-soo had to die immediately. The situation became extremely dangerous when Dubo hurled a frying pan filled with bubbling hot oil. Just then, the girl from the female wing arrived at the kitchen door, humming cheerfully. She casually opened the door and called out, "Hey guys, I brought back the supplies you left behind." Disaster struck without warning as the hot oil flew from Dubo's swinging pan directly toward the doorway. "No!" Yank Dubo exclaimed in horror. He watched as all the oil hurtled toward the unfortunate girl who had just appeared at the kitchen door. "Get out of the way!" Min-soo shouted. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed forward, wrapped his arms around the girl, and shielded her with his own body. The hot liquid splashed across Min-soo's back. He gritted his teeth against the flesh-searing agony as the scalding fluid soaked through his clothes. The girl stared in shock and gasped. A piercing scream echoed throughout the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, Kang Eon-sung raced down the corridor at terrifying speed. "No, Min-soo!" He screamed in utter panic, his heart constricting with fear. Eon-sung blamed himself. He had come there to protect Min-soo and could never allow his brother to suffer another injury. Eon-sung charged into the infirmary and breathlessly asked the nurse, "Room A3, is Lee Min-soo here?" The nurse told him to be quiet and pointed toward a curtained bed. "Sure, he's over there, on that bed." Trembling, Eon-sung pulled back the curtain while anxiously calling his younger brother's name. But a cold, dry skeleton was lying on the bed before him, leaving him frozen in horror. "Min-soo?" The skeleton spoke faintly in an apologetic voice. "I'm sorry, Eong-sung. I ended up like this after all." Eon-sung collapsed beside the bed in utter despair. "No, how could you look so much like a real skeleton?" "Ha ha ha." Min-soo's laughter shattered the mournful atmosphere. It turned out that the substance splashed on him had not been hot oil, and he was merely playing a prank with the infirmary's skeleton model. Min-soo cheerfully explained that he had almost become a real skeleton, but his smile abruptly vanished when he noticed Eon-sung's hand trembling with rage. Eong-sung ap dotek menasing thadiating boludut. Terrified, Min-soo stammered an apology for taking the joke too far. But instead of unleashing his fury, Eon-sung suddenly pulled his younger brother into a tight embrace. What a touching display of brotherly love. Eon-sung held Min-soo tightly, his voice choked with relief. "My God, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Min-soo froze at this unexpected show of affection. He gently returned the embrace and quietly apologized for making his brother worry. Behind them, the nurse flew into a rage, demanding to know who had dared to fool around with her skeleton model. As soon as he calmed down, Eon-sung roared in disbelief upon learning that Min-soo still wanted to volunteer for the cooking team. Min-soo insisted that it was the fastest way to earn merit points, but he also admitted that he was afraid and wanted his brother's help. His eyes burning with determination, Min-soo looked directly at him and said, "You'll teach me how to defeat Dubo, won't you?" He had only just escaped death, yet he already wanted to fight again. Eon-sung slicked back his hair and gave a dangerous smirk. "You really are something else. Are you ready?" Soon afterward, in the assembly yard, the warden appeared deeply impressed by Eon-sung's new idea. When asked about this strange training method, Eon-sung coldly explained that the exercise was designed to teach those who dared challenge authority where they truly belonged. He solemnly declared, "It is called the dung beetle drill." The warden lavished praise on Eon-sung's creativity as he watched the inmates crawl around the yard, pushing gigantic boulders with their backs and legs. The warden wondered where the boulders had come from and received the casual reply that Eon-sung had brought them down from the mountain behind the center. Beneath the crushing weight, Min-soo gritted his teeth, his face contorted from exertion, and screamed resentfully, "Kang Eon-sung, you bastard. Can't you teach me like a normal person?" Eon-sung casually adjusted his sunglasses, praised his younger brother for doing well, and announced the end of the day's training. Drenched in sweat, Min-soo eagerly asked, "Does that mean I can fight Dubo now?" But Eon-sung casually crushed his hopes. "Not yet. Now roll it by yourself." Min-soo immediately had his strain beneath an enormous boulder, screaming bitterly, "Damn it! Kang Eon-sung, you bastard!" Min-soo frantically pushed the boulder while cursing his brother for this excessive torture. Only after his younger brother was completely exhausted did Eon-sung offer him some praise. "Good work. You can stop now." Delighted, Min-soo asked whether it was finally time to take revenge on Dubo, but the answer was still an emphatic no. Eon-sung pointed at a gigantic concrete breakwater block and coldly ordered, "Next, this present is for you." Min-soo once again found himself in a living hell. He screamed in excruciating pain as he tried to push the structure, which weighed several tons, across the ground. Eon-sung casually adjusted his sunglasses. A little unsteady, but still excellent. Min-soo lay flattened against the ground, silently cursing his cruel older brother and wondering when this torment would finally end. Eon-sung sighed and explained that defeating someone in a completely different weight class was not as simple as Min-soo thought. He stated with certainty, "If you can make this thing move even slightly, you will definitely win." Min-soo blinked in confusion. "Oh, really?" But the moment he saw his next target, he fell completely silent. Before him stood a boulder as tall as a tower, making Min-soo look pitifully tiny as he sat in front of it. He wondered in disbelief whether any human could possibly move such a thing. Meanwhile, Sejun had been locked in solitary confinement for an entire week. He still could not understand how he had lost. In truth, Min-soo had not landed a single punch on him. Recalling his opponent's seemingly futile attacks, Sejun bitterly told himself that he had lost only because he had been too careless. Sitting silently in solitary confinement, Sejun brooded that if he received a rematch, he would undoubtedly win, since his previous defeat had been nothing more than an accident. At present, however, he faced a more urgent problem. Squatting over the toilet, Sejun bitterly realized that he had completely run out of toilet paper and that the faucet was not working. Looking down at his already soiled sleeve, he realized that only one option remained for dealing with this miserable situation. Gritting his teeth, he violently tore a strip of fabric from the uniform he was wearing. Just as Sejun was about to use it, a roll of toilet paper was suddenly thrown into the cell, rolling to a stop beneath his feet. Eon-sung's mocking voice came from outside. "Stop using random scraps. Use this and clean yourself properly." Standing behind the bars, Eon-sung coldly reminded him that the two of them still had something important to discuss. After waiting for Sejun to finish, Eon-sung casually opened the door and entered the solitary cell. The moment the correctional officer stepped inside, Sejun suddenly attacked him from behind, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Agitated, he growled, "How do you know my sister?" But Eon-sung dodged the surprise attack with lightning speed, leaving Sejun stunned. He realized that this correctional officer possessed strength and reflexes far beyond anything he had imagined. In an instant, Eon-sung counterattacked and effortlessly pinned Sejun to the floor. Looking disappointed, he mocked his opponent's cheap surprise attack. When Eon-sung raised his fist as if to strike, Sejun could only squeeze his eyes shut and helplessly brace himself. When the blow failed to fall, Sejun cautiously opened his eyes and glanced around suspiciously. Eon-sung suddenly gave him a bright smile and suggested, "If you're so curious, why don't you ask her yourself?" He casually held up a phone connected to GA Seimin right in front of Sejun. At the same time, Seimin's phone rang repeatedly at a cosmetic and dermatology clinic. The caller's name was clearly saved on the screen as #1 husband candidate. She answered and softly said, "Hello, Kang Eon-sung." Holding the phone to her ear, Seimin got straight to the point and asked, "Have you met Sejun yet?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Sejun stammered, "Why do you have my sister's phone number?" Seimin anxiously asked whether her younger brother had left the rehabilitation center yet and whether he was injured. Then she suddenly said, "Kang Eon-sung, I need to say something confidential. Could you cover your ears?" Eon Sung obediently replied, sure, then turned around and tightly covered his ears. Seeming carefully ticked again. Sejun, has Kong Eon Sung covered his ears? After her younger brother nodded in confirmation, she took a deep breath and suddenly screamed into the phone, listen, you thick-head idiot. Seimin's fury erupted as she mercilessly berated him. You brainless moron. Is your skull stuffed with instant noodles? What the hell are you doing? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? You bastard. Is your head full of noodles? Seimin continued screaming about everything she had suffered. You're the worst brother imaginable. Thanks to you, I was sent to prison and forced to endure every kind of misery. Even after getting out, I still have to run around trying to clean up this entire mess. If you're going to keep quiet, then stay silent forever. You're still causing trouble in prison. You never think about me, do you? Raise your head, you bastard. Are you listening to me? Answer me, idiot. Sejun stood frozen, his face deathly pale before his sister's overwhelming fury. Meanwhile, in the rehabilitation center's assembly yard, a gigantic boulder stood like an impossible challenge. Min-soo strained with every ounce of strength he possessed, his muscles bulging and sweat pouring down his body as he pushed against the boulder. Gritting his teeth, he drove into it with both his hands and feet, enduring excruciating pain. The other inmates watched from a distance, whispering among themselves. Did it move yet? Another firmly replied, no, not even an inch. The crowd soon drifted into everyday chatter, such as the cod on tonight's dinner menu. One of them shouted toward Min-soo, hey Min-soo, give it up. They began discussing Sejun's upcoming release and worrying that another fight would soon break out. Someone wondered why Min-soo was trying to move the boulder and was told that if he succeeded, he would challenge Dubo. I really hope he doesn't fight Dubo. There were many powerful inmates in this prison, but Dubo stood at the very top of the food chain. A single blow from his right arm was enough to finish anyone. One only had to look at what had happened to Jang-soo to understand, and the inmates began to fear that Min-soo would meet the same gruesome fate. Despite their warnings, Min-soo continued pouring every ounce of strength into the enormous boulder. Gritting his teeth, he roared, damn it, I'll move this thing no matter what. Meanwhile, in the solitary confinement wing, Jie, Seimin's fury showed no sign of subsiding. She screamed over the phone, I raised you with so much care, and this is the idiot you turned into? You can't even recognize someone who's trying to help you, and all you do is bark meaningless nonsense. Seimin reminded Sejun that she had gone to great lengths to find someone to help him, only for him to pick a fight with that very person. She cursed bitterly, stay in there and grow moss. You idiot. If you draw any attention after you get out, I'll tear you apart, you bastard. Unable to endure any more abuse, Sejun decisively ended the call. On the other end, Seimin was stunned. What? He dared to hang up on me? He really wants to die. Sejun was in serious trouble this time. She regretted not having time to warn her younger brother to be careful. Just then, a nurse timidly poked her head inside and said that the doctor had heard every one of her vulgar insults and was waiting to see her. Seimin could only let out an embarrassed, oh. Kong Eon-sung casually took back his phone and asked, is the call over? Sitting on the floor, Sejun sighed wearily. No, my head just hurts a little. He looked up at Eon-sung and once again confirmed his relationship with Min-soo. After confirming that Eon-sung was indeed Min-soo's older brother, Sejun pondered for a moment. So you're the one who taught him how to fight, right? After thinking it over, Sejun looked Eon-sung directly in the eyes and declared with determination, I'll do whatever you say. So teach me too. Teach me how to fight. Meanwhile, in the prison cafeteria, the atmosphere was becoming more chaotic than ever. The kitchen crew scrambled around as food kept burning, resulting in repeated punishments for the entire team. They feared that if this continued, they would all be kicked out of the logistics unit. One wished Min-soo were there to shoulder the burden, but another immediately argued that Min-soo was the source of all their trouble. Ever since that horrific battle, Jang Dubo, their once proud captain, had completely fallen apart. Dubo sat curled up in a corner of the kitchen, his face vacant as he unconsciously drew circles on the floor and muttered in despair, I'm finished. It's all over. Min-soo suddenly pushed open the kitchen door and entered in high spirits. He announced confidently, the kitchen assistant is here to save the day. The kitchen crew panicked when they saw the troublemaker return. They yelled and asked whether Min-soo had a death wish, since he was the one who had driven Dubo insane. Dubo slowly raised his head, repeatedly muttering Min-soo's name with simmering rage. The captain immediately sprang to his feet and lumbered toward Min-soo, radiating murderous intent and making the atmosphere unbearably tense. Min-soo abruptly halted his fury with a provocative question. "Do-bo, do you know why women don't like you?" The question struck his sore spot, causing the giant to freeze. Curious, he demanded to know why he was so unpopular. Min-soo lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Then he delivered a vicious insult. "It's because you're unbelievably ugly." Ah! Do-bo's face became completely distorted, and he ground his teeth in uncontrollable rage at the direct insult. Do-bo roared madly. "I'll kill you." Do-bo had completely lost it again. His terrified underlings could only clutch their heads at Min-soo's recklessness, convinced that a gruesome scene would unfold in the kitchen that day. Do-bo charged as though he wanted to tear his opponent apart and devour him, screaming that everything terrible in his life was Min-soo's fault. Yet Min-soo kept adding fuel to the fire, sarcastically asking why Do-bo was blaming him for being ugly. Everyone around them was stunned by Min-soo's insane audacity. Instead of confronting him directly, Min-soo led Do-bo on a chase around the kitchen tables, infuriating him even further. He casually refused Do-bo's demands to come back and continued hurling taunts at him. The crew could only watch as Min-soo displayed astonishing speed, evading the heavy attacks of their out-of-control captain. Do-bo roared in frustration and poured all his strength into a punch aimed at Min-soo, swearing to crush him on the spot. Jang Do-bo's devastating fist slammed into a metal cabinet, but Min-soo swiftly dodged it. Min-soo laughed triumphantly and mocked him. "Haha, idiot, don't you have a brain? How did you fall for the same trap again?" He saw that Do-bo's right hand was firmly trapped in the wreckage. Do-bo still tried to charge forward, but Min-soo had already anticipated it. He firmly seized the captain's enormous arm, making Do-bo exclaim in shock. "Huh." Min-soo roared with excitement. "No, I thought everything through before I acted. You fell right into my plan." He poured all his strength into the decisive attack and shouted the technique's name, Fart Slayer Punch. What a stinking name for a move. While the kitchen battle approached its climax, Kang Yeon-sung was doing everything he could to win over the warden with a private dinner in the cafeteria. Amid an elegant setting of candles and wine, he politely introduced the dish. "I prepared this especially for you, warden." The warden seemed quite pleased with the atmosphere. Yeon-sung ceremoniously lifted the lid and introduced the dish as specially steamed Alaskan pollock. Although it was merely simple braised fish, the warden's face contorted with excitement. He could not believe he was enjoying such a luxurious dish in this hellhole. Yeon-sung did not stop there. He demonstrated his drink-mixing skills by combining two kinds of fruit beverages. He expertly shook the cocktail shaker and introduced the special drink as the hybrid flavor star. After taking just one sip, the warden was transported to heaven, clearly tasting the refreshing peach blended with deliciously sweet grapes. Yeon-sung smiled knowingly and invited him to enjoy the dinner show unfolding before his eyes. From the dining table, the warden eagerly watched the fight between Jang Do-bo and Min-soo through a glass window. Seeing that his opponent had nowhere left to run, Do-bo roared arrogantly. "Go on, keep running. Why are you standing still now?" He swung his devastating fist directly at Min-soo and growled, asking whether the boy wanted to be executed on the spot for daring to block his attack with his bare hands. However, Do-bo's smile instantly vanished when he realized that his right arm had been immobilized by a masterful grappling technique. Horrified to discover that he could not move at all, he frantically wondered where this brat had learned such moves. Min-soo seized the opportunity to land a rapid series of punches on his opponent's face, enraging Do-bo. The kitchen crew captain fought back furiously. He roared, challenging Min-soo to overcome his raw muscular strength, and plunged into a brutal close-quarter struggle. Several days earlier, while pinned beneath the enormous boulder, Min-soo had wearily asked why he had to endure such torturous training instead of using the same strategy he had employed against Se-jun, forcing his opponent into a corner. Yeon-sung coldly told him to think carefully before speaking. The weight difference between Min-soo and Se-jun was only one division, which was why that strategy had worked. Against Do-bo, however, the difference in size was far greater, 2 or even 3 weight divisions. Yeon-sung warned that Min-soo should be the one praying that Do-bo did not force him into a corner. When Min-soo breathlessly asked whether his brother intended to help him bulk up into Dubo's weight division, Eon-sung called him an idiot. That was impossible to accomplish in such a short time. Muscles did not grow like mushrooms. Eon-sung suddenly posed a scientific question. How could Min-soo move rocks that weighed more than his own body? The answer was the principle of leverage. He explained that the human limbs also functioned according to this principle. Eon-sung asserted that if Min-soo could turn himself into a lever capable of moving that enormous boulder, he could also push back someone like Dubo. Back in the real battle, Min-soo strained against his opponent head-on, stopping the kitchen captain's mighty arm. Dubo stared wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to understand why such a small boy did not budge before his strength. Min-soo continued raining blows upon his opponent, roaring furiously about all the suffering he had endured. Watching through the cafeteria window, Eon-sung asked the warden whether he was enjoying the show. The warden admitted that it was quite entertaining, but claimed that the outcome was too predictable. He pointed out that Dubo did not even feel pain from those tiny fists, while Min-soo was already showing clear signs of exhaustion. The warden confidently declared that no one could ultimately ignore such an enormous difference in weight class. Seeing that the warden still doubted his younger brother's abilities, Eon-sung suddenly made a bold proposal. Then let's make a bet. I'll wager on that boy, Lee Min-soo. The warden paused in the middle of his meal and curled his lips into a sinister smile. A bet? That sounds wonderful. You really do enjoy reckless wagers, don't you? Eon-sung lightly adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, Precisely. He wanted to test the theory that attacks to the face would be ineffective because of the weight class difference. In theory, the basic stances of combat sports were always designed to provide maximum protection to the face and head. That was because the head and face contain the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Min-soo continued attacking, while Dubo absorbed blow after blow and still roared arrogantly. Keep punching. Are you trying to tickle me? He had no idea that numerous critical weak points were concentrated around his head, including the eyes, forehead, nose, philtrum, and temples. Of them all, the most vulnerable point was the chin. A precise punch to the chin would violently jolt the brain and inner ear, immediately disrupting the opponent's sense of balance. Min-soo poured all his strength into a vicious blow aimed directly at that target. Dubo was completely dazed, his eyes rolling back as he lost awareness. Aim for the chin and finish it with one hit. Weight class might be extremely important in amateur fights, but in the end, professional technique would always prevail. Min-soo roared and unleashed the decisive punch, completely distorting the giant's face under the impact. He coldly watched his staggering opponent and offered his farewell. Dubo, see you. Goodbye. Delirious from the devastating blow, Dubo suddenly saw the woman of his dreams, smiling and tenderly waving goodbye. He screamed desperately in panic, Honey, no. Don't leave me, honey. All the beautiful fantasies he had cherished, a magnificent wedding, a loving wife, and adorable children, vanished in a thin air with that fateful fall. Jang Dubo lay motionless on the floor, still desperately calling for the woman of his dreams in his delirium. Don't leave me. The kitchen crew stood frozen, unable to believe that their boss had been defeated by a newcomer like Min-soo. Even the warden cried out in disbelief after losing the bet. He stared at Eon-sung and demanded, How did you predict that so accurately? Eon-sung merely adjusted his glasses, smiled knowingly, and said that it had only been a hunch. The warden smirked with amusement and turned to leave. Before departing, he reminded Eon-sung to start thinking about what reward he wanted for winning. Min-soo sat on his opponent's chest, panting from exhaustion after the grueling battle. He suddenly noticed an envelope decorated with a heart beneath Dubo's hand. Min-soo read the words on the front in confusion. To the section chief. Stunned, he wondered, wait, is this a love letter for Sejun? The crew confirmed that the letter had indeed been intended for Sejun, but Dubo had mistakenly believed that Min-soo was the recipient and had therefore gone berserk trying to kill him. The absurd truth left Min-soo speechless. It turned out that all his pain and every exhausting attempt to move that enormous boulder had been caused by this lunatic's ridiculous misunderstanding. Min-soo screamed furiously and began raining punches on the unconscious Dubo to vent his anger. The kitchen crew struggled to pull him away, since he was beating someone who could no longer fight back. Elsewhere, in a heavily guarded restricted area, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Inside a dark room, a mysterious figure casually played cards and drank alcohol while discussing their difficulty in selecting the next candidate. He was concerned that the strongest contenders, first Se-jun and now Du-bo, had been eliminated one after another. The mysterious man wondered doubtfully whether Lee Min-soo was truly strong enough to defeat Du-bo, who had been considered the strongest inmate at Gangyo. The two strongest contenders are gone. What do we do now? He asked thoughtfully while turning the cards in his hand. He wondered whether anyone else in this hellhole was worthy of their attention. The first name mentioned was enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. Lee Kong-min. He was the leader of a notorious new generation gang in eastern Daeheon, a madman who frequently used brutal violence to establish his absolute authority. Lee Kong-min stood tall amid a crowd, laughing arrogantly at the agony of the defeated man beneath his feet. But the list of potential candidates did not end there. The second name mentioned was Ha Sung-hyun, a member of the maintenance crew. Unlike the other intimidating figures, Sung-hyun always appeared wearing a welding mask, his sharp eyes intensely focused on his work. The mysterious man casually poured himself more liquor. He understood why a gang leader like Lee Kong-min was on the list, but could not understand why Ha Sung-hyun, who was not even a leader, had been chosen as a candidate. Jisoo, aren't you going to choose anyone? Add someone and make the game more interesting. The person holding the #1 position at Gangyo Juvenile Rehabilitation Center was none other than Jisoo. He lightly ran his fingers over the pile of gambling chips, his eyes revealing deep calculation. Jisoo admitted that he had originally planned to sit this round out, but after hearing about the recent upheaval, his curiosity had truly been aroused. With a knowing smile, Jisoo made his final decision. I nominate Lee Min-soo as a candidate. After the brawl, Du-bo was thrown into solitary confinement, giving Min-soo the opportunity to take over his position. However, the price was that he had to work in the kitchen as part of the deal. Watching flames erupt from a pan, Min-soo screamed resentfully, "What kind of reward is this?" While he struggled with the work, the logistics crew continued, causing one absurd disaster after another. They cheered excitedly. Min-soo, look at this. It's amazing." The kitchen crew's stupidity seemed to have no limits. One of them cried out in amazement when he saw rice overflowing from a pot. "Wow, the rice is multiplying." When Min-soo asked how much rice he had put in, he casually replied, "A full pot." Everyone fell silent at the sight of the rice cooker erupting like a volcano. As if that were not enough, another crew member proudly displayed his work of art, a crab perched majestically atop a dead octopus. The catastrophe reached its peak when they placed an electric kettle directly over the stove flame and burned it completely black. One of them offered the innocent excuse, "But you told me to boil a kettle of water." Min-soo completely broke down. He screamed in despair, "You idiots, stop it. Du-bo, come back. I miss Du-bo more than I'd miss a girlfriend." Just then, the female inmates appeared with the supply crates, cheerfully greeting everyone and asking why Du-bo was absent. The receiving area instantly descended into chaos as the men fought to help the girls. Shouts of "Lift it higher" and "Give me that box" rang out everywhere, making Min-soo sigh to himself. Those idiots are at it again. Suddenly, the girl Min-soo had saved from the boiling oil approached him and softly called, "Hey, Min-soo." While he stared at her in confusion, she shyly said, "Thanks for what you did before. You saved me from having oil spilled all over me." Min-soo laughed it off, saying the oil had not been that hot, so it was no big deal. But then, to his astonishment, she suddenly held out a letter sealed with a bright red heart. Min-soo took it with a deeply suspicious expression. "Why make such a fuss? If there's a problem, just give it to Se-jun." The moment she heard Se-jun's name, the girl flushed with embarrassment and shouted indignantly, "It's for you, idiot!" She hurried away, not forgetting to yell that it was a secret. Min-soo froze as he stared at the words "to Min-soo" written on the envelope. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Gentlemen, his days as a single man were officially over. A dreamy vision of the future appeared in his mind. A small house in a green meadow, where he lived happily with a loving wife and their young children. Min-soo's face turned bright red as he stared in a daze at the first love letter he had ever received. It began with a heartfelt confession. Dear Min-soo, a few days ago, when that boiling oil was about to pour all over me, I thought it was all over. You saved my life. The truth, however, was that she had secretly watched him and known about him long before that. She first saw Min-soo through the gaps in the barbed wire fence separating the two compounds. It was one afternoon while she was taking a walk after lunch. Suddenly, a terrifying sight appeared before her. A blue trash can lid flew straight into a bully's face. Witnessing such decisiveness and strength, the young woman could only stand rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with amazement and admiration. That was the day of the great battle between Min-soo and Sejun. She had been completely captivated by his eyes, which burned with madness and determination. He possessed the wild beauty of a honey badger that feared absolutely nothing. The moment she heard the crowd chanting Lee Min-soo's name, she carved it into her heart. From that moment on, her heart never stopped fluttering as she held her breath and followed his every move. To look beautiful and personally hand Min-soo this letter, she had gone to extraordinary lengths despite the prison's limited resources. She carefully heated a pair of metal tongs over the stove and used them to curl each lock of hair exactly the way she wanted. When one of her older cellmates suggested makeup, they found an extremely creative solution despite having no cosmetics. They soaked colorful magazine pages with soapy water and rubbed them vigorously, allowing her to cleverly use the printing ink as homemade blush and lipstick, truly one-of-a-kind cosmetics. Sarah carefully applied the improvised color to her lips, hoping she looked good enough to gather the courage to confess her feelings. The inmates around her showered her with praise. Wow, the color really shows. Sarah, you look gorgeous. Why didn't you do this before? Sarah could only blush shyly. Please stop teasing me. Deep down, she wondered whether she would truly look beautiful in his eyes today. Back in his cell, Min-soo sat in a daze and read the final message. You have to give me your answer the next time we meet. His cellmates immediately surrounded him and shouted jealously, Traitor! Execute him! How did you get a girlfriend before any of us? You're thrilled to receive a letter, aren't you? We lifelong bachelors strongly disapprove. Min-soo awkwardly admitted that he was happy, but he was also deeply confused. The only letters I've ever received were from my mother or Sejun. Faced with everyone's curiosity, he tossed them the letter. Here, read it yourselves. Sarah's letter was overflowing with affection. I like you. Do you like me too? Thank you for saving me, but please don't get hurt. If you get hurt, it will break my heart too. You're the only person in my heart. Meanwhile, at the warden's office, Kong Eon-sung knocked and reported, Sir, Sergeant Kong reporting. He entered with a formal bearing and declared, I heard you were looking for me, sir. The old warden smiled and mentioned that Eon-sung had now been there for 3 months. He endlessly praised Eon-sung's extraordinary record, from entering the military academy early to ranking first in the sergeant examination in record time. The warden proudly declared that the center was fortunate to have such a gifted man. Eon-sung firmly promised to devote himself to the warden and the country, but inwardly he was plotting. I need to earn this old man's trust so I can find a way to raise Min-soo's score. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold when a warden leaned close, smirked, and revealed that he had seen something interesting on the security cameras. Are you two close friends? Eon-sung was stunned, and cold sweat began pouring down beneath his glasses. The warden glared at him and pressed in a disturbingly threatening tone. What exactly is the relationship between you two? The tension left Eon-sung frozen and unable to respond. Meanwhile, in the shower room, Min-soo was struggling beneath the water. He stared miserably at the tiny piece of soap in his palm, which had been reduced to a minuscule green sliver. It was even smaller than before. How was he supposed to wash himself with that? Suddenly, a hand offered him a full bottle of shampoo, leaving him bewildered. What's this? Min-soo stared at the shampoo bottle in astonishment. He could not believe such a luxury item had made it into the juvenile rehabilitation center. He turned to look at the person who had handed it to him. It was an inmate with long, flowing blonde hair, a remarkably calm and mysterious face, and a shower running over him. To get Min-soo out of the rehabilitation center, Eon-sung knew he had to conceal the fact that they were biological brothers. Ever since his adoption, no one had known about their blood relationship. Faced with the warden's probing stare, Sung broke out in a cold sweat and wondered whether the old man had caught wind of something. The warden leaned close to his face, gave a sinister smile, and pressed him. "Are you two having some sort of secret affair?" Sung told himself that he could not let the man discover the truth and desperately searched for an excuse. Suddenly, the warden burst out laughing. "Could it be that your teacher and student?" He smugly insisted that he had seen everything and believed Sung was secretly teaching Min-soo how to fight. He was convinced that Sung had dared to place that wager because he knew his student would win. The warden excitedly threw a few punches into the air. "So you're a good fighter?" Sung hurriedly went along with him, explaining that he had only helped because Min-soo wanted to become stronger. Sung quietly breathed a sigh of relief because the warden had misunderstood the situation in his favor. The warden warned him not to become too friendly with that garbage, then allowed him to leave and prepare for the outdoor activity. Watching Sung walk away, the warden muttered about Min-soo's desire to become a real man and praised him as an interesting young man. However, the instant Sung left, the warden picked up the phone and ordered a subordinate investigate Sergeant Kang's background. "I have a feeling we'll find something." After receiving confirmation from the other end, he smirked calculatingly. "This is beginning to get interesting." Meanwhile, in solitary confinement, Sejun thought about how his older sister had successfully escaped the rehabilitation center. Suddenly, sobbing echoed through the corridor and caught his attention. Following the sound, Sung found Jang Dubo curled up in a corner, weeping miserably. "This is so unfair. It's all Lee Min-soo's fault." Sung calmly approached and stated that Dubo's rejection was not Min-soo's fault. Dubo cried out bitterly. "What would an officer know? Min-soo ruined my life. He stole my wife and children." Dubo had clearly lost touch with reality. Sung coldly corrected him, explaining that the department chief mentioned in the letter was not Min-soo, but Sejun. Dubo had made a terrible mistake because he did not know the position had changed hands. Dubois' attitude immediately changed. He tearfully apologized for wrongly blaming Min-soo, then redirected all his hatred towards Sejun. Sung smirked and told him not to jump to conclusions before showing him a photograph of Se-min with Sejun. Dubo was shocked to see his goddess Se-min beside Seun. He screamed hysterically, unable to understand why his goddess was so close to a bastard like Sejun. He cursed a world that cared only about appearances and swore to kill Sejun for stealing the woman of his dreams. Sung promptly crushed his rage by revealing that they were siblings and that Sejun was Se-min's younger brother. Dubo's face twisted into an eerie smile when he realized Sejun was his future brother-in-law. He clung to the bars and shouted excitedly, leaving even Sung speechless. From inside the solitary cell, Sejun roared furiously. "Who are you calling your brother-in-law? You pig? Shut your mouth." Sejun was as aggressive as ever. Despite his hostility, Dubo continued flattering him, promising to cook plenty of delicious food for his future brother-in-law, because they would soon be family. Sung sighed and walked away as they loudly argued over Dubo's audacity in dreaming about Se-min, while Dubo urged Sejun to speak politely for the sake of his future nieces and nephews. Temporarily setting Min-soo's situation aside, Sung turned his attention to a heavily guarded restricted area. He knew he had to investigate the dark secret the warden was deliberately hiding at the rehabilitation facility. Sung reasoned that exposing this matter to the press would only cause a minor scandal. To completely bring down the president, he needed a much more devastating weakness. He realized that even as a correctional officer, he could not enter this heavily guarded restricted area. Sung was certain something sinister was being concealed behind that closed door. Peering through a narrow gap, he was horrified to see guards carrying an inmate on a stretcher, his face bloody and covered in bruises. Sung shuddered, wondering what terrible event had occurred behind that door. His gaze suddenly stopped on another inmate, quietly entering the restricted area in a bright red uniform instead of the usual gray one. Sung stood frozen, resolving to uncover the truth about these red-clad inmates. Meanwhile, in the shower room, Min-soo finished washing his hair and thanked the man who had lent him the shampoo. "It's been a long time since I was able to wash my hair properly." However, when he looked more closely at the man, Min-soo suddenly noticed something strange. He pointed at the mysterious blonde man's clothes in shock and asked, "Wait, is your uniform red?" Min-soo became even more suspicious when he saw that the handsome, muscular man was not wearing any rank badge on his chest. He cautiously pressed him. "And why don't you have a rank insignia?" In the solitary confinement wing, a suspicious question echoed through the empty corridor. Why did you let him win so easily? Dubo could not believe that Sejun had lost to someone like Min-soo. Sitting quietly behind the bars, Sejun admitted that he had been too careless, while Min-soo had arrived with an extremely well-planned strategy. Dubo also bitterly acknowledged that he had fallen into a prepared trap while trying to toy with his prey. Sejun realized that Min-soo's victory would undoubtedly draw the attention of those at the top. Dubo confirmed that it was already happening. Min-soo had even caused a division within the kitchen crew and might be chosen as a candidate to replace them. Hearing that, Sejun curled his lips in contempt. His eyes burned with murderous intent, and his clenched fists trembled as he firmly declared that he was the only possible candidate. Sejun swore to prove his abilities, rise to the top, and repay Min-soo for this humiliation at any cost. Meanwhile, in the changing room, the mysterious, muscular blonde man who had lent Min-soo the shampoo finally revealed himself. He casually introduced himself as Ji-soo and confirmed Min-soo's identity by looking at the name tag on his chest. Before Min-soo could collect himself, Ji-soo suddenly reached out and condescendingly patted his head. Min-soo irritably demanded an explanation, but Ji-soo merely laughed and remarked that his head was smaller than expected. "You're this tiny, yet you still managed to win?" Although extremely annoyed, Min-soo held back because Ji-soo had lent him the shampoo. Ji-soo looked him directly in the eyes and issued a mysterious challenge. "I came to find you this time, but next time, you'll be the one who has to find me." He warned Min-soo that the path ahead would not be easy, but he would always be waiting at the end of it. Watching Ji-soo disappear down the corridor, Min-soo could only scratch his head in confusion, unable to understand what that strange man was implying. The scene ended with a bizarre pot of ramen, fish heads protruding from the broth. "Who put fish in this sacred pot of ramen?" Someone from the logistics crew shouted in shock as he stared at the steaming pot. "Wouldn't adding something delicious make it taste even better?" Min-soo casually picked up some noodles and prepared to eat, only to notice that everyone was staring at him with strange expressions. Min-soo asked in confusion, "What is it? Why are you staring at me instead of eating?" Before he could finish, a gigantic shadow suddenly loomed over him from behind, accompanied by a chilling wave of murderous intent. It was Jang Dubo. Dubo towered over him with his massive hands raised, seemingly ready to deliver a fatal blow. Min-soo froze in terror. His eyes bulged and sweat poured down his face as he thought he was about to die at the hands of this madman. Instead of throwing a punch, however, Jang Dubo suddenly dropped to his knees and repeatedly bowed his head against the floor in tearful apology. "I'm sorry, Min-soo." Dubo has fallen from grace. Sobbing, the crew leader admitted that he had misunderstood the letter and unfairly tormented Min-soo all this time. "I misread the letter and ended up tormenting you. I am sorry. I attacked the wrong person. This is so humiliating." Dubo lamented that Sejun had become his future brother-in-law, meaning he could no longer take revenge on Min-soo's behalf. Faced with such sincere remorse, Min-soo gently held out his hand and softened his voice. "What are you talking about? I accept your apology. Now get up and eat ramen with us." Dubo choked up emotionally when Min-soo not only forgave him, but also invited him to eat. You really forgive me? And you're even letting me have ramen." The underlings watching nearby also laughed cheerfully, teasing Dubo that he had nothing to worry about because Min-soo had already received a love letter from another girl. The instant he heard that, Dubo's face twisted with fury. He roared hysterically, "Lee Min-soo, you bastard! How dare you set your sights on my second wife?" Another chaotic chase began, with Min-soo running for his life while cursing Dubo as a scoundrel. Despite being exhausted, his heart remained filled with joy and anticipation because tomorrow he would finally be able to hand Sarah his reply. But life rarely goes according to plan. Min-soo stood motionless before a bus transporting inmates, his eyes filled with shock and utter disappointment. He bitterly asked himself, why? How did things end up like this? Min-soo threw himself onto the floor and began throwing a wild tantrum. I don't want to do volunteer work. I have to meet Sarah and give her my letter. Girls come first, don't they? Despite his fierce protests, he was forced onto the bus because this assignment offered plenty of reward points that could help him earn an early release. The moment he arrived at the new volunteer site, a group of strangers appeared and arrogantly blocked their path. A short man with a crafty face and crooked teeth approached and condescendingly offered, "Become my underling, and I'll let you open a fried chicken restaurant." Min-soo smirked contemptuously and turned to Mun Hyun-jun. "Hyun-jun, look, another idiot is spouting the same nonsense you used to." This dismissive attitude wounded the lackey's pride. They angrily sprang to their boss's defense. "How dare you call our boss a fraud? Do you have any idea how much money he's made from his business?" One hulking brute suddenly grabbed Min-soo by the collar and lifted him into the air, staring at him with contempt and defiance. "Are you sure you really took down Ga, Sejun, and Dubo? You look weak as hell." Just then, an older correctional officer's shout shattered the tense atmosphere. "Stop right there. Are you punks trying to start another fight?" He furiously berated the inmates for still refusing to change their ways, even on the day of their volunteer work, relying on their fists to settle everything. Seeing how furious the officer was, the short Park Tae-ho quickly tried to shift the blame in a groveling voice. "Sir, we were minding our own business when they started trouble." Wang Hyuk, who had a brain-shaped scar on his head, protested in disbelief. "What are you talking about? You're the one who started it." But before he could finish, the older officer slammed a devastating punch into Wang Hyuk's face, knocking him down. The officer continued raining blows on him, shouting irrationally, "You little punk, I never liked your face from the very beginning." Witnessing this unprovoked violence, Min-soo froze in disbelief. What? He just attacked him without hesitation? Was he actually siding with those guys? While Tae-ho's lackeys laughed triumphantly, Wang Hyuk could only cry and beg through the pain. "I didn't do anything. Please spare me." Fortunately, Kang Eon-sung arrived in time and grabbed the older officer's arm to stop him. "That's enough. We need to leave right now." After being reminded, the officer scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, claiming he had gone a little too far because the boys were so stubborn. Eon-sung firmly ordered everyone onto the bus so they could begin the trip. He kindly checked on Wang Hyuk, then sighed wearily. Eon-sung gave Min-soo a suspicious look. "You weren't about to attack that officer just now, were you?" Min-soo turned around with a mischievous smile and winked knowingly at his brother. "Come on, big brother. Do you really trust your own little brother that little?" The bus pulled away from the rehabilitation center's gates, carrying the juvenile offenders to their volunteer site. Inside, Moon Wai-jun exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, riding like this almost feels like we're going on a school trip." Unlike him, Min-soo remained deep in thought about the older officer from earlier. Before Min-soo could find an answer, a horrible stench suddenly assaulted him. Park Tae-ho casually propped his reeking feet right beside Min-soo's face and mocked him. "Were you talking about this smell? Meet nuntai rode duriosly, damnite. Get your filthy feet away from me, you bastards. Those stinking feet are biological weapons." Tae-ho continued provoking him without a care, relying on the two hulking men beside him. "If you have a problem, come fight my lackeys." Tae-ho smugly declared that even if Ga Sejun were there, he would have no chance against his gang. Both Min-soo and Tae-ho suddenly froze when they saw an imposing figure approaching. A chilling atmosphere swept through the bus as Ga Sejun appeared, his long hair covering half his face. Sejun stared directly at the rowdy crowd and issued a commanding order. "Put your feet down." Faced with the murderous aura of the former leader of Class A, the two hulking brutes broke into cold sweats. They hurriedly lowered their feet and stammered, "All right." Min-soo asked in surprise, "You're out already, buddy?" Sejun said nothing and silently sat in the seat beside Min-soo. Min-soo could only sigh in exasperation at having to encounter his old rival again under these circumstances. The bus packed with delinquents continued speeding down the long road. Eventually, it stopped in front of a nursing home. A smartly dressed, middle-aged man warmly welcomed them. Thank you all for traveling so far to come here. I hope this volunteer trip will bring positive changes to the children from the rehabilitation center. Eon Sung politely shook hands with the director and expressed his hope that the students could be of help to the elderly residents. Meanwhile, the inmates were treated to glasses of ice-cold soda. The boys were delighted as they drank. Wow, it's been ages since I had cola. This is what money tastes like. As they enjoyed their drinks, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, a woman." The whole group erupted. "Where's the girl? Point her out." Their hopes were quickly crushed when they saw only a group of elderly women in wheelchairs. The delinquents were bitterly disappointed. "What the hell? They're all old ladies." One of them clicked his tongue. "Old ladies are still women. This is so boring. There isn't a single young woman here. They're all elderly." Suddenly, another boy shouted and pointed ahead. "No, look over there. There's a young woman. Is she a nurse?" Sejun, who had been casually drinking, suddenly froze when he saw the familiar figure. It was Ga Seimin. She was gently checking on an elderly woman. "Ma'am, are you cold? Shall I get you a blanket?" Seimin looked like the nation's ideal sweetheart. Recognizing his older sister, Sejun was so utterly shocked that he spat out the water in his mouth. Sejun stood speechless, unable to believe that his sister was there as a volunteer. Soon afterward, the volunteer activities officially began with a foot-washing ceremony for the elderly residents. An elderly woman looked at Wang Hyuk and exclaimed, "Good heavens, you look exactly like my husband when he was young." Hearing that, the man with the scar on his head immediately flattered her. Then he must have been very handsome. However, the woman immediately warned him, "Young man, don't overstep your bounds." Cameras flashed repeatedly, capturing these touching moments for the official report. In the stifling room, Min-soo wiped away his sweat and sighed, hoping the volunteer session would end as quickly as possible. Just then, an elderly man called out to him, "Young man, would you wash my feet too?" Min-soo quickly replied, "Yes, of course." However, when he looked down at the man's bare feet, he was horrified by their terrible condition. The skin was peeling and badly discolored. Min-soo thought the man must have endured tremendous hardship for his feet to look as though they were rotting. Suppressing his disgust, he carefully cleaned between every toe as instructed. Seeing so much dead skin, Min-soo asked gently, "Sir, are you feeling more comfortable now?" His kindness was answered by the leering grin of the short Park Tae-ho, who had been pretending to be an old man. Tae-ho roared with laughter and happily admitted that having the athlete's foot between his toes scratched felt incredible. The short Park Tae-ho continued taking his prank too far. He casually planted his soggy foot against Min-soo's face and mocked him. "Hey, want to work for me as my personal foot washer?" Min-soo's rage exploded, and he looked ready to burst, but Moon Wai-jun rushed over in time, wrapped his arms around him, and whispered, "Control yourself, Min-soo." Reporters behind them were constantly taking photographs of the volunteer work, prompting the correctional officer to warn them against fighting. Taeho's lackeys stood nearby laughing. They mocked Min-soo as an idiot and claimed that even people like Sejun and Dubo were nothing to fear. Min-soo gritted his teeth, swallowed his anger, and reminded himself that he absolutely could not cause trouble right now. Amid the peaceful surroundings of the nursing home, Ga Seimin gently tended to an elderly woman in a wheelchair. She pointed toward the flower garden. "Ma'am, look how beautiful those flowers are." When she saw Sejun silently pushing an elderly man's wheelchair past them, she called out, "Everyone else is busy volunteering. Are you slacking off?" Leaving the elderly residence for a moment, the siblings went somewhere private to talk. Seimin solemnly recalled that the reason they had both been sent to the rehabilitation center was because they had beaten up a perverted old man. She sighed softly and admitted, "What we did was a mistake. I truly regret it." She believed they should have simply reported the man for sexual harassment instead of intervening themselves and ending up spending part of their lives in the rehabilitation center. Watching the elderly residents peacefully enjoying the scenery, Seimin realized that not every old person was as vile as the man from back then. She reminded Sejun that they would grow old one day too, then gently asked, "What kind of old people do you think we'll become?" It was a difficult question for a young man. Seeing that Sejun still wore his usual sullen expression, she could only advise her younger brother to think about it sometime. Sejun stood up and wheeled the elderly woman inside because the weather was getting colder, leaving behind an unanswered question about his future. Lunchtime at the nursing home was bustling, with the kitchen staff rushing to prepare meals for everyone. "All right, one serving per person." Min-soo and his fellow inmates were also busy helping. "Sir, it's time to eat." "Ma'am, eat plenty and remember to chew carefully." Min-soo was so busy that he had no time to rest as people kept calling out, "Give me another bite. I'm so hungry." However, the heartwarming scene was suddenly ruined by Park Tae-ho's despicable behavior. He casually held a sausage high in the air, taunting a hungry elderly woman for his amusement. "Should I give it to you or not? But it belongs to me." Heh. Watching the poor woman humiliatingly cry and beg for food, Min-soo shouted furiously, "Hey, you bastard! What the hell are you doing to her?" Just as Min-soo's rage reached its peak, a tray of food was suddenly dumped onto his head from behind. Park Tae-ho and his lackeys laughed spitefully. "Whoops, my hand slipped." Min-soo roared, "You bastard! Wanting to accidentally spill something on you too?" Moon Wai-jun and Wang Hyuk struggled to hold Min-soo back and stop him from charging into a fight. "Calm down. Don't kill him here." The correctional officer's shout rang out. "What is it this time? Lee Min-soo, are you trying to start another fight?" Min-soo indignantly pointed at the person who had just humiliated him, but the officer coldly dismissed him. He said it was an accident. "Are you really planning to cause more trouble?" Min-soo could only stand there helplessly while the Class C inmates laughed triumphantly after humiliating someone from Class A. Park Tae-ho sneered that the people from Class A were not so frightening after all. He began lecturing them about the rehabilitation center's rules. Rank there was determined by the severity of a person's crime, not by fighting ability. Class A was for murder, Class B for assault, and Class C for theft and fraud. Tae-ho casually admitted that he was a fraudster and declared that money determined everything, both inside the center and in the outside world. He pointed to a television report about the chairman of Suksong Group being released on bail and smugly claimed that money could buy the protection of both the police and the law. He held up a coin and arrogantly declared, "If they have strength, we'll use money to buy that strength. We have plenty of money, don't we?" His lackeys showered Tae-ho with praise, convinced that even the people from Class A would kneel before the power of money. Meanwhile, Moon Wai-jun continued diligently caring for the elderly residents. In the bathing area, a group of Tae-ho's lackeys secretly gathered to smoke. One of them proudly boasted that he had stolen the pack of cigarettes from an elderly man's pocket earlier. As they smoked, they complained about the filthy job of cleaning up bodily waste. One of them coldly ordered the others to spray the bathing man down with water and drag him outside to get the job over with. The poor old man trembled and cried for help beneath the scalding water. "It's too hot. Please stop." At that moment, Wang Hyuk had just finished cleaning the restroom and was enthusiastically heading toward the bathing area, thinking that cleaning might be his true calling. However, the moment he opened the door, he was horrified to see the Class C inmates casually smoking while tormenting the old man. Wang Hyuk's expression instantly changed, revealing his overwhelming fury at their inhuman behavior. He rushed to the collapsed old man's side and cried out anxiously, "Sir, are you all right?" The Class C inmates stood there smoking without a care. One of them laughed mockingly. "You scared the hell out of me. I thought you were an officer. Want to smoke too?" The others jeered. "So these guys actually know fear?" Seeing the old man in critical condition, Wang Hyuk shouted furiously, "What if his heart stops?" "You've gone too far." A heavy punch immediately struck him in the face. The attacker growled, "Who do you think you are? Ordering me around?" The others continued laughing contemptuously. "Hey, take it easy. The kid's about to cry." But Wang Hyuk had reached the limit of his patience. He suddenly unleashed a thunderous punch before the man in front of him could react. The lackeys froze in disbelief as the usually gentle Hike suddenly transformed into a monster. Wang Hyuk roared with murderous fury, "Come at me, all of you, you bastards!" Min-soo and Wai-jun stared in shock at the chaos unfolding inside. After the brawl, Wang Hyuk lay crumpled on the floor with severe injuries, leaving Wai-jun desperately screaming his name. Taking advantage of a moment when no one else was around, Min-soo hurried to find Eun-sung. He clutched his brother's shoulders and pleaded desperately, "Big brother, please save my friend." Eun-sung sighed wearily and reminded Min-soo that he kept causing trouble even outside the center. He told him to endure it because if a major incident occurred there, the consequences would be disastrous. Frustrated by his brother's excessive caution, Min-soo snapped, "Forget it. I was an idiot to trust you." He decisively turned and walked away despite Eun-sung calling after him, "Me Min-soo." Then, if he had heard correctly, Heavy footsteps and a raspy voice sounded behind them, making both brothers freeze. The older officer slowly approached, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. "I'm sure I just heard you calling your brother." Eon-sung broke into a cold sweat and desperately tried to cover it up. "No, that's not what happened was." But the cunning old fox was not so easily deceived. He claimed he had long found it strange that Eon-sung always treated Lee Min-soo more favorably than the other inmates. "Tell me the truth. What is the relationship between you two?" The older officer's question hit Eon-sung like a bucket of ice water, leaving him frozen in shock. Eon-sung broke into a cold sweat and struggled to remain calm as he denied it. "No, sir, that's not what it is." Min-soo trembled behind him, silently blaming himself for nearly exposing their true relationship through a moment of carelessness. At that critical moment, someone in the distance suddenly raised a hand and shouted, "Big brother." It was Sejun. He addressed Eon-sung and said, "I've been looking everywhere for you." This brilliant twist left the older officer completely stunned. He muttered suspiciously when he heard Sejun call Eon-sung his brother. Eon-sung quietly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Sejun's quick thinking had saved him from imminent disaster. The older officer snorted coldly, remarked that the place clearly required much closer supervision, and slowly turned away. "Sergeant Kong, I'll let this go for now, but be careful." The older man's warning left Eon-sung with no choice but to bow his head apologetically. "Yes, sir, I'll be careful." As soon as the older man disappeared from sight, Eon-sung covered his face with his hand, still breathing heavily from fear. "That was close. At this rate, my identity will be exposed sooner or later." Meanwhile, those two fools were still circling each other and growling. "Hey, thanks. Don't misunderstand. I wasn't trying to help you. I just didn't want him interfering." Sejun smirked at Min-soo, then suddenly made a serious proposal. "For now, shouldn't we focus on the battle to become the top dog?" Min-soo answered with equal enthusiasm. "That's right. Let's do it." The two unexpectedly found a small measure of solidarity. Their excitement was immediately crushed when Eon-sung charged over, roughly grabbed both of them by the collars, and lifted them into the air. "Stop this right now." He furiously berated Min-soo for nearly ruining their entire plan through his carelessness. Kong Eon-sung roared furiously. "More importantly, don't you guys understand the urgency? Those bastards have already crossed the line." He leaned close to Min-soo and growled, asking whether he truly wanted to rot in this hellhole forever. Eon-sung then coldly assigned Sejun a task. "Ga Sejun, you deal with him." Although Sejun still wondered why the target was Wang Hewook, Eon-sung immediately silenced him with a stern threat. "You'd better do as you're told. If you disobey my orders, I'll double your training." Immediately afterward, the atmosphere took a bizarre turn when the nursing home staff cheerfully handed each inmate a medical support pillow. In reality, many of the elderly residents urgently needed to use the restroom. Diapers were provided as a life-saving solution for those unable to control their bodily functions. One inmate eagerly helped an old man put on a diaper and receive his heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, young man." The inmate could only reply awkwardly, "You're welcome, sir." However, trouble began when Min-soo went looking for the remaining diapers. He was stunned to discover that the entire supply had completely vanished. "Hey, where did all the diapers go?" Suddenly, a desperate cry for help shattered the silence. "Help me!" While Min-soo was still confused, an unbelievable sight appeared before him. His fellow inmates suddenly emerged wearing armor made from diapers and struck dramatic superhero poses together. They boldly declared, "It's time to deploy the diaper squad." Min-soo could only freeze in helpless disbelief. "What the hell are you doing with those diapers?" Finding the situation both chaotic and ridiculous, Sejun quietly walked away. Min-soo hurriedly called after him, only to receive a cold response. "Stay out of my way. I just want to finish this quickly." The diaper squad remained wildly excited. They insisted they were not fooling around and had created a real monster to protect the world. That monster was none other than Wang Hewook. Seeing this, Min-soo could no longer contain his rage. He roared, "You bastards! What the hell are you doing with the old people's diapers?" Just as Min-soo was about to intervene, Sejun raised a hand to stop him and warned coldly, "Calm down." Min-soo turned and glared furiously at Se-jun. "Don't stop me. Or do you want to fight me first?" Se-jun remained composed, pointed toward the correctional officer preparing to take pictures for his report, and said that now was not the time to cause trouble. Min-soo gritted his teeth and restrained himself, understanding that if he acted now, he would be the one in serious trouble with the higher-ups. Sometimes discretion was the better part of valor. Meanwhile, rumors about the recent earth-shattering battle began spreading throughout the facility. The inmates excitedly discussed how Min-soo had defeated the top dogs and might become their new leader. However, some remained skeptical and believed his glory would not last long. In a secluded corner, powerful figures were quietly discussing the selection of special candidates for promotion to a higher position. The name of Jisoo was suddenly raised as the strongest contender. The mastermind behind the game wondered whether Jisoo was truly inferior to a newcomer like Lee Min-soo. Se-jun walked down the corridor beneath the wary gazes of his fellow inmates. He told himself that this was not exactly revenge. He simply needed to prove his abilities to those watching him. Se-jun resolved to defeat whoever stood in his way and reaffirm his position once again. At the same time, Min-soo was also wrestling intensely with himself. He realized Se-jun had been right to advise patience. Min-soo told himself to endure a little longer so he could permanently resolve the trouble in his cell. Above all, he could not allow Wang Hee-wook to fall into the Unit C inmates' vicious trap again. He had learned a lesson he would never forget. Patience prevents greater trouble. However, trouble refused to leave him alone. As he walked down the corridor, someone suddenly stuck out a foot and tripped him, sending him sprawling. The bullies jeered viciously. "What's wrong with you? Did you just fall over like an idiot?" At that moment, the last of Min-soo's patience completely shattered. He screamed in a frenzy, "Damn it, I don't want to think anymore. You bastards, I'll kill every last one of you today." Just as Min-soo was about to explode, a hand suddenly held out a piece of paper before him, and a gentle voice asked, "Are you all right? Fortunately, you don't seem badly hurt." A woman dressed as a volunteer approached to help him. She smiled softly, then suddenly touched Min-soo's face and said something that made him freeze. "You're just as stubborn as your older brother." Stunned, Min-soo stammered, "My brother? How do you know him?" Realizing she had let something slip, she merely smiled mysteriously. "Oh, that was supposed to be a secret, wasn't it? Then let's keep it a secret." Min-soo's eyes widened when he saw the name tag pinned to her chest, Ga Seimin. She turned her head slightly and made a heartfelt request. "Please take care of my younger brother, Min-soo." The name Ga Seimin struck Min-soo like a thunderbolt, leaving him speechless with shock. Gusimin, that can't be. Memories of his battle with Se-jun suddenly flooded back. He recalled the magic phrase Eon-sung had taught him to subdue that beast. Is Ha She-min beautiful? That very question had once caused Se-jun to lose all reason and fall straight into a trap. Eon-sung had planned everything. He wanted Min-soo to exploit this weakness against the leaders of the cell. On the nursing home rooftop, Eon-sung and Ga Seimin were meeting privately. Eon-sung approached and handed her a can of soda as a gesture of thanks. "You've worked hard, haven't you?" Seimin smirked and asked whether he had bought it with his own money. Eon-sung casually admitted that it was actually a bribe. He sincerely thanked her, saying that her help had made his work much easier. Seimin leaned lightly against the railing, her distant gaze fixed on the rehabilitation center. She admitted that she had not done any of this out of kindness. She simply could not abandon her foolish younger brother and leave him to fend for himself in that hellhole. Eon-sung stood silently beside her. He understood that feeling better than anyone, as both of them were willing to risk everything to protect their wayward younger brothers. Those boys were at the rebellious age when they believed they ruled the world. Seimin suddenly asked whether he had ever heard of the Red Prison. Eon-sung thoughtfully considered the isolated area that only those in red uniforms were allowed to enter. He wondered whether there was any way to infiltrate such a heavily guarded place. Seeing how late it was, Eon-sung urged Seimin to return home. He reassured himself that he had assigned Se-jun to protect Min-soo, so he could relax for the time being. Seimin smiled and insisted that Se-jun was actually very gentle and would never attack anyone without good reason. Eon-sung looked doubtful, but Seimin had absolute faith in her younger brother's composure. She firmly believed he would never be the one to start a fight. But she was being far too optimistic. Reality rarely went according to plan. Sung nodded in agreement, believing neither of them needed to worry because there was no reason for their younger brothers to start brawling. In reality, however, a brutal melee was already raging at the volunteer site. Rather than fighting each other, Min-soo and Se-jun stood side by side, furiously raining blows upon the enemies around them. They stood back to back, their eyes blazing with murderous fury, ready to crush anyone who dared stand in their way. The surrounding inmates began cheering excitedly. They're fighting. Fight! Min-soo and Se-jun are fighting. Min-soo realized that the battle for leadership he had been anticipating had finally begun. Min-soo smirked and challenged him. Are you ready to lose your title? Se-jun growled back. Shut up and fight. I'll show you the difference between a professional and a brat. Taeho's underlings remained on the sidelines, constantly fanning the flames as they eagerly awaited a bloody purge. Se-jun coldly declared that he would make his opponent regret ever setting foot there. However, events took an unexpected turn when Min-soo and Se-jun simultaneously turned and attacked Taeho's henchmen instead of each other. The Unit C inmates screamed in shock and pain. What the hell is this? Why are they both attacking us? Min-soo struck decisively and declared, trash has to be cleaned up first. With a steely expression, Se-jun declared that he would make those bastards pay dearly for causing trouble and disturbing the order in his cell. Meanwhile, in the storage area, an older officer casually lit a cigarette and asked, so what do you think? Surprisingly, he was respectfully lighting the cigarette of a rat-faced man, behaving like a groveling servant. They grinned smugly, delighted that those unruly youths had no idea what awaited them. The rat-faced man reminded the correctional officer to keep a particularly close eye on Lee Min-soo, as he was the most unpredictable variable in their entire plan. After receiving an envelope stuffed with money, the correctional officer immediately became as obedient as a loyal dog. The nursing home descended into chaos, sending the other correctional officers into a panic. One officer shouted helplessly that only the director could resolve this, while another hurried away to report that Ga Se-jun was violently beating everyone down. The situation had become so serious that the officers began regretting their decision to let a troublemaker like Se-jun join the trip. Watching from a distance, Ga Se-min could only fold her arms and sigh in exasperation at her younger brother's unchanging violent nature. Meanwhile, the Unit C inmates screamed furiously, ordering their comrades to take Se-jun down and crush him at any cost to restore their honor. Yet Se-jun stood like a ferocious beast surrounded by wolves. With swift, decisive movements, Se-jun brutally executed a takedown technique that terrified the surrounding crowd. Even though 6 men surrounded him at once, he did not falter. Instead, he became even more ferocious. How dare you touch Moon? No, how dare you touch someone from my cell? The crowd immediately seized the opportunity to swarm and tightly restrain the leader of cell. Se-jun gritted his teeth and silently cursed himself for getting dragged into an unexpected and troublesome battle. Seeing his ally ambushed, Min-soo immediately leaped in to rescue him. After kicking one attacker to the ground, he drove his foot into another man's groin. Se-jun used the opportunity to break free and punched away the man holding his arm. He began regaining his composure, calculating his enemy's blind spots and searching for an opening to counterattack. A hulking inmate swung a crushing fist directly at Se-jun's face and roared triumphantly that he was finished and had nowhere left to run. Se-jun immediately unleashed a thunderous punch, dropping the giant inmate with a pained groan. Watching from a distance, Min-soo was stunned to realize that the beast inside Se-jun had truly awakened. That monster! It looks like he's no longer holding himself back. Refusing to be outdone, Min-soo's determination also blazed. But neither am I. I've become much stronger than before. He charged into the battle with a powerful punch, proving that he was no longer the weakling he had once been. The two stood back to back within the encirclement. Se-jun coldly warned Min-soo not to get in his way, while Min-soo snapped back that Se-jun had better not slow him down. Min-soo roared furiously when Se-jun called him a mama's boy, even though Min-soo had just saved him. Losing patience, Se-jun asked whether he was done talking. The two nearly started beating each other up amid the defeated enemies sprawled at their feet. In the end, Se-jun relented and declared that he would let Min-soo be the leader this time. Suddenly, a giant appeared and kicked Min-soo, sending him flying backward. He contemptuously called them a pair of brats and declared that they had no chance of causing trouble there. The imposing stranger strode toward them, and Se-jun decisively kicked him in the face. However, the attack had no effect whatsoever. The giant smirked and praised them for being fairly strong, but then coldly declared that he was far stronger. Above them, Taeho smirked smugly, confident that everything remained under his control. Immediately afterward, someone suddenly pulled a black bag over Min-soo's head, leaving him shocked as everything went dark. Taking advantage of Min-soo's inability to see, Taeho viciously kicked him over and over, shouting that Min-soo should learn to obey while he was still being nice. He gleefully declared that what he truly wanted was a powerful subordinate like Ga Se-jun. However, Taeho confidently claimed that his own fighter, Taeo, was many times stronger than Se-jun. He smugly insisted that no matter how strong Se-jun was, he could never defeat the monster in Taeho's possession. Taeho arrogantly introduced Taeo, saying that despite being ranked Class D, he possessed the raw strength of a genuine Class A fighter. Seun's tog to defend himself. He was shocked to realize that the giant was deliberately absorbing his attacks, while searching for an opening to launch a brutal counterattack. A barrage of punches slammed into Se-jun's body, putting him in grave danger. Se-jun bitterly told himself that if this continued, he would suffer yet another humiliating defeat, just as he had before. He resolved to counterattack immediately and turn the tables, but reality was merciless. His body seemed to have reached its limit and no longer obeyed his mind. Taeo's heavy punches rained down relentlessly. Se-jun's vision began to blur, and his consciousness spun. Amid the unbearable pain, Se-jun realized in horror that darkness was gradually swallowing him as his opponent completely overwhelmed him in physical strength. Helplessly, Se-jun slipped into unconsciousness, haunted by the thought of suffering yet another defeat. The scene suddenly shifted to solitary confinement, where Kang Eon-sung stood looking at the haggard Se-jun behind bars. He coldly asked whether Se-jun intended to spend the rest of his life as a loser. Eon-sung insisted that Se-jun did not belong in such a miserable state and offered him a powerful suggestion that could change his future. Se-jun looked up, his eyes blazing with determination, and declared that he now knew what he had to do to avoid any further regrets. Back at the scene, Taeo laughed arrogantly and announced that the victor had emerged. Se-jun was now nothing but a defeated man who could no longer resist. He mocked his opponent's weakness and claimed that there had never been any difference in their skill level from the beginning. Se-jun lay collapsed on the ground. Although his face was bloodied and bruised, he forced himself back to his feet, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. I'll show you exactly what a difference in skill looks like. Seeing that his opponent still refused to surrender, Taeo roared excitedly. That's right, crushing you would be worthless otherwise. He launched a crushing punch straight at Se-jun, only to stare in shock when the attack was stopped. What the hell? Is blocking all you can do? Taeo unleashed a furious barrage against Se-jun's raised arms and screamed, "This is boring. Di-seun, fight Beghada." Se-jun grimly endured the thunderous punches while Taeo taunted him. Are you just going to stand there and take it forever? At that moment, memories of his special training with Eon-sung returned. Eon-sung had instructed him firmly, don't merely block the attack. Shift the point of contact. He demonstrated a subtle technique for neutralizing an opponent's force. Eon-sung reminded him that instead of absorbing the impact head-on, he had to learn to redirect its power elsewhere. Back in the present, Se-jun suddenly executed a skillful parry that deflected Tao's fist into the air. Taeo exclaimed in shock, "What? Did he just deflect it?" The scene returned to their training session in the bathroom. Se-jun asked whether shifting the point of contact could truly minimize the damage. Eon-sung adjusted his glasses and declared that it was the key to defeating larger opponents. In a stern voice, he asked whether Se-jun was ready to apply it in a real fight. Taeo swung his fists wildly, but Se-jun could now read his opponent's every move. He took a deep breath, his icy gaze locking onto an opening as he thought. This is what comes next. Sejun spectacularly stopped Tao's thunderous punch in its tracks. He coldly declared that his opponent's attacks were getting him nowhere, then immediately launched a counterpunch that tore through the air. Tao grunted in shock as he realized he was completely outmatched by Sejun's skillful technique. Sejun deftly evaded the next blow, suddenly closed the distance, and seized the giant by the collar. A vicious blow landed squarely on Tao's face, making him howl in agony. Sejun declared that the fight was not over yet, then delivered a devastating punch that completely distorted Tao's face. Stunned by his own explosive power, Sejun wondered whether he had truly become this strong. Watching from distance, Kang Eon-sung realized that Sejun had discovered how to disrupt his opponent's center of gravity. Sejun unleashed a thunderous punch and coldly warned Tao not to keep swinging his arms aimlessly. The blow sent the giant flying backward, and he collapsed in pain. Sejun stood firmly among his defeated opponents, his eyes filled with pride. Looking down at the loser, he realized that Tao's enormous build made his center of gravity easy to destabilize. Sejun glanced toward his next target. Meanwhile, Tae-ho had pulled a bag over Lee Min-soo's head and was taking cheap shots at him. He continued mocking Min-soo and threatened to call his gang over to finish this. Inside the black bag, Min-soo gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Ignoring Tae-ho's screams for mercy, Min-soo violently hoisted him into the air. "I'm going to kill you." Min-soo roared. The crowd was stunned that he could fight so accurately with his vision completely obstructed. Tae-ho completely broke down, sobbing and insisting that he had not done it on purpose. But Min-soo showed no mercy. Pouring all his resentment into a leg-crushing cup strike, he roared that this was revenge for himself, for his injured knee, and for the elderly people. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The senior correctional officer flew into a rage, shouting at the boys for causing trouble during the outdoor volunteer event. Standing nearby, Kang Eon-sung anxiously tried to conceal his relationship with his younger brother to keep it from being exposed. Without warning, he launched a thunderous kick straight at Min-soo's head and roared, "Now this is what you call a fight, you bastard." Min-soo cried indignantly. Eon-sung quietly ordered Sejun and Min-soo to remain silent, so the situation would not get any worse. Sejun coldly explained that the inmates from Block C had started it by laying hands on his older sister and harassing the elderly people there. Eon-sung was stunned to learn the real reason behind the brawl. The senior officer refused to listen and threatened to make Eon-sung write a disciplinary report as soon as they returned to the center. As the officer turned to leave, Jae-min suddenly appeared and declared, "I think you should be preparing for a trial instead of writing a report." Wearing her volunteer uniform, Jae-min strode toward them. The senior officer stared in shock and demanded to know who she was. She casually held up the phone she had been recording with and stated that she had witnessed everything. The old man froze when he saw footage on the screen, showing him accepting bribes from the inmates. His face twisted in terror as Jae-min sarcastically remarked on the value of such incriminating evidence. The senior officer broke out in a cold sweat and stammered for Jae-min to stop. She coldly questioned him about taking money in exchange for ignoring the inmates' abuse of those poor elderly people. Driven into a corner, he shouted, "Give me that," and lunged forward to snatch the phone from her hand. But Eon-sung instantly intercepted him. The senior officer screamed in agony as Eon-sung brutally twisted his arm behind his back. Eon-sung pinned the old man to the ground and warned that his arm was about to break if he dared to resist again. He silently thanked Jae-min for her timely assistance, which had given him solid evidence to report these filthy acts to their superiors. Sejun and Min-soo could only stand frozen in amazement at Eon-sung's decisiveness. He leaned close to the old man's ear and demanded the true identity of the people in red uniforms who operated from the shadows. Eon-sung casually held up his phone and declared that he was merely fulfilling his duty to report the truth. The old man hurriedly promised to overlook everything if Eon-sung let him off this once. Instead, Eon-sung roughly seized him by the collar and roared. Bringing his face close to the officers, he firmly demanded a detailed explanation about the existence of the people in red uniforms. Back at the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center, the atmosphere remained as suffocating and violent as ever. Min-soo silently watched the inmates fighting among themselves beyond the iron fence, realizing that the order of this place had not changed at all. He waved goodbye to everyone before quietly following Eon-sung into a deserted area. Eon-sung sternly told him to listen carefully because a new training regimen was about to begin. The two entered a dark storage room, completely isolated from the noise outside. Standing among stacks of crates, Min-soo asked in confusion whether they were supposed to clean the place. Eon-sung casually replied that he had already finished cleaning it. Without warning, he firmly cuffed Min-soo's hands behind his back, leaving him bewildered about what was happening. Eon-sung quietly picked up a tennis ball and announced that it would be Min-soo's new training tool from now on. Before Min-soo could collect himself, Eon-sung ordered him to find a way to dodge it. He then hurled the ball at Min-soo with incredible speed. His younger brother could only stare wide-eyed in terror at the sudden and powerful attack. Min-soo smirked dismissively when he saw the first tennis ball flying toward him. It was slower than he had expected and posed no threat at all. But a moment later, he was stunned when another ball came hurtling toward him along an unimaginable trajectory. What? Another one? The ball struck Min-soo squarely in the face, leaving him dazed. He realized in alarm it got faster. Eon-sung casually held several more balls in his hands. He explained that this exercise was designed to sharpen Min-soo's reflexes against unpredictable situations. What the hell does this have to do with instinct? Min-soo shouted indignantly. Eon-sung coldly cut him off. All right, stop arguing and focus on dodging. His younger brother could only grumble about this unreasonable torture while bracing himself for more punishment. Eon-sung studied his younger brother thoughtfully and admitted, "It's true that you won." But he immediately asked a question that made Min-soo freeze. "Do you honestly think it was a convincing victory?" He explained that all three of their fighting styles were too one-dimensional. Min-soo relied on tactics, Sejun relied on instinct, and Dubo relied solely on raw strength. Eon-sung asserted that Min-soo had merely exploited his opponent's weaknesses to gain an advantage. But what if Sejun also learned how to devise strategies and fight systematically? Do you think you could still beat him? And what would have happened if you had not strengthened your legs enough to defeat Dubo? The image of Min-soo straining to push an enormous boulder resurfaced, proof of the grueling training required to compensate for the difference in weight class. Eon-sung coldly revealed a shocking truth. Sejun is currently learning basic tactics from me. If the two of you fought again right now, you would definitely lose. Min-soo fell silent at the brutal assessment, realizing that he could not afford to let his guard down for even a second. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burning with determination, Min-soo said, "Fine, I'll keep training. I never want to lose to that bastard again." A memory of a late-night drinking session suddenly resurfaced. Eon-sung sat across from the senior officer in a quiet restaurant and got straight to the point. "Let me ask you directly, what exactly are the red uniforms?" The old man took a sip of alcohol and admitted that even he did not know much because the group was surrounded by so many secrets. Eon-sung emphasized, "I need to know what's dangerous so I can avoid it." The old man began to explain that the red uniforms were a group of inmates personally selected by the warden. They carried out tasks the correctional officers could not handle, and in return, they received special privileges. Eon-sung listened tensely as the old man revealed that their true mission was to prevent anyone from being released. Although the facility's stated purpose was to rehabilitate young offenders, some were always deemed beyond redemption. If such people were allowed to return to society, it would create serious political problems for President Han Man-soo. Eon-sung asked about the merit point system and rehabilitation review process, but the old man insisted that they were merely a facade designed to prevent anyone from leaving. He mocked Eon-sung's naivety and asked whether he had ever seen anyone leave the facility in stable condition. That was the role of the red uniforms, to do the things correctional officers were not supposed to do. They targeted inmates who had accumulated enough points or were approaching their release dates, then viciously attacked them and left them permanently disabled. The old man concluded with a despairing declaration. In short, getting released is impossible. Eon-sung stood frozen and murmured, "Impossible? Even if it is, I'll make it happen." Meanwhile, in another part of the center, Im Ji-soo was secretly meeting with a middleman. He casually tapped his fingers against the table and stated, "I'd like to propose a deal." The man across from him curiously asked what it involved. "This is a list of the people I want eliminated." Looking at the names, the man remarked, "These are all major players." Park Tae-ho made an offer that reeked of money. "If you can do it, I'll pay you 1 million won for every name you eliminate." He believed money could sway anyone. However, Jisoo's response stunned everyone. "I refuse." As Tae-ho stared at him in disbelief, Jisoo smiled contemptuously and coldly declared, "No matter how good the plan is, working under a weakling would only damage my reputation. Don't you agree?" Enraged by the direct insult, Tae-ho shouted that he would make Jisoo experience death firsthand. He then asked why Jisoo thought he had dared to attend this meeting without bringing any bodyguards or subordinates. Jisoo asserted that he needed no assistance to deal with worthless trash. The strongest figures from the different blocks immediately emerged and surrounded Jisoo. First came On-gu-soo, the heavily built boss of Cell C2, whose body was covered in fierce tattoos. Next came Han Sang-hyun, the leader of Cell C3, with a murderous glare in his eyes. Seo Dong-in of Cell C1 and Park Tae-ho of Cell B1 also appeared. Tae-ho smugly asked whether Jisoo was beginning to change his mind after seeing such an imposing force. Jisoo adjusted his glasses and casually remarked, "Impressive." He admitted that using money to recruit strong fighters was not a bad strategy. Looking directly at the crowd surrounding him, he issued a provocative challenge. "But do you honestly think 4 people will be enough?" Jisoo's arrogance made the atmosphere unbearably tense. Back in the storage room, Eon-sung announced firmly, "All right, let's start again." With his hands still cuffed, Min-soo took a deep breath and prepared to face the next challenge. Eong-sung-zao. Min-soo frantically evaded the attacks, sweat pouring from his body under the suffocating pressure. Eon-sung showed no mercy. He continued increasing the speed to its absolute limit, forcing his younger brother to surpass his own boundaries. Tennis balls came hurtling toward Min-soo from every direction. Yet Min-soo maintained remarkable composure. Watching silently, Eon-sung could not help being surprised by his younger brother's tremendous progress. He had struggled at first, but now he was doing quite well. Eon-sung realized that although Min-soo had never received formal instruction, he was already learning to eliminate unnecessary movements and dodge with extraordinary precision. Min-soo moved fluidly, using only the minimum motion required to escape the barrage of tennis balls surrounding him. His survival instincts and natural talent made dodging the balls look effortless. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Min-soo asked, "Is this enough?" Eon-sung was privately amazed that his younger brother was not merely dodging, but also moving in ways that gave him a positional advantage. He smiled knowingly. "Then let's move on to stage 2. Before the confused Min-soo could ask what he meant, Eon-sung decisively launched another ball. Seeing it fly low, Min-soo quickly jumped, assuming his brother was aiming for his legs. But the ball suddenly struck the floor and bounced upward along a bizarre trajectory, smashing into Min-soo's face and knocking him to the ground. He cried out in pain, "That's cheating. What kind of ball bounces like that?" Eon-sung calmly explained that this was precisely the lesson of stage 2. Once Min-soo grew accustomed to them, direct attacks like those in the first stage would be easy to evade. At this level, however, he had to learn how to handle attacks coming from a variety of angles. Eon-sung stated that attacks from blind spots posed an extreme challenge even to professionals. Although Min-soo understood his point, he continued grumbling about how uncomfortable the handcuffs were. "You'll have to endure it. Just pretend your arms have gone on vacation." Eon-sung coldly reminded him that the hands could be used for both attack and defense, so he should rely on them only when he absolutely could not evade or block an attack any other way. Min-soo reluctantly agreed to continue training, but suddenly froze when he saw Sejun also taking part in the session. Sejun screamed in pain as he strained against the tension of a rope. Eon-sung watched and silently wondered whether Sejun should train alongside him as well. But seeing Sejun struggling under the pressure of the ropes, Eon-sung shook his head slightly and thought that the boy still had a very long way to go. Sweat poured off Sejun as he used every ounce of strength to push beyond his limits. Eon-sung encouraged him, "Just a little more. All you need is one more step." Suddenly, Sejun's explosive strength snapped the rope. Losing his balance, he crashed painfully onto the floor. Eon Sung strolled toward the two younger boys sprawled helplessly in the storage room after the torturous workout. At this intensity, it was difficult to tell whether the training would improve their defenses or kill them first. Looking at both of them, Eon Sung asked, "You both said you wanted to become stronger, didn't you?" He stated that he was only there to guide them. Whether they truly became stronger depended entirely on their own efforts, not anyone else's. Eon Sung warned them that the training ahead would be nothing short of hell on earth. Looking directly at Min-soo and Se-jun, he emphasized, "If you cross this threshold, your potential will truly explode. If you fail, it will remain nothing more than potential forever." Eon Sung pointed at them challengingly. "I wonder which of you will be stronger after completing this hellish training." Min-soo and Se-jun glared at each other, their eyes burning with fighting spirit and fierce rivalry. Night descended over the bleak juvenile rehabilitation center. Behind a closed door, Senior Officer Shin entered with a sinister smile, muttering that the outstanding debts must surely have been settled by now. Officer Shin stared in shock at the horrifying scene before him. Jisoo had single-handedly defeated every fighter Park Tae-ho had summoned. Judging by Jisoo's relaxed demeanor after the fight, he had barely exerted himself because the difference in their abilities was so vast. Tae-ho rushed over, clung desperately to the officer's leg, and screamed, "Save me, Officer Shin." Instead of protecting him, Officer Shin merely looked down coldly and muttered that the situation had truly spiraled out of control. He casually handed the phone to Jisoo. "Take it. Didn't you say you needed to evolve?" Witnessing the collusion, the prisoner on the floor was stunned to realize that the officer he had always trusted was actually in league with the enemy. Shin furiously rained blows down on Tae-ho and roared in rage. "You piece of trash! Because of you, Kong Eon Sung has leverage over me. Spit out the safe's password right now." While Shin continued his brutal interrogation, Jisoo calmly held a phone to his ear. The person on the other end reported that they had seized control of every business and cleaned everything out. Inside the dark room of a warehouse, shelves were stacked with thick bundles of cash, while illicit cryptocurrency accounts were gradually uncovered. Their total value came to a staggering 200 billion won. These crooks had certainly made a fortune from their illegal operations. He smirked with satisfaction upon hearing that the revenue statements had been dealt with. Ignoring Shin's presence behind him, he coldly demanded his personal commission. His eyes gleamed with calculation as he stared into space and ordered his subordinate to tell those people that he wanted to meet them because the scapegoat was now ready. Elsewhere, Min-soo exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing the bad news. "What are you talking about?" He could not believe he had suddenly been removed from the logistics team. One of the team members sighed and confirmed, "Yes, that's how it is, Min-soo." The correctional officer explained that the kitchen team was currently overstaffed, so they had been forced to reduce its numbers. Seeing that Min-soo was still confused, he suggested, "But there's an opening on the construction team. Do you want to give it a try?" Min-soo murmured doubtfully about the new job, wondering anxiously whether this abrupt change would ruin the plan Eon Sung had worked so hard to arrange. Seeing him hesitate, the correctional officer snapped that if he did not want the job, he should simply say so. Min-soo immediately answered decisively, "I'll do it." He reassured himself that the work offered plenty of merit points, so surely nothing would go wrong. Min-soo privately realized that his removal from the kitchen team and transfer to the construction team seemed to be part of someone's mysterious plan. The moment he entered the enormous workshop, a suffocating atmosphere descended upon him. Before Min-soo stood a group of vicious-looking prisoners, particularly one man with a bright red letter B on his chest, the mark of an extremely dangerous violent offender. Min-soo wondered in shock whether these men were really high school students like him. What kind of high schoolers were they? They looked middle-aged. He anxiously wondered whether the team leader here was as insane as Jang Du-bo. Just then, a calm voice rang out. "It's rude to intimidate a friend who has come to help us." The man kindly handed Min-soo a pair of gloves and warned him, "Here, take these. You'll hurt yourself if you do heavy work with your bare hands." He introduced himself as Lee Kong-min, leader of the construction team, though Min-soo could also call him Jisoo. Kong Min amicably put an arm around Min Su's shoulders and told him that, since this was his first time working with machinery, he should feel free to ask for help. Lee Kong Min gave Min Su a friendly pat on the shoulder. "If you have any problems, tell me. I'll help you." Min Su cheerfully replied, "Understood, team leader." Min Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself that the team leader here was gentle and kind, completely unlike that lunatic Joe Boram. Transferring to the construction team had clearly been a wise decision. However, the moment Min Su looked away, Lee Kongmin's gaze changed. His eyes turned cold and calculating as he stared at the newcomer. He was a true wolf in sheep's clothing, deceiving a naive kid to win his trust. In a dark, cold corridor, steady footsteps echoed alongside complaints about aching legs. A mysterious visitor stopped before a room and wondered whether this was the right place, remarking that it reeked of lonely men. After receiving permission from the correctional officer due to the limited time available, the visitor pushed open the door and entered, not forgetting to offer a playful farewell. It was Park Hyo-shin, a special prisoner dressed in a vivid red uniform. She casually winked and announced that she had come to find someone. The prisoners below erupted in astonishment at the appearance of a girl inside a male rehabilitation center, although some remained skeptical because she looked rather like a boy. Lee Kong-min immediately ordered all his men to bow their heads to the floor as a sign of respect. Hyo-shin looked at the obedient prisoners, who resembled genuine gangsters, and laughed in amusement, declaring that these were the most noteworthy faces in the facility. Anyone appearing before her had to be at least this impressive. Lee Kong-min confidently assured her that, without his signal, his men would neither hear nor see anything. Hyo-shin murmured that Kong-min's face was different from the person she had met before. Seeing her unfamiliar expression, Kong-min smirked and asked whether she was disappointed in him. Hyo-shin casually replied that she was not disappointed, merely surprised that someone else had appeared as a replacement. Kong-min got straight to the point and asked what had brought someone like her to such a miserable place. Hyo-shin suddenly remembered her main purpose and exclaimed excitedly. Hyo-shin held up 3 fingers and announced that the list of candidates had now returned to 3, surprising Kong-min. She explained that Jo Bo-ram and Ga Se-jun had been eliminated, leaving Lee Kong-min, Sung Cheon of the maintenance team, and finally Lee Min-soo. Upon hearing that Min-soo had been personally nominated by Ji-soo, Kong-min began to bristle with resentment. He had worked tirelessly to prove his abilities, so why did those people still see him as nothing more than another candidate? Hyo-shin laughed sarcastically and declared that Kong-min had not actually proven anything. She exposed the cruel truth that everything he had achieved was thanks to the shadow cast by his older brother, Lee Kong-won. Kong-min was stunned, his eyes widening when he realized that this stranger knew all about his brother. Hyo-shin leisurely approached and delivered a vicious comparison. Even with a tiger standing behind it, a rabbit would always remain a rabbit. She leaned close, called him an adorable little bunny, and challenged him to prove his worth without that tiger's protection. His pride wounded by being called a rabbit, Kong-min removed his glasses, revealing a razor-sharp gaze filled with murderous intent. Through gritted teeth, he asked whether taking Hyo-shin down right here would be enough to prove his strength. Hyo-shin merely sighed in exasperation and raised a hand to her forehead, unable to believe that he had fallen for such a cheap provocation so easily. She coldly remarked that Kong-min was still far too inexperienced to join the upper ranks. Kong-min began to feel uneasy. He realized that the person before him was nowhere near as ordinary as she first appeared. Of course, she would have to possess something exceptional to strut around this place so confidently. Suddenly, a chill ran down Kong-min's spine as he looked into Hyo-shin's terrifying, darkened eyes. She pressed him in a threatening tone. "Do I really look that weak to you?" Kong-min froze. He realized that the pressure radiating from this girl was terrifying, and that she was certainly no weaker than he was. Hyo-shin suddenly smirked and told him not to take it too seriously, because she merely wanted to personally test the abilities of a powerful candidate like him. She raised a hand to her lips and delivered a final ultimatum. "If you can defeat one of the remaining candidates, I'll consider that the most convincing proof." Hyo-shin waved a playful farewell. "Then I'll help you move forward by using Min-soo as your stepping stone. See you later, little bunny." With that, she left, leaving Kong Min standing motionless, his hand trembling uncontrollably. He wondered in disbelief whether he had truly been that nervous. Kong Min gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, making up his mind. He only needed to defeat one of the other two. In the workshop, Min Su was diligently hammering nails into wooden crates, completely unaware that he was being watched. From behind, Kong Min silently observed him with a calculating gaze. Le Minsu. This kid doesn't look like someone who could have defeated Du Bo or Jie Seijun. In that case, perhaps I should test him a little. As he watched Min Su work, Kong Min began to realize that the boy might be far more skilled at woodworking than he had expected. Suddenly, an object tore through the air at tremendous speed. Min Su's eyes widened in terror as a hammerhead grazed his face and embedded itself deep in the wall behind him with tremendous force. A large prisoner approached, casually picking his ear as he smiled apologetically. "Oh, sorry about that. The hammerhead just happened to come loose." Furious, Min Su shouted, "What the hell kind of hammer swing was that?" The man continued to insist that it had not been intentional, leaving Min Su to fold his arms and glare at such irresponsibility. Min Su trudged away, reminding himself to be careful because dangerous objects were everywhere. However, the moment he finished that thought, his foot suddenly caught on a cable stretched across his path. Min Su cried out in alarm as he lost his balance and fell forward. He narrowly avoided planting his face into a wooden board covered in razor-sharp nails lying directly beneath him. The same prisoner appeared again, pretending to panic as he apologized, saying the cable had been too long and he had never imagined Min Su would trip over it. Min Su wondered in shock what the hell was happening as dangerous incidents continued to occur around him. Looking at the running saw blade, he began to question whether these were truly accidents or part of a prearranged plot. If they're doing this deliberately, then why? Suddenly, a rough hand seized Min Su's wrist, making him recoil in fright. What was the man planning this time? However, the large prisoner only warned him coldly. "If you keep working like that, you'll hurt your hand." Min Su blinked in confusion, then quietly replied, "Oh, thank you." He wondered whether he had misunderstood the man's kindness. He really needed to stay alert. How could he still trust people after coming to a place like this? Immediately afterward, two other prisoners approached with sinister smiles. They said they wanted to teach him how to use the table saw and began crowding around him. "You have to do it like this, and over here too." Min Su grew uneasy as they pinned his shoulders in place. "Wait, you don't need to help me that much." The horrifying truth became clear when they began using their strength to force Min Su's hands toward the rapidly spinning saw blade. Min Su's eyes widened in terror as he realized their vicious intentions. "What the hell are you doing? If you keep pushing me like this..." The fiends roared wildly, their faces twisted with excitement. They brutally used all their strength to pin Min Su's hands down and push them straight toward the shrieking saw blade. Realizing the murderous intentions of the men around him, Min Su struggled desperately, sweat pouring from his body at that life-or-death moment. Just then, a mysterious hand suddenly flipped the breaker, plunging the entire workshop into darkness. The crowd erupted in confusion. What happened? A power outage. Damn it, it broke down again. Only seconds later, the lights sprang back to life, leaving everyone stunned. Min Su looked down at the floor and could not believe his eyes when he saw that the bullies from moments before were now sprawled everywhere. Their faces were distorted as though they had fallen into a deep sleep. Min Su stared at them in confusion and warned, "Hey, you're not allowed to sleep here." Noticing dozens of hostile eyes turning toward him, Min Su frantically pointed at himself and protested his innocence. "This wasn't me. I didn't hit them." The atmosphere in the workshop became suffocatingly tense as Min Su realized that he had fallen into an intricately staged trap. He bitterly thought that this truly did seem like a trap. Although he had tried to help, Min Su was now being framed for assaulting his fellow prisoners in front of everyone. As the hulking men closed in with murderous expressions, he struggled to choose between fighting back and enduring their attacks to avoid receiving penalty points. At last, Min Su tightened his red gloves. He had no other choice. Seeing the prisoners surround him with sinister intentions, he immediately shouted for help. "Officer!" However, instead of intervening, the guards outside remained utterly indifferent. Min Su continued shouting desperately, But the two nearby officers calmly held their coffee cups and even chatted cheerfully about the beautiful weather, as though they could not hear a single sound from the workshop. Min-soo was stunned to realize that the correctional officers were deliberately pretending not to hear him, leaving him at the mercy of those monsters. Kong-min coldly revealed the truth. Every guard here had been bribed and was on their side. Min-soo's eyes darkened when he realized that he had been completely isolated inside this deadly trap. At the same time, in another secluded area, Sejun was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and panting after the grueling exercises. Kang Eon-sung anxiously realized how quickly time had passed and reminded them that they needed to return immediately. If cleaning the warehouse took too long, the others would grow suspicious. However, Sejun earnestly begged to train for one more round. Eon-sung appeared rather surprised by the sudden determination of the leader of Room A. Sejun gritted his teeth, poured all his strength into the exercise, and resolved to overcome level 1 this time. He tormented himself with the knowledge that Lee Min-soo had already cleared this level with ease. Sejun told himself that he absolutely could not fall behind, nor could he afford to lose to Min-soo again. Back in the workshop, Min-soo began using the sharp reflexes Eon-sung had trained into him. He frantically dodged attacks coming from every direction, weaving alone through a circle of dozens of prisoners trying to tear him apart. Lee Kong-min silently watched and concluded that Min-soo was stronger than he looked, but wondered why he did nothing except dodge. In truth, Min-soo was restraining himself to avoid trouble. All he wanted was to earn merit points and leave quietly. Kong-min saw through Min-soo and realized he was holding back because he feared receiving penalty points. He smoothly told the guards to go smoke, promising to clean up the workshop himself. Trusting the team leader, the correctional officers left. With that obstacle gone, Min-soo knew it was finally time to act. A hulking prisoner charged at him, shouting that he truly needed to be taught a lesson. The other underlings joined in, crudely yelling that they would kill him. No longer needing to show restraint, Min-soo launched a decisive counterattack and took down the first man with an elbow directly to the face. Another prisoner immediately rushed forward to avenge his friend, but Min-soo swiftly leaned backward and evaded the blow in an instant. Using the momentum, he planted one hand on the floor for leverage, shifted his full weight through his body, and delivered a kick that sent the man flying with a scream of agony. Kong-min admitted that Min-soo's victories over Sejun and Dubo had not been due to luck. Min-soo growled, "Were you the one who arranged this cowardly scheme?" He angrily wondered what he had done to deserve this. Kong-min unexpectedly revealed that he was a candidate, just like Min-soo. Faced with this talk about candidates, Min-soo could only worry about his merit points. Fighting was nowhere near as important as his score. Kyoshin's taunt that Kong-min was merely a little bunny without his older brother's protection had deeply wounded Lee Kong-min's pride. He slowly removed his glasses, his face revealing his displeasure at being compared to someone like Min-soo, who knew absolutely nothing about the candidate system. At first, Kong-min had merely intended to use his underlings to dispose of his rival, but rage had now overwhelmed his reason. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "To hell with it. I'll finish you myself." Seeing that his opponent had finally revealed his true intentions, Min-soo tilted his head in confusion, then quickly grasped the situation. He calmly brushed the dirt from his face and mocked him. "If you wanted to fight, you should have said so from the beginning." Min-soo remarked that Kong-min had wasted far too much effort setting pointless traps merely to test him. He flashed a reckless grin, raised his middle finger contemptuously, and growled at his opponent to cut out the cheap mind games. Feints like that were old news to him now. "Come at me, you bastard." At the construction site, the inmates began murmuring excitedly as they watched the confrontation. One of them turned and asked, "Chang-hee, isn't that guy your cellmate?" Lee Kong-min immediately charged forward with a punch that tore through the air. Min-soo was stunned. "He's so fast. I can barely dodge his attacks." Kong-min attacked relentlessly, like a predator pouncing on its prey, pressuring Min-soo without giving him a single second to breathe. As he struggled to evade the blows, Min-soo wondered in shock whether this bastard had trained in boxing. His punches were incredibly sharp. He must have known a thing or two to be confident enough to challenge someone. Min-soo realized he could not remain on the defensive forever. "But I can't keep dodging forever. In that case, I'll..." He quickly shifted his footwork, spotted an opening, and lunged forward with a decisive punch. To his utter astonishment, Kong Min casually caught his fist in one hand. He sneered, "Huh? You're pretty good at dodging, but it looks like you've never learned how to attack." Lee Kong-min unleashed a barrage of thunderous punches into Min Su's face, leaving him with no choice but to brace himself and endure them. As he struck, Kong-min mocked him. "Is this how you fought the others too?" Kong-min began to look disappointed, concluding that Se-jun and Du-bo might not have been that strong after all if they had lost to someone like Min Su. Despite being overwhelmed, Min Su kept watching carefully and inwardly rejoiced when he saw an opportunity. "That's it. This is the moment I've been waiting for." However, just as Min Su attempted to counterattack, Kong Min suddenly changed the trajectory of his strike and drove a powerful elbow into him, catching him completely off guard. Min Su exclaimed in shock. What was that? An elbow strike? He bitterly realized that he had no choice but to keep evading his opponent's vicious attacks if he wanted to stay alive. Min Su concluded that none of his current attacks would work against this bastard. He decided to keep dodging until Kong Min exhausted himself, then search for a decisive opening. The moment Kong Min left his chest exposed, Min Su put all his strength into a finishing blow, only to realize immediately that it was a trap. Kong Min suddenly launched a kick, forcing Min Su to block it with great difficulty. Min Su wondered in disbelief why he was using kicks in what had seemed like a boxing match. He suddenly realized how badly he had misjudged his opponent. Kong Min did not merely know how to use his fists. He suddenly kicked again, catching Min Su before he could react. Min Su thought in horror, "No way. He isn't a boxer. Is he a kickboxer? I'm finished. I might actually die here." Just as Kong Min was about to deliver the finishing blow, a hand suddenly reached out and expertly seized his leg. Eon Sung had appeared at precisely the right moment, stopping the construction team leader's devastating kick with one hand. Kong Min exclaimed in stunned disbelief, "What the hell is this?" Eon Sung stood firmly between them and declared coldly, "This fight ends here." Kong Min eyed the stranger, blocking his way with suspicion. "Who is this officer?" Eon Sung issued a stern warning. "If either of you continues fighting, I'll throw you both into solitary confinement." Kong Min quickly realized that this was the new officer assigned to the construction detail, but he still could not understand when the man had slipped in. Eon Sung challenged him in return. "What? Is there a problem?" He then turned and berated the other officers for neglecting their duties, forcing them to make the pathetic excuse that they had only stepped away for a smoke. Eon Sung gave a firm order. "We'll let this incident go today. It's late, so wrap things up." Kong Min ground his teeth in frustration because his chance to take Min Su down had slipped away at the last moment. He had been only seconds away from knocking Min Su out. Watching Eon Sung lead Min Su away, Kong Min swore furiously, "Next time I'll definitely get you, Lee Min Su." In the infirmary, Eon Sung carefully bandaged his younger brother's injuries. Looking at the blood-soaked pieces of gauze scattered at his feet, Min Su quietly asked, "Why aren't you angry?" Wiping the blood from his nose, he muttered, "I thought you'd be furious because I got into another fight." Eon Sung answered thoughtfully, "I still don't know the real reason. Why were you transferred to the construction detail?" Min Su explained that he had been told the kitchen detail was cutting staff. Eon Sung immediately recognized that something was wrong because he had never received any such order. He began to suspect that someone was targeting Min Su, just as someone had arranged for him to be assigned to the kitchen detail before. Min Su lowered his head and admitted helplessly, "He's just like you. I couldn't land a single blow on him, and I could barely dodge his attacks." Eon Sung explained that this opponent was a professional kickboxer, completely different from Se-jun or Du-bo. Someone like him could not be defeated through tricks or tactics alone. You'll have to improve your actual fighting ability. With no other option, Eon Sung decided to begin the third phase of Min Su's training immediately. He announced that he would personally accompany and supervise Min Su at the construction detail until the training course was complete. While Eon Sung secretly investigated the mastermind, he ordered Min Su to focus entirely on building his strength. He had to prepare to confront his enemy head-on. Without proper technique, he stood no chance in a real fight. In the deserted workshop, Kong Min was secretly plotting. He was pleased that the man in the red uniform had placed Min Su within his reach. But Eon Sung's appearance had become a major obstacle. For weeks, the sergeant's strict supervision had prevented him from making a move. Even after stealing his personnel file, Kong Min had been unable to discover Eon Sung's true identity. Lee Kong Min sat silently in the darkness, his face filled with dangerous calculation. He quietly opened a drawer, removed a hidden cell phone, and made a secret call. As soon as the other party answered, he spoke quietly. "Hey, it's me." Kong Min warned them not to let Guang learn about this, then issued a firm order. "There's something I want you to do for me." He was in prison, yet he used a phone as freely as someone on the outside. Meanwhile, night had fallen over a busy street, where Kong Eon-sung stood waiting with an impatient expression. He repeatedly checked his watch and muttered, "She should be here by now." In the distance, a familiar figure slowly approached him. It was Ga Seimin. She looked beautiful, though somewhat tired. As soon as she arrived, she said, "Sorry, I'm a little late." Eon-sung calmly replied that he had expected as much, so he had deliberately left 30 minutes late himself. Seimin playfully challenged him. "Want to make a bet?" Eon-sung refused to back down and declared that next time he would arrive 40 minutes late. Seimin smiled brightly and retorted that she would then arrive 2 hours late in revenge. However, neither of them realized that their every move was being closely watched from behind. A shutter clicked as a stranger photographed Eon-sung and Seimin together with his phone. He immediately reported over the phone in a smug voice, "Yes, sir. I think we found him." The mysterious man stared at his phone screen and confidently declared that he had found Kong Eon-sung's fatal weakness, just as his superior had ordered. Amid the quiet city night, Eon-sung and Seimin remained engrossed in conversation, completely unaware that they were being targeted. From a car parked nearby, Kong Min's henchmen closely monitored their every move. They whispered among themselves. "What the hell are they talking about?" One man clicked his tongue enviously. "Isn't it obvious? They're just flirting. How ridiculous. We have to follow people around all day while he gets to enjoy a late-night date with a beautiful woman. It's humiliating, sitting here alone while they flaunt their romance." When their conversation ended, Seimin gave Eon-sung a charming wave goodbye. "I'll call you later." Watching her walk away, Eon-sung could only mock her inwardly. How ridiculous. However, as soon as Seimin entered a deserted alley, a black van suddenly sped toward her and blocked her path. Two unfamiliar men promptly jumped out. One of them grinned smugly. "Thanks for walking into this alley all by yourself." Seimin turned around in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. "What is this?" Despite being surrounded by 3 large men in the dark alley, Seimin remained strangely calm. She remarked coldly, "Well, this seems like quite a crowd for a simple tale." A man smoking a cigarette growled, "You'll have to come with us for a while." Showing no fear, Seimin smirked and agreed, though she also made a firm request. "All right, but first, could you put out that cigarette? I'm trying to quit smoking." The scene shifted to the warden's suffocating office, with a steady sound of coffee being poured accompanied a calculating question. "How has Kong Eon-sung been lately?" It seems someone had taken an interest in Min-soo's older brother's private affairs. Officer Shin stood at attention and solemnly reported Eon-sung's unusual behavior to the warden. He claimed that the young sergeant was obsessed with and overly concerned about Lee Min-soo. Even when Min-soo was transferred to the construction detail, Eon-sung's reaction had been abnormal, and he frequently appeared there to supervise him. He also asked me about the Red Rehabilitation class. At this, the warden suddenly stopped pouring coffee and narrowed his eyes dangerously. With a smirk, the warden revealed that Min-soo's transfer to the construction detail had actually been intended to test Kong Eon-sung's reaction. He admitted that the decision had partly come at the request of the special group, but the ultimate reason was that Eon-sung was far too suspicious. Strangely, the sergeant's file was the only one blocked from access through the military network. All available information came solely from his intake documents. The warden was certain that Eon-sung's identity concealed some kind of secret, so he had hired someone outside the center to investigate his background and would keep watching him until the results came in. Officer Shin curiously asked why both the warden and the special group were so interested in Lee Min-soo. The warden took a small sip of coffee, smiled enigmatically, and gave a chilling answer. "Because he looks very much like someone. That person." Meanwhile, in the shower room, Min-soo stood pensively beneath the cold water. 2 weeks had passed since his battle with Kong Min, but he still could not stop dwelling on his defeat. Although he continued training hard, Min-soo understood that his old tricks were completely useless against a professional fighter. Against someone like Kong Min, he would have to win through genuine skill. To accomplish that, Min-soo told himself that he absolutely had to master the 3rd level of his training. In the middle of the men's shower room, an awkward mishap occurred when a bar of soap suddenly slipped from Hyunjun's hand. Min-soo was horrified to recognize the notorious danger of dropping soap in a men's shower. But before it could hit the floor, Min Soo caught it neatly in his palm. Hyunjun took the soap back and stared in amazement at the obvious change in his friend. Thanks, but how did you do that? Your body looks much stronger than before. In the changing room, whispers began spreading about the unusual absence of their familiar correctional officer. It looks like Officer Kong isn't coming today. I asked someone else, and they said he suddenly took leave. Min-soo anxiously wondered what would happen to his training. Then what about our practice? Instead of receiving training, the entire group was ordered to clean the storage room. Just then, an inmate from the construction detail approached Min-soo with an extremely serious expression. Hey, Min-soo, can we talk in private for a moment? Min-soo stared at him in confusion. Why are you suddenly so serious? The inmate revealed that he wanted to discuss the construction detail's dark secrets. Min-soo asked, "Were you the one who turned off the lights and saved me from that mess?" Seeing that Min-soo still seemed relatively unconcerned, the inmate warned him gravely, "You still don't understand how terrifying Lee Kong-min is, do you?" Suddenly, he casually pulled down his trousers right in front of him, causing Min-soo to cry out in shock. "What the hell? Why are you suddenly taking off your trousers here?" Min-soo's eyes widened in horror when he saw the grotesque web of scars covering the man's legs. He bitterly admitted that he had once been a close friend and loyal subordinate of Lee Kong-min, the notorious leader of the MZ gang that had ruled Eastern Daeheon. After disobeying his boss just once, he had been left in this horrific condition. Trembling, he warned, "If Kong-min were merely good at fighting, I wouldn't try to stop you. But that man is terrifyingly cruel." He recalled the brutality of his former boss, who would use a hammer to shatter the bones of anyone who dare betray him, exacting the most savage revenge imaginable. "Don't return to the construction detail. You could truly be crippled or expelled from the rehabilitation program." Min-soo nodded reassuringly. "All right, I won't go if Officer Kong isn't there. I'm also looking for other volunteer work." But inwardly, Min-soo had a different thought. "Still, if necessary, I may have to fight him again for the sake of my brother's plan and mine." Meanwhile, at a secret location, the henchmen reported their progress to Kong-min over the phone. "We've captured her, and we're taking her to the hideout now." The black van sped down the highway. Another man inside continued receiving instructions. "We just need to make sure that man can't return to the rehabilitation center today." When they asked what to do with the girl afterward, a merciless reply came through. "Do whatever you want with her." The man in the back grinned lecherously. "Haha, it looks like we're going to have quite a party tonight." Ga Seimin was lying motionless across the rear seat, her hands and feet tightly bound. Seimin silently pieced everything together. Kong-min, the rehabilitation center. This is completely different from what I expected. She realized that these men were probably the henchmen of some powerful figure hiding within the facility. Their purpose seemed to be to buy time and prevent Eon-sung from interfering in an important event taking place there. She recalled her argument with Eon-sung when he had fiercely opposed this reckless plan. "You intend to use yourself as bait? That's too dangerous." Eon-sung had insisted that they had been watched all along and that one of them was undoubtedly the target. He suspected that whoever was behind it might be the dark force controlling the rehabilitation center or the true culprit who had framed Min-soo. The clues might even lead to those connected to the mysterious red rehabilitation class behind the forbidden door. Seimin emphasized that this was their only chance to expose the prison's dark secret and asked whether he truly wanted to let it slip away. Eon-sung worriedly admitted, "If I'm the target, that's fine. But if it's you, I can't accept it." He could not bear the thought of letting a woman put herself in danger in his place. Faced with Eon-sung's concern, Seimin remained calm. She held up a tracking device and assured him, "I'm not worried. If I'm the one they target, you'll come and save me, won't you?" Back in the present, the van carrying Seimin sped into a dark tunnel on its way to the execution site. Suddenly, a powerful motorcycle raced down the road at a terrifying speed. Eon-sung wore full protective gear, his eyes blazing with fury and determination behind his visor. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Hold on, Ga Seimin. I'm coming to save you." At the same time, elsewhere, Lee Kong-min folded his arms thoughtfully after receiving a request for a private meeting. "I never expected you to ask to meet me alone like this." Lee Chong-hee spoke gravely and offered Kong-min a piece of advice. Just leave Lee Min-soo alone. He explained that he did not know why Min-soo was being targeted, but Min-soo was merely someone trying to take over the workshop. Faced with Kong-min's suspicion, Chong-hee insisted that although he had once been a member of the construction team, he was no longer Kong-min's subordinate. "I am asking you this as your childhood friend. Memories of elementary school suddenly returned, back when Kongmin and Chonghee had been inseparable best friends. They had played together and run carefree through the streets. But after leaving elementary school, life sent them down completely different paths. While Kongmin became involved in his older brother's business, Chonghee had to shoulder the responsibility of caring for his ailing mother. Because of their separate circumstances, the two gradually lost contact, each choosing his own way to survive. As soon as he entered high school, Chonghee obtained his driver's license and began making deliveries to support himself. He diligently collected bags of food from kind restaurant owners before racing off to complete each delivery. After learning about Chonghee's difficult circumstances, the compassionate owners of the delivery shop readily lent him a motorcycle. He bowed gratefully. "I will ride carefully. Thank you very much." Thanks to that grueling delivery job, Chonghee was able to pay the hospital bills for his gravely ill mother. One day, he stopped in front of an old brick building and thought, "Someone ordered food all the way out here? What kind of people live in a place like this? Coming here alone is dangerous, man." Chonghee timidly stepped inside and called out, "I am here with a food delivery. Where should I leave it?" Before him was a dark room that reeked of danger, where a group of menacing men had gathered. Feeling uneasy, Chonghee hurriedly placed the bag on a table. "I'll leave it here. I need to get out before they grab me." But the moment he turned around, a cold voice came from behind him. "Are you?" Chonghee, startled, he blurted out, "What?" The person who had called his name was none other than Lee Kongmin. Chonghee cried out in shock. Kongmin, he was an old friend from elementary school, but Chonghee could barely recognize him now because his entire demeanor had changed. Kongmin was dressed from head to toe in expensive designer clothing, especially the glittering gold watch around his wrist. Chonghee could not help wondering, what the hell did he do to make this much money? Kongmin casually asked, "What have you been doing lately?" Chonghee quietly replied, "I am still making deliveries." Kongmin then asked whether his mother was still seriously ill. Chonghee sadly confirmed, "Yes." Kongmin studied his old friend with a calculating gaze, then curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Then would you like to make some easy money?" Kongmin immediately showed Chonghee a photograph of a bowl of noodles accompanied by a sarcastic one-star review on his phone. "Thanks for the extra protein." He praised him smugly. "You have a talent for writing. If you keep this up, you'll make a fortune." Chonghee wondered in confusion whether this could truly make money, but Kongmin assured him that if he followed Kongmin's methods, money would come pouring in. The cruelty of the scheme was soon revealed when a restaurant owner collapsed to his knees before Kongmin and begged desperately, "I'm sorry. I'll give you the money, so please delete those reviews." The man's business was collapsing because of the reviews. Kongmin sat calmly in his chair and coldly demanded 5 million won to remove the malicious posts. When notification confirmed that 5 million won had been transferred into the account, Chonghee realized in disbelief that he had just earned his first month's pay from only a few vicious comments. He told himself that if he kept making money this way, he could pay all the hospital bills for his gravely ill mother. Good grief, did those brats really think they could get away with such a filthy scheme? But the price of that dirty money soon arrived in the form of tragedy. A memorial portrait appeared as bitter whispers spread through a funeral. Mr. Kim took his own life. Apparently, someone planted something in his food and blackmailed him until he went bankrupt. In the end, he chose to end his life. Chonghee stood frozen amid the mournful atmosphere, listening as people cursed whoever had tampered with the food as inhuman scum. His heart tightened with guilt. Those memories became a terrifying obsession, and Chonghee drowned himself in alcohol as guilt consumed him. Planting things, posting reviews, blackmailing people. Everything I did under Kongmin's command makes me feel as if I personally killed that owner. When he agonizingly suggested confessing because an innocent person had died, Kongmin merely adjusted his glasses and coldly asked, "Confess." He stared straight at Chonghee and demanded to know whether Chonghee truly felt guilty when they had both gotten their hands dirty in the affair. That bastard had no intention of letting Chonghee turn back. Kongmin seized Chonghee by the throat and mockingly sneered at his old friend's ridiculous compassion. He declared that if Chonghee had truly felt guilty, he would never have started taking part in those dirty operations in the first place. Kongmin pointed a sharp pen at Chonghee's face and threatened that he would never forgive any act of betrayal. Chonghee could only tremble and plead in absolute terror. Without the slightest mercy, Kong Min drove the sharp object into Chong Hee's leg, making him scream in agony. He coldly warned Chong Hee to stop spouting nonsense unless he wanted Kong Min to truly lose his temper. Just then, a massive figure strode into the room. It was Lee Kong-won, the leader of the notorious MZ criminal gang in East Ehean and Kong Min's older brother. Kong Min was stunned that his brother had appeared without warning. Kong Won coldly announced that the police had begun investigating their large-scale extortion operations and the serious incident that had resulted in the victim's death. He placed all the blame on his younger brother and decided to make Chong Hee the scapegoat who would take the fall for the organization. Chong Hee collapsed and could only weep in despair when he realized that he had been completely betrayed and was about to face prison. However, Kong Won smirked and declared that Chong Hee alone would not be enough to put the matter to rest. He coldly ordered his own younger brother to turn himself in as well, since Kong Min, as a minor, would receive a far lighter sentence than an adult. In the end, Kong Min and Chong Hee were both sent to the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center, with bright red Class A marks stamped across their chests, officially beginning their struggle for survival in a living hell. Is this the first time since that day that we've sat face to face like this? Lee Kong Min began his tense conversation with Lee Chong Hee. He acknowledged that they had both come because of Lee Min-soo and admitted that he had arranged to keep Kong Eon-sung from interfering so he could find an opportunity to approach the misguided boy. Suspicious, Chong Hee asked what his old friend was truly planning. But two of Kong Min's subordinates immediately seized Chong Hee from behind and pinned him against the table. Kong Min intended to punish Chong Hee for daring to help Min-soo. He smirked as he explained why he had accepted the troublesome role of managing the construction team. Holding a large pair of bolt cutters, Kong Min coldly declared that in this brutal environment, once someone was injured or reduced to a mere tool, no one would question anything or pay that person any attention. He brought the jaws of the bolt cutters close to his victim's finger in a vicious threat. With his eyes blazing with calculation, Kong Min was certain that this plan would force Min-soo to come to him personally. At an isolated, abandoned warehouse, a black van stood parked outside. The henchman reported over the phone that they had brought Ga Se-min to the designated location. Her hands and feet were tightly bound as she sat motionless amid the rubble, yet she radiated such frightening composure that even her kidnappers felt uneasy. The men smoked and whispered among themselves about their hostage's unnaturally calm behavior. They had sent Kong Eon-sung a threatening message, ordering him to come to the address alone before noon if he did not want his girl to be harmed. Looking at the threatening messages on his phone, Eon-sung calmly adjusted his glasses, his expression ice cold. "Stop rushing me. I'm already here." Without the slightest hesitation, Eon-sung strode across the empty lot and headed straight toward the warehouse's wide-open doors to confront the trap awaiting him. He was fully committed to playing the hero and rescuing the damsel in distress. "That Eon-sung guy is coming here, right?" one of the henchmen asked inside the ruined warehouse. He smugly claimed that if Eon-sung was a real man, he would rush there the moment he learned that his girlfriend had been kidnapped. The henchman calculated that even if he traveled quickly, it would still take him 2 or 3 hours to find the place. They casually lit cigarettes and laughed, believing they had plenty of time to amuse themselves before their opponent arrived. Inside the warehouse, Ga Se-min remained securely bound, but her calm demeanor left the thugs baffled. "What's wrong with this girl? She's been kidnapped, but she isn't trembling at all." One of them approached her, stared at her perversely, and teased. "Or are you enjoying this? You look even prettier tied up like this." He crudely reached for Se-min's face and leered. "Why don't you have some fun with us while you wait for your boyfriend to rescue you? Just cooperate, and we won't hurt you." Before he could finish, a tremendously powerful impact struck him directly in the face and sent him flying backward. A helmet had hurtled through the air at terrifying speed, launching a dramatic surprise attack that made everyone cry out in alarm. What the hell was that? The man writhed on the floor and groaned in pain when he realized that he had been struck by a helmet. Amid the billowing dust, a figure radiating murderous intensity slowly entered. It was none other than Kong Eon-sung. The henchmen were stunned by his sudden appearance. Damn it, how did that bastard get here so quickly? They wondered whether Sung had secretly followed them from the beginning without their knowledge. Despite their surprise, the entire group quickly surrounded him and shouted defiantly, "You got here fast, but look around. What can you possibly do alone?" Sung did not bother answering. He coldly tightened his black gloves, stared sharply ahead, and issued his declaration of war. "Plenty. I'll show you right now." There were too many enemies. Sung silently assessed the situation while trapped inside their densely packed encirclement. He knew that if the fight dragged on, he would be the first to run out of strength. Therefore, he decided to show no mercy and end the battle as quickly as possible. He immediately charged into the crowd and unleashed decisive punches that sent his enemies crashing down one after another. Sung's strikes were precise and powerful, and he continuously knocked them out with devastating blows. Although he began struggling to breathe under the relentless pressure, Sung reminded himself that no matter how difficult things became, he could never bow his head. He poured all his strength into a thunderous hook aimed directly at an opponent's chin. Suddenly, a man behind him shouted, "You left your back open, idiot!" The thug launched a vicious kick, but Sung was faster. He ducked beneath the attack and suddenly seized the man's leg. The panicking thug screamed at him to let go. But Sung coldly counterattacked, leaving him screaming in unbearable agony. "My leg!" After witnessing such brutality, the remaining thugs froze, wondering what kind of monster this correctional officer could possibly be. Ordinarily, anyone facing 10 opponents alone would soon panic, but Sung fought with the terrifying composure of a seasoned warrior. Every step he took was decisive and agile, allowing him to control the battle. Fighting him was completely futile, and the thugs fell one after another. The henchmen began to realize the horrifying truth. Sung seemed to be merely toying with them. Conventional tactics were completely useless against someone with skills as exceptional as his. Sung brutally seized one thug by the face, then decisively slammed him onto the floor with a sickening impact. Seeing his companions fall one after another man frantically pulled out a knife and charged. He screamed desperately that this was the only way to finish things, but Sung maintained his frightening composure. Moving like lightning, he seized the wrist of the hand clutching the weapon, then delivered a devastating punch that completely subdued him. Watching motionlessly from the corner of the room, Regimen admitted to herself that she had initially been concerned about the disparity in numbers. But the scene before her showed that Sung was completely dominating the entire area with overwhelming strength. As she watched each thug fall with ease, Regimen could not help marveling. "Kong Sung, you truly are a monster." She smiled knowingly and mentally awarded him another 10 points for his exceptionally impressive and stylish performance. Meanwhile, in the rehabilitation center's training yard, the reflex drill involving tennis balls had finally ended, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Min-soo collapsed onto the floor and gasped for breath. "I am exhausted." He glanced at Se-jun, who was also lying half dead nearby, and teased him. "Hey, are you tired too? Stop pretending." Se-jun tried to maintain his aloof demeanor, irritably insisting that he was not tired and telling Min-soo not to bother him. Min-soo laughed heartily because he could clearly hear the other boy panting. He smugly declared that he would consider himself to have passed level 2 of that day's training. Se-jun contemptuously replied that Min-soo should at least make his lies believable, adding that someone who had only reached level 2 could never comprehend the terrifying challenges awaiting him. While Min-soo and Se-jun sat on the warehouse floor resting after training, a correctional officer suddenly threw open the door and stormed inside. He roared furiously, demanding to know why the two boys were sitting around lazily instead of cleaning the warehouse. "We're exhausted. No one notices when we're working, but the moment we rest, an officer catches us." "What terrible luck." Min-soo calmly replied that he was only taking a short break because he was so tired. Without warning, the correctional officer tossed a white cloth bundle at him and coldly said, "Catch." Min-soo caught the strange object in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. The officer revealed that it was a gift from Chong-hee. The moment Min-soo opened the cloth bundle, his face twisted in horror. Se-jun, who was sitting beside him, also realized that something was wrong when Min-soo froze and began sweating profusely. Inside was one of Chong-hee's blood-covered fingers, along with a warning from Kong-min. He threatened that if Min-soo did not appear within the next hour, he would prepare even more horrifying gifts. Min-soo realized in shock that this was a direct declaration of war from the leader of the construction team. Meanwhile, at the abandoned warehouse, Eun-sung used a knife to cut Ga Se-min's restraints. The moment she was free, Se-min immediately complained that he had arrived so late that her hands were aching unbearably. Eun-sung awkwardly explained that he had tried to deal with the henchman as quickly as possible and sincerely apologized. However, Se-min continued teasing him, saying that he had looked rather excited to have an opportunity to exercise. Looking around at the dozens of kidnappers sprawled across the floor, Eun-sung continued insisting that he truly had hurried to rescue her. Se-min sighed softly and decided to believe his explanation. However, her expression suddenly turned extremely serious when she realized a frightening truth. She declared that they had both been deceived. The kidnappers' true objective had not been to abduct her, but to keep Eun-sung away from Gangyo Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. Eun-sung asked in shock what? Se-min held out her phone and explained that Lee Kong-min could only target Min-soo when Eun-sung was not there to protect him. Eun-sung fell silent in thought. He realized that they had made no attempt to approach the cells, which meant that everything should remain under control until Min-soo reached the third stage of his training. You cannot be certain. What if they had been acting in secret without your knowledge? Eun-sung admitted to Se-min that he had suspected his younger brother's schemes from the beginning, which was why he had been secretly observing him for so long. Meanwhile, on an iron staircase, Lee Kong-won swaggered down the stairs with an arrogant expression. He admitted that his fists were itching because it was rare for him to encounter a worthy opponent. And he was certain Kong Eun-sung felt the same way when facing someone like him. Kong-won smirked and declared that the reason no longer mattered before issuing a direct challenge. Well, want to fight? He was Lee Kong-won, leader of the powerful MZ gang that ruled Gangdong. Back at the detention center, he was in terrible shape as Lee Kong-min ground his foot into his unhealed wound. Surrounded by a crowd of inmates, Lee Kong-min roared excitedly upon seeing his opponent completely subdued beneath his foot. He looked down at Chong-hee mockingly and asked whether facing him had truly been too much for the boy. Rage erupted within Min-soo, twisting his face into a more terrifying expression than ever before. His eyes widened and blazed with murderous intent as he roared, "Get your filthy foot off him right now." He suddenly charged forward and threw a furious punch at the captain. "You bastard." However, Kong-min dodged it with ease. He judged that Min-soo's attacks were still too clumsy and lacked the force he had expected. Kong-min countered with a punch, confident that he could end the fight quickly. Yet Min-soo effortlessly deflected the punch in an instant. Even the captain was stunned to see Min-soo skillfully parry his counterattack. He wondered in disbelief how the boy had reacted so quickly in such a brief instant. Although he spotted an opening, Kong-min remained extremely cautious, suspecting that it was a trap. He intended to finish Min-soo with an elbow strike, but Min-soo moved first, executing an exceptionally subtle feint that caught him completely off guard. Kong-min was stunned to realize that Min-soo appeared to have secretly studied and deciphered all his movements beforehand. Convinced there was no way his opponent could dodge from that position, he decisively launched his finishing blow. Kong-min spun around and unleashed a lightning-fast kick, but Min-soo blocked it once again, forcing Kong-min to admit in surprise, "Looks like you've been training hard." Kong-min was shocked to realize that Min-soo had intercepted the kick before it could even reach him. The surrounding inmates began murmuring in amazement at the boy's remarkable improvement. "Wow, that brat has gotten much stronger since last time. I can't believe Kong-min's kick was that fast." Even so, one inmate sneered that Min-soo had yet to launch a single genuine attack. But Kong-min's sharp eyes had already discerned that Min-soo's true objective was not so simple. The crowd asked in confusion what. It turned out that Min-soo had deliberately endured the attacks to find an opening and rescue Chong-hee from Kong-min's grasp. Chong-hee struggled upright and quietly thanked him. Thanks, Min-soo." Kong-min smirked and asked whether that had been Min-soo's plan from the beginning. Min-soo straightened up, burning with fighting spirit, and boldly declared, "Now, shall we get serious? I had to save my friend before I could focus on fighting. The true reason behind the battle no longer mattered. Amid the silence, heavy footsteps echoed steadily down the stairs. An arrogant-looking man appeared with a murderous smile and boldly issued a challenge. Well, want to fight? It was Lee Kong-won, leader of the powerful MZ gang that ruled Gangdong. Facing Lee Kong-won, Kang Eon-sung immediately sensed the immense pressure radiating from him. He silently assessed his opponent. He really is strong. Eon-sung's gaze became wary as he realized that this man was on an entirely different level from the small fry he had fought before. Seeing Eon-sung's pensive expression, Kang-won smirked provocatively. What's with that look? Don't want to fight. Eon-sung was still trying to determine this man's connection to the organization and genuinely wanted to avoid an unnecessary confrontation. However, Lee Kong-won had no intention of letting him leave peacefully. He glanced at Ga Se-min and issued a cruel threat. Then let her take your place. He growled that Eon-sung would pay dearly for causing trouble there. Kong-won immediately lunged forward with terrifying speed. The sensation at the tip of Eon-sung's foot felt completely solid. However, his confidence was quickly shattered when Kong-won effortlessly stopped his kick. Kong-won casually blocked it with one hand and offered a mocking compliment. Not bad. Eon-sung exclaimed inwardly in shock. He blocked me. He realized that his opponent was not only stronger than expected, but also exceptionally quick at reading the course of the battle. Gritting his teeth, Eon-sung told himself that he would have to use his full strength and attack more relentlessly if he wanted to win. So he launched a second kick. Unexpectedly, his opponent blocked it with ease and countered with a devastating punch to the stomach, making Eon-sung cry out in pain. He dropped to one knee and braced a hand against the ground to maintain his balance after the impact. Lee Kong-won casually rubbed his head and sneered. Did that actually connect? If it had landed properly, your spine would have been shattered. He swaggered closer and asked smugly, "Well, my punch hurt, didn't it?" Eon-sung clutched his side and gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Damn it, I think my ribs are cracked. He forced himself back up, knowing that the pain would only worsen if he delayed. Gathering all his strength, he charged forward, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. A thunderous impact rang out as Eon-sung decisively used his own fist to stop his opponent's attack. Kong-won's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just block that with your fist? His successive blows were knocked aside, and Eon-sung realized in shock that his opponent was deliberately deflecting every punch he threw. He wondered anxiously, he's intentionally neutralizing my attacks. Is he playing with me? Kong-won stared coldly into his eyes and taunted him arrogantly. Got anything else? I'm starting to get bored. Eon-sung gritted his teeth. In that case, but just as he was about to launch his next attack, Kong-won moved first, stomping hard on his foot and scoffing contemptuously. Too predictable. He had completely read Eon-sung's every move. Damn it, I went easy on you for a while, but it looks like this is your limit. People like you who only learn from textbooks have no creativity and are far too predictable. With that, he decisively slammed Eon-sung into the ground, leaving the young sergeant utterly helpless. Towering above him, Lee Kong-won looked down with an air of superiority. He wondered what kinds of battles this correctional officer had experienced to have such an inexperienced fighting style. For Kong-won, fighting had never been a choice. It had been an instinct for survival from the moment he was born. His mother could not live without alcohol and men, and she had never shown her son even the slightest trace of maternal love. Constant hunger forced Kong-won to grow up fighting for his survival, to keep himself from starving. He had no choice but to use violence and steal from others, because he had realized early on that being beaten was still far more bearable than having an empty stomach. Kong-won learned how to confront those stronger than himself, and no matter how formidable they were, the satisfaction of victory always remained the sweetest drug. After surviving dozens, then hundreds of life-or-death battles, Kong-won became increasingly powerful and brutal. From dark back alleys to bustling avenues, his territory steadily expanded from one district to the next. Eventually, he climbed to the top and became the leader of the infamous gang that ruled the vast Gangdong area. Back in the present, Kong Won stood proudly amid the wreckage and admitted coldly, "I'll admit you've got skill. Not bad for someone who only knows how to study." But then he smirked and added with biting contempt, "You're too by the book. Bookworms like you are all the same." Eon Sung lay motionless, completely overwhelmed by the gang leader's brutal real-world combat experience. Kong Won looked down at the battered Eon Sung and muttered in disappointment, "What a letdown." He swaggered toward Ga Seimin, wondering whether he should find another form of entertainment. Seeing the hatred blazing in her eyes, he smirked and remarked that her glare was not bad, even though she was not his type at all. When Seimin began trembling in terror, Kong Won gleefully declared that such an expression was what made this truly entertaining. But Seimin was not looking at him. She was staring at the person behind him. Eon Sung quietly adjusted his glasses and calmly admitted that the attacks he had used earlier really had been far too simple. He explained that his teacher had ordered him to follow only the basic steps when facing ordinary civilians. Eon Sung looked up with an icy gaze and declared that the opponent before him was certainly no ordinary man. Behind his glasses, Eon Sung's eyes blazed with a ferocious fighting spirit as he declared, "Therefore, I will also use my full strength against you." Men with glasses were truly dangerous. Just when it seemed he was finished, he had gotten back up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an aide wearing an orange life jacket cheered excitedly as he held an enormous fish aloft. It was a spectacular catch, the largest fish they had ever seen. Beside him, Congressman Kong, dressed in fishing gear, showered him with praise. "You're incredible. I've never seen anyone catch a fish like that while deep-sea fishing." The aide sighed softly and told the congressman there was no need to flatter him, especially since the congressman himself had just landed an impressive prize. Surrounded by the vast ocean, the aide thoughtfully confessed that he had initially hoped Kong Eon Sung would give up midway through his training. That was why he had arranged for Eon Sung to avoid the conventional officer's path and instead apply to become a Special Forces non-commissioned officer. Congressman Kong smirked and remarked that any real man should at least be able to accomplish that much. He recalled the grueling Special Forces non-commissioned officer training course, where 2 out of every 5 candidates dropped out. It was a torturous succession of days filled with shirtless running drills, parachute jumps, nighttime infiltration, mountain marches, and punishing survival training. Normally, only those with exceptional physiques dared to apply, but Eon Sung had not merely endured the course. He graduated at the top of every subject and completely shattered all existing Special Forces records. The congressman declared that becoming his son required more than academic excellence. It also demanded an exceptionally powerful body. That was why he had sent his strongest warrior into the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center to investigate, intending to destroy the current president's credibility and remove him from office. Hearing this, the aide's expression abruptly changed. He realized in astonishment that the person the congressman was referring to was none other than Kong Eon Sung, and that Eon Sung's personal instructor had been Jun Suk-jun, a ruthless former North Korean operative. Eon Sung stood there silently, recalling his master's instruction to use only basic techniques when confronting civilians. However, as he stared directly at the gang leader before him, he coldly declared, "But I suppose I can't consider you something other than an ordinary civilian, can I?" Eon Sung firmly declared, "Therefore, I will face you with my full strength." A terrifying wave of murderous intent immediately radiated from him, and even Kong Won was shocked to realize that the correctional officer's entire presence had changed. Eon Sung advanced with an icy gaze. Kong Won charged at him wildly and shouted, "Let's see what's changed." He swung at Eon Sung, but Eon Sung skillfully evaded the blow and suddenly unleashed a hook. Staggered, Kong Won admitted that Eon Sung's speed had become overwhelming. Despite his severe injuries and the blood streaming down his face, Kong Won wore a twisted smile and admitted that the fight was becoming extremely entertaining. He was stunned by the complete transformation in Eon Sung's reaction speed, which prevented him from dodging as easily as before. Eon Sung surged forward and threw a punch that instantly fractured the bones in Kong Won's arm. The gang leader roared in agony and disbelief. "You think one arm is enough to stop me?" But Eon Sung blocked his punch with his elbow, leaving him stunned to realize that Eon Sung had completely read his attack. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the gang leader was sent flying backward. astonished by the young correctional officer's extensive combat experience. Eon-sung gave him no chance to breathe and followed up with a kick that slammed directly into his body. Kang-won was shocked to realize that he had never faced anyone with such an unorthodox fighting style. He endured a relentless barrage of devastating blows and screamed in utter helplessness. Kang-won frantically wondered where Eon-sung had learned such monstrous techniques. However, Eon-sung coldly declared that what he had been taught was never ordinary martial arts. A relentless succession of decisive punches rained down, utterly crushing Kang-won. Eon-sung calmly reflected that combat was not simply about defeating one's opponent. The true purpose of the skills he possessed was to eliminate a target as quickly and efficiently as possible. Eon-sung unleashed one final, devastating attack, and the gang leader collapsed beneath his overwhelming power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the crowd of inmates watched in amazement. They murmured among themselves, stunned that Min-soo had endured long enough to force the construction crew captain to use his kicks so early. The moment a kick flew directly toward his ribs, Min-soo decisively raised an arm and blocked it, cheering inwardly, "I stopped it!" However, Kang-min immediately followed with a punch that left Min-soo reeling and groaning. Min-soo gritted his teeth as he realized that the bastard was deliberately chaining his attacks together to prevent him from dodging or defending. Kang-min's movements were too swift and decisive, leaving Min-soo completely on the defensive. Min-soo had become nothing more than a punching bag for his opponent. A relentless barrage of attacks from both sides left him able to do nothing but brace himself and endure them helplessly. Kang-min wore a sinister, triumphant smile and declared confidently, "Haha, this is the finishing blow." He swung his leg upward, preparing to end the fight immediately with a high kick. Kang-min's kick came crashing down, convincing the surrounding crowd that it was over. They declared that no one had ever remained standing after the captain's deadly high kick. But a moment later, even Kang-min froze with a look of confusion. The shocking truth was revealed. Min-soo's hand had somehow caught and firmly gripped his opponent's leg. Min-soo looked up with a cold, threatening gaze and growled, "I was starting to worry that you wouldn't use this move." Radiating chilling, murderous intent, Min-soo declared with absolute certainty that he had been waiting a long time for Kang-min's high kick. This was the grueling reflex exercise Kang Eon-sung had used to train his younger brother, forcing Min-soo to reach the absolute limits of his concentration. As Eon-sung continuously hurled balls at him, he firmly imparted the secret of combat. You need to know which attacks to dodge and which ones to accept. He wanted Min-soo to understand that completely avoiding every attack was impossible in a real fight. Therefore, he had to know when to make a sacrifice in order to create an opening in his opponent's defenses. Back in the present, surrounded by the crowd, Min-soo perfectly applied that hard-earned lesson to anticipate his opponent. The instant Kang-min launched his signature high kick, Min-soo decisively reached out and seized his leg. Min-soo's face twisted into a crazed, triumphant grin as he growled, "I've been waiting for that high kick of yours for a very long time." Kang-min's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his kick had been read so easily. With hands like steel clamps, Min-soo held his opponent's leg tightly and repeated the maxim to himself, "Sacrifice flesh to break bone," pouring all his resentment and strength into one blow. He drove his fist directly into Kang-min's knee. The construction crew captain could only scream in excruciating pain before being completely overwhelmed. The devastating blows aimed at his knee made Lee Kang-min howl in agony. He collapsed and clutched his leg in disbelief. "You bastard! My knee! There's more coming! Don't you dare collapse yet!" Before Kang-min could react, Min-soo struck him with another punch. Outside the warehouse, Kang Eon-sung sat on the ground, his face bruised after the life-or-death battle. Jae-min tenderly cupped his face and thought, "What is this? Your face was already a wreck, and now it looks even worse." Choking back tears, she scolded him, "You pushed yourself too hard." Eon-sung stared at her blankly before quietly asking, "Are you crying?" Jae-min could no longer hold back her sobs. She hurriedly threw her arms around him, to hide her vulnerability. "Don't look," she cried in anguish. "You could have ended this sooner. You didn't have to let yourself get beaten until you were covered in bruises." Eon-sung could only apologize softly. "I'm sorry." Looking at his motionless opponent, Eon-sung admitted to himself. But he wasn't an easy opponent. He knew that if the man had not let his guard down, the outcome might have been different. Eon-sung recalled the decisive moment. "If I hadn't broken his arm at the beginning, I might have been the one who lost." As he helped Se-min to her feet, a heavy metal door suddenly flew open, making them both turn around. A group of unfamiliar men marched into the warehouse. Eon-sung frowned and demanded, "How did you know how to get here?" One of the lackeys smugly held up his phone. With a sneer, he revealed that he had managed to call for reinforcements while Eon-sung had been busy getting cozy with the beautiful woman. Before he could finish speaking, however, a hand landed on his head and abruptly slammed him into the ground. It was Kang-won. Incredibly, he had managed to stand up even after his arm had been broken. Although his body was utterly exhausted, he forced himself upright and roared an order at his lackeys. "This fight is between me and that bastard. Who gave any of you permission to interfere?" Kang-won radiated a chilling bloodlust, threatening to tear apart anyone who dared meddle in his battle. Overawed by their boss's authority, the entire gang bowed in unison. "Yes, boss. Take your time. We'll wait right here." His worried underlings then rushed forward to support Kang-won, who looked to be in terrible condition. Eon-sung unexpectedly told everyone to stop. Despite his crushing defeat, Kang-won smiled defiantly and declared, "I lost this time, but next time we'll fight again." He wildly declared that he would challenge Eon-sung 10 more times, even 1,000 more times, until he finally won. Eon-sung merely stared coldly at his opponent and gave him a merciless answer. "No, it would be best if we never saw each other again." While Eon-sung and Se-min stood silently amid the ruined warehouse, the atmosphere in the construction workshop at Gangyo Rehabilitation Center was also reaching a breaking point. The inmates began to stir, and astonished whispers spread throughout the crowd. "Don't tell me Kang-min is losing." Ever since Min-soo had countered his signature kick, Lee Kang-min had been forced entirely onto the defensive and could not regain the rhythm of the fight. Min-soo repeatedly closed the distance and threw punches directly at his opponent's weak points. Heavy blows rained down one after another, leaving the construction crew captain helplessly bracing himself against the assault. One decisive punch struck him squarely in the body, sending Kang-min flying backward and crashing to the floor as everyone watched in shock. Min-soo strode toward the defeated man, looked down at him with an icy gaze, and firmly ordered, "Get up. This isn't over yet." As Kang-min lay gasping on the ground, his eyes suddenly turned crazed when he noticed a screwdriver within reach. He frantically grabbed the sharp weapon and screamed resentfully, "You bastard!" But just as he prepared to launch a vicious attack, a hand moved like lightning and seized his wrist, stopping him cold. The unexpected person who intervened was none other than Chang. Kang-min cried out in shock. Chang, taking advantage of Kang-min's distraction, Min-soo unleashed a relentless barrage of punches into his face, venting all the resentment and bitterness he had suppressed for so long. Witnessing Min-soo's explosive fury, the other inmates stood frozen in astonishment as Kang-min was completely overwhelmed. Min-soo continued raining blows onto Kang-min, leaving him to wonder in disbelief how those two had become so close. He bitterly realized the harsh truth and muttered hopelessly, "This can't be happening. Is there no way for me to win?" Another punch from Min-soo sent Kang-min flying backward while the surrounding inmates could only watch, too afraid to do anything. Kang-min tumbled into a pile of equipment and collapsed miserably. Sitting on the floor, he frantically wondered what he could do to preserve his position as a candidate when everything was slipping out of his control. As Min-soo hurried over and called Chang-hee's name, Kang-min suddenly burst into crazed laughter. His deranged laughter echoed throughout the workshop like that of a man who had completely lost his mind. Kang-min shouted to the crowd, accusing Chang-hee of cowardly interfering in his fight. "You all saw it, didn't you? That bastard Chang, he interfered in my match." He frantically incited the other inmates, insisting that if he fell, every one of them would be forced to live miserably in this place. His manipulative words successfully stirred their anger, and the crowd began shouting for the rule breaker to be destroyed. Min-soo stood alone, surrounded by dozens of murderous inmates. Their overwhelming numbers quickly placed Min-soo in grave danger. The Class C inmates screamed wildly. "Get him! Hold him tight!" They charged forward, brutally restraining him and pinning both his arms, leaving Min-soo completely helpless. One of them roared smugly, "Got you, you little rat." Merciless punches rained down one after another, and Min-soo could only grit his teeth through the excruciating pain. Who would have guessed they would all gang up on him? No one could win against odds like that. At the critical moment, a fist smashed directly into the face of the inmate restraining Min-soo, sending him flying backward in an instant. Min-soo looked up in shock. "What?" It was Ga Sejun. Sejun asked coldly, "Did you just ask for help?" Min-soo could not believe that the leader of Room A had appeared to rescue him at that exact moment. Sejun's presence completely reversed the course of the battle as he charged into the crowd like a savage beast. He unleashed devastating blows, sending his enemies crashing down one after another amid terrified screams. The entire atmosphere in the workshop abruptly changed, becoming cold and suffocating under the pressure of his presence alone. Sejun stood tall among the defeated inmates, his icy gaze ready to crush anyone who dared stand in his way. Heavy footsteps sounded as astonished whispers spread through the crowd. "He's here. It's the deputy captain, Kim Sung-hwan." The former construction crew captain swaggered forward with an arrogant expression. Tilting his chin upward, he asked, "Hey, you were looking for someone, weren't you?" Lee Kong-min, still kneeling on the ground, answered with a calculating smirk. "In this situation, who else would I be looking for but you?" Kong-min had found an ally as well, returning the battle to square one. Sejun immediately charged forward, stunning the crowd. "Is he really going straight for the captain?" Kim Sung-hwan roared excitedly. "It's been a long time since I had a chance to warm up. Come at me." He launched a frenzied attack, but Sejun skillfully evaded him with lightning speed. Sung-hwan was stunned by his opponent's nimble movements. "What? Is he moving toward my striking arm?" In an instant, Sejun vanished from sight, making the deputy captain glance around frantically in terror. "Where did he go? Is he beside me?" Sejun suddenly emerged from his blind spot and drove a tremendously powerful punch straight into his opponent's face. The decisive blow sent Kim Sung-hwan flying backward, and he collapsed instantly as everyone watched in disbelief. The other inmates stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. What? Sung-hwan was knocked out with one blow. And here we thought he was tough. Turns out he was all talk. Witnessing such overwhelming strength, Kong-min broke into a cold sweat. Trembling in terror, he wondered, Sejun, when did he become this strong? Realizing that the situation had turned against him, Kong-min hurriedly shouted, "Stop! I don't know why you're trying to save Lee Min-soo, but from now on, you'd better do as I say." His cowardly nature became clear as he sneered and threatened that his men were holding Sejun's older sister hostage. Min-soo cried out in shock, "What?" Sejun ground his teeth in fury, clenching his fists when he learned that his sister was in danger because of such a piece of trash. Kong-min calmly held out his phone and challenged him. "Whether you want to believe it or not, this is the truth." Lee Kong-min held up the phone, and the screen clearly showed Ga Se-min with her hands and feet bound. He asked smugly, "Your sister's name is Ga Se-min, right?" Kong-min continued mocking the close relationship between the siblings and admitted that he had taken her hostage to pressure Sejun. Noticing that Eon-sung was nowhere to be seen, he gave a calculating sneer and demanded to know where that correctional officer was. Kong-min laughed with delight as he imagined Eon-sung being brutally beaten by his men while trying to save Se-min. Before he could finish his taunt, Min-soo punched him directly in the face and sent him flying backward. Min-soo roared furiously, exposing the true nature of the man who always pretended to be kind in front of everyone, but was actually a cunning, despicable bastard. Even after being knocked down, Kong-min stubbornly challenged Min-soo, asking whether he could stop their plan all by himself. "Who screamed wildly and older soon, soon. If you want to save your sister, kill that bastard right now." Contrary to everything he expected, however, Sejun and Min-soo exchanged knowing smiles before firmly high-fiving each other right in front of their enemy. Standing tall together, they made it clear that they had seen through the entire scheme intended to divide them. Sejun looked at the defeated man kneeling on the ground and sarcastically asked whether he truly thought his sister was alone. Kang Min was dumbfounded, sweating profusely when he saw Sejun completely disregard the threat against his sister's life. He frantically repeated his demand that Sejun kill Min-soo, but Sejun coldly replied that although his sister was beautiful, she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself. More importantly, Yeon-sung was with her, so he had no reason to worry. Sejun towered over the trembling Lee Kang-min. "You dare touch my sister? No, you dare touch the kids in my room. I'm going to make you pay dearly." Kang-min screamed desperately. Wait. At that moment, the captain's phone, which had fallen to the floor, suddenly rang. A hand quickly picked it up. Yeon-sung's relaxed voice came from the other end. "Hello, brother. Is everything finished over there?" Min-soo told his older brother. "Everything's finished here too. Sejun is safe. But because Kang-min dared kidnap Sejun's sister, he's getting the beating of his life right now." Yeon-sung froze and could only stammer, "Oh, of course. Then I'll see you at the center tomorrow." Yeon-sung promptly ended the call. He gently adjusted his helmet and said thoughtfully, "I just heard your younger brother's voice." He sounded very angry, almost as if someone had been bothering him. The engine roared as the two sped away on the powerful motorcycle. Sejun asked where they were going, but Yeon-sung merely remarked that the weather was a little chilly today. "Are your injuries all right?" she softly asked. "Ai, gang eom-sung." "Then how about this? Come to my place and see my cat." Was she inviting an innocent man into a cat's den or a lioness's lair? The moment Yeon-sung entered her home, his attention was captured by an adorable ginger cat purring softly. He sat down on the floor and gently stroked it while Sejun busied herself in the kitchen. She smiled softly. "Thank you for saving me earlier. I'll cook something for you." Spotting an old photograph on a shelf, Yeon-sung curiously asked whether it was a family picture. In a somber voice, Sejun explained her past, saying that Sejun once knew how to play the piano and that the man in the photograph was their faithless father. Her face filled with anger when she spoke about him. Soon afterward, the food was finished and sizzling in the hot pan. Sejun warned him threateningly, "It's ready. Even if it tastes terrible, you have to eat it and say it's delicious." She brought the food over and made sure to remind him how much effort she had put into it. Yeon-sung, however, only wanted to rest for a while with the cat lying on his chest before he had to return to the center. Sejun could only stand there and mutter, "This is hopeless. I finally lured this blockhead home, and now he's asleep. How frustrating." Seeing him sleeping on the floor, Sejun went into the bedroom and brought out a blanket for him. After thinking for a moment, she lay down as well and gently wrapped her arms around him from behind. What were these two doing when it was time to eat? Then again, with a handsome man right there, who had time to worry about dinner? That brief moment of peace soon passed, giving way to the brutal reality of the rehabilitation center. Sejun strode forward and coldly called out, "Lee Min-soo." Min-soo looked up with weary eyes and quietly said, "Oh, Sejun." Sejun rubbed his head and admitted that he was utterly exhausted after using all his strength in the recent battle. At that moment, Chang-hee suddenly removed the bandage wrapped around his hand. To everyone's surprise, his hand was completely unharmed. Then whose finger had Min-soo received earlier? Time turned back several hours. Just as Kang-min was about to cut off one of Chang-hee's fingers, Instructor Shin appeared in time to stop him. In the infirmary, another shocking truth was revealed amid the crisp sounds of cutting. A fake finger was decisively severed from a model hand and fell to the floor. Officer Shin sneered smugly, convinced that this fabricated performance would deceive everyone watching. He knelt beside the medical box, muttering that he should never have started this dangerous game and that he had to end everything before the warden discovered the truth. Holding a syringe, he tormented himself with the realization that he was merely a pawn being dragged into a whirlpool of crime. Elsewhere in the infirmary, another correctional officer was stunned when he opened the box and saw the model hand with its finger severed. Believing he had found evidence that could be used to punish Lee Min-soo, he shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, a nurse bandaged the real injuries on Min-soo's hand and reminded him how fortunate he was that his hands had not been completely crushed. As the nurse finished dressing the wounds, she sighed in relief and emphasized that he had been extremely lucky the damage had not reached the bone. Otherwise, his hands would have been permanently ruined. Min-soo quietly thanked her before sitting silently in the infirmary. He recalled the moment the head of the hammer had grazed his face and thought that he would have been in serious trouble if the blow had landed. Just as he tormented himself with the fear that he might have to remain there for the rest of his life, a sound suddenly came from the neighboring bed. Pulling back the privacy curtain, Min-soo froze in bewilderment. His eyes widened when he realized that the person in the neighboring hospital bed was Tae-ho, the thug who had bullied the elderly residents at the nursing home. Now, however, he was wrapped in bandages from head to toe like a mummy. The man reluctantly admitted that he had brought this disaster upon himself by daring to challenge Lee Kong-min, and he even thanked Min-soo for avenging him. Min-soo coldly stated that he had not acted to help him. He went straight to the point and demanded to know what the hell the red uniforms were. The injured man smirked mischievously and said he would only reveal the truth if Min-soo agreed to become his underling. Without the slightest mercy, Min-soo immediately grabbed a feather and began tickling the sole of Tae-ho's foot, forcing him to suppress his laughter until he broke out in a sweat. Faced with such merciless torture, the man could only beg for mercy and promise to reveal everything. He explained that the red uniforms were reserved for special priority inmates, people whom society never wanted to allow back into its midst. These prisoners were managed directly and in absolute secrecy by the warden. Instead of undergoing ordinary rehabilitation, they were assigned a sinister mission known as release management. Whenever inmates worked hard to accumulate enough reward points to earn their freedom, the Red Unit would create desperate situations designed to force them into breaking the rules and receiving penalty points. If those schemes failed, the Red Unit resorted to methods far more brutal. The injured man stared hauntingly at Min-soo and repeated the rumor that no one ever left this rehabilitation center intact. Inmates who had earned enough points or were approaching their release dates would have their bones crushed or be driven insane and permanently disabled. The ultimate goal was to ensure that once they were released, they would no longer be capable of causing society any trouble. Min-soo stood frozen in shock when the man bluntly revealed that he was the primary target of the next purge. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious, secluded room, members of the Red Unit casually watched everything unfold through the CCTV system. Im Ji-soo calmly remarked that the situation had become extremely chaotic, but the man opposite him, whose black hair was tousled, seemed unconcerned. Keeping his eyes fixed on the screen, he declared, "I am more interested in Lee Min-soo." When Ji-soo reminded him that Min-soo was the monster who had defeated both Dubo and Se-jun, the other man remained skeptical. Is he really that strong? Ji-soo smirked and dismissed Min-soo as nothing more than an amusing toy, which only made the black-haired man more excited to personally test the strength of this rising newcomer through their advanced surveillance equipment. They were prisoners, yet they had access to a room fit for important guests. Meanwhile, the balance of power inside the center had completely changed after the earth-shattering fight. Because Lee Kong-min had instigated the brawl, he was thrown into solitary confinement as punishment. Min-soo's fame spread throughout the center, and the other inmates' attitudes toward him changed dramatically. Min-soo recognized his newfound status as he stood before the group and confidently ordered, "All right, let us begin today's work without any accidents." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." Lee Min-soo had officially become the new leader of the construction class, striding proudly past his fellow inmates as they watched him with fearful respect. As they walked down the corridor, Min-soo said, "I did not expect you guys to actually follow me and sign up for the construction class." The inmates cheerfully replied that working under their new leader was much more exciting and that staying in their rooms all day was boring. They soon began chattering about the recent fight. One of them still doubted whether Min-soo had truly defeated Kong-min. Another interjected, "I heard Se-jun was the one who did it." Se-jun coldly corrected him, saying that he had merely delivered the finishing blow. Suddenly, a stern shout shattered the atmosphere. "Halt!" An elderly correctional officer blocked their path and roared at the inmates for gathering and talking instead of maintaining order. Kong Eon-sung hurried over to defuse the situation, explaining that they had just returned from volunteer work, but the old man immediately berated him for failing to salute a superior. Eon-sung quickly stood at attention and saluted. "My apologies, sir. Setgun gang eong sung zi potting." Instead of letting the matter go. However, the old man suddenly swung his baton and struck Eon-sung with tremendous force in front of all the inmates. Min-soo cried out inwardly. "Brother!" The elderly officer demanded to know whether that was any way for a sergeant to salute his superior, and accused Yeon-sung of undermining order within the rehabilitation center. He roared at everyone to return to their positions and threatened to punish anyone who disobeyed. Standing imposingly with the baton in his hand, the elderly officer glared contemptuously at Yeon-sung and demanded absolute discipline from everyone. Min-soo and the other inmates were stunned to see Yeon-sung struck down. The old man coldly announced that the warden was waiting, then proudly proclaimed his twisted ideal. "The deputy warden only wants to help you pieces of trash become human again." With that, he decisively turned and walked away, leaving Yeon-sung struggling to rise in the cold corridor. At the warden's office, the elderly officer performed a rigid military salute. "Loyalty," the deputy warden reporting. The warden quietly asked him about the incident that had just occurred. The deputy warden insisted that everything had been properly resolved, but immediately expressed concern about the state of the inmates' quarters. "I have heard that the place has been completely corrupted. I will begin restoring order immediately." Surprised, the warden asked whether he needed more time off, considering that he had only just returned. The old man merely tightened his grip on his baton. He declared that his only happiness in life came from personally turning those pieces of trash back into human beings. Inside the classroom, a suffocating atmosphere prevailed as the inmates struggled with complicated literary concepts involving context and problem solving. Amid the piles of books and papers, one exhausted student could no longer resist his drowsiness and lowered his head onto the desk. A chair was immediately hurled across the room with tremendous force, slamming into the sleeping student's seat with a deafening crash. The deputy warden glared at him and roared threateningly, "If you do not want to remain trash forever, do not sleep during class." The terrified student could only tremble and stammer an apology as he faced the old man's rage-contorted expression. The deputy warden's brutality soon spread to the kitchen as well. Dubo had an entire pot of soup poured over his head simply because the meal did not suit the old man's taste. Ever since the deputy warden arrived, life inside the rehabilitation center had changed dramatically for the worse. In their cells, the teenagers were forced to kneel rigidly in perfect formation for hours, right up until lights out. The humiliation reached its peak when the guard's shouts echoed through the corridors, forcing every inmate to make pig-like grunting noises whenever the guards passed. When moving through the halls, the prisoners were required to march in flawless formation. For Lee Min-soo, however, an even worse ordeal lay ahead. If the previous training exercises had existed merely to entertain the correctional officers, then matters had now entered a horrifying new phase. Training under the deputy warden was truly hell on earth. In the middle of a torrential downpour, Min-soo and the other inmates were forced to hold push-up positions while lying in muddy puddles. The guard screamed furiously, "Keep your heads down, you runts. Do not raise them." Min-soo struggled to breathe as the filthy mud rose to his nose. Seething with resentment, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, the water is already up to my nose. I will have to breathe through my mouth." A boy beside him could no longer endure it. Coughing violently, he stammered an apology because mud had entered his nose. The nearby correctional officers immediately roared in fury. "Who gave you permission to raise your head? I told you to keep it down, you bastard." They beat him savagely while forcing his head deeper into the filthy puddle. "If you cannot do it yourself, I will help you." The splashing water mixed with the victim's agonized groans, making the scene unbearably brutal. Unable to tolerate such inhuman cruelty any longer, Min-soo shouted furiously, "Stop it right now." He acted despite the danger. Min-soo charged forward, shoved one of the correctional officers away, and hurriedly supported the barely conscious Han-jun. Yeon-sung stood nearby, fully aware that his younger brother would not escape punishment for this impulsive act. Min-soo shouted indignantly, "This is wrong, no matter how you look at it. He could have killed him." At the height of the tension, Yeon-sung decisively stepped between them and bowed his head. "My apologies, Deputy Warden. I will personally teach them a proper lesson, so please do not concern yourself with this." The deputy warden gave Yeon-sung a cold, suspicious look and asked, "Oh, so these boys are under your supervision? Very well. I will leave them for you to handle." The deputy warden strode closer, pointed at Min-soo, and issued a challenging demand. I'm also curious to see how you normally deal with these boys. Show me right here. Eon-sung and Min-soo stood facing each other beneath the cold rain. The two brothers had been forced into this cruel predicament because of that damn deputy warden. Beneath the pouring rain, the deputy warden glared at Eon-sung and repeated that he wanted to see how the young sergeant disciplined unruly inmates. When Eon-sung continued, standing motionless, the deputy warden began to lose patience. He sarcastically asked whether Eon-sung was hesitating simply because he was being watched. Eon-sung quickly reassured the old man that he was merely considering the most effective disciplinary method. He tightened his grip on the baton and declared, "I will show you my method." Without showing any mercy, Eon-sung swung the baton and struck Min-soo directly. Min-soo collapsed into the mud. Eon-sung strode toward him and shouted for him to stand up immediately. His younger brother struggled to rise and breathlessly replied that he was already trying to do so. Eon-sung was faster, however, and delivered a devastating kick straight into Min-soo's body. After being beaten by his brother, Min-soo was taken to the bathroom to wash the mud from his body. Eon-sung looked at his younger brother, who sat blankly on a chair, and warned him, "If you're going to keep acting the same way, you should go back inside. How much longer are you planning to sit there?" Min-soo lowered his head. "I am thinking," he replied solemnly. "I've been thinking a lot." He remembered all the times Eon-sung had stepped forward to protect him at any cost, even allowing his enemies to beat him so badly that his face had to be covered with bandages. Eon-sung laughed it off and said, "That was nothing, so do not worry. I will find a way to protect all of you from this." Min-soo shouted furiously, "That is exactly the problem. Why do you always try so hard to protect us? You are a correctional officer, not my babysitter. You said you would get us out of here. This place devours people whole, and getting out will not be easy. We have to take it one step at a time." Looking directly into his brother's eyes, Min-soo firmly declared, "For that to happen, you and I must completely forget that we are brothers. I am a criminal, and you are a correctional officer. So promise me that if circumstances ever force you to punish me again, you will act like a real correctional officer, not like my brother." Beneath the corridor lights, the two brothers sealed their firm resolve with a pinky promise. Back in the pouring rain, Eon-sung shouted furiously to maintain his performance before the deputy warden. "Did one blow bring you down? Get up." Deep inside, however, he desperately pleaded, "Do not get up. Please do not get up. Min-soo, just stay down." Despite his brother's silent plea, Min-soo gritted his teeth against the pain, struggled out of the muddy puddle, and defiantly declared, "I took your blow, and it was nothing special." Beneath the relentless rain, Min-soo struggled to his feet, but Eon-sung gave him no chance to catch his breath. To maintain his act in front of the deputy warden, Eon-sung kicked his younger brother straight in the body, knocking Min-soo down once more. He lay motionless in the cold training yard. Eon-sung strode over, looked down at his brother's seemingly lifeless body, and coldly asked, "Nothing special?" He furiously raised his baton, preparing to deliver another potentially fatal blow. "Is this still not special enough for you?" At that critical moment, a hand shot out and stopped him. The deputy warden intervened. "Stop, that is enough." Eon-sung maintained his murderous expression and growled that he wanted to teach the insolent brat a lesson so severe that he would never dare cause trouble again. The deputy warden smirked. He admitted that he understood Eon-sung's feelings, but reminded him that all their efforts at rehabilitation would be meaningless if Min-soo's neck were broken. Eon-sung quickly suggested taking Min-soo for treatment, arguing that his death would create a serious burden for the facility. Beneath the unending rain, all the other inmates were still forced to maintain their humiliating, agonizing positions in the training yard. At the same time, a knock at the warden's office broke the silence. A correctional officer delivered Sergeant Kong Eon-sung's detailed personnel file, just as requested. The warden casually leafed through the documents, narrowing his eyes suspiciously when he saw that the information had been processed faster than expected. He began digging into the secrets hidden within the file, searching for weaknesses he could exploit in the young sergeant. What he discovered there was so horrifying that even Eon Sung himself would have been stunned to learn the truth. As his brother carried him on his back while he drifted in and out of consciousness, distant childhood memories suddenly flooded Min Su's mind. They came from a time before the brothers entered Penguin Orphanage, when Min Su was still a small child whom his older brother constantly protected and carried around on his slender back. It had been far too long since Min Su had felt this warmth. He realized that his brother's back had become much broader and sturdier than it had been in the past. As he regained consciousness, Min Su cried out in alarm. "What is this? Why am I on your back?" Eon Sung glanced at him and asked, "Are you awake?" Min Su continued, struggling, and demanded that he put him down immediately. In the deserted corridor, however, Eon Sung held firmly onto his younger brother. He gently said that they were almost there and that he wanted to remain like this for just a little longer. Noticing his brother's shoulders trembling, Min Su hesitantly asked, "Are you crying?" Eon Sung immediately denied it and snapped, asking whether Min Su wanted to die for daring to accuse him of crying. Min Su lowered his head and sincerely apologized for dragging his brother into such a terrible mess. Eon Sung bitterly reminded him that he was the one who had beaten Min Su so painfully, but Min Su understood that he had only done it to protect him from the enemy watching them. Min Su knew that the road ahead would be filled with hardship, but he earnestly begged that the two of them never abandon each other, no matter what happened. Behind his glasses, Eon Sung's eyes blurred with emotion at his younger brother's determination. In this merciless place, where human lives were treated as worthless, the brothers could only care for each other in secret. Min Su's eyes burned with a will stronger than ever. "No matter what it takes, I will escape this damned place." Standing before the cold steel door of the restricted area, Eon Sung suddenly noticed something highly unusual. The guards who normally kept strict watch over the entrance had suddenly disappeared without a trace, making him wonder whether something serious had just happened. He was certain that all the dark secrets surrounding the Red Unit and the facility's hidden conspiracies lay beyond that door. Images of the brutally tortured victims and the crippled Jo Chong-soo continued to haunt Kong Eon Sung, driving him to uncover the truth at any cost. If he did not find the truth soon, these people might dispose of his younger brother as well. He strode forward resolutely, telling himself he had to infiltrate the restricted area and expose everything. But just as he was about to make his move, Kong Eon Sung suddenly froze at an unexpected presence. It was the deputy warden. Eon Sung wondered in shock what that vicious old man was doing there at this hour. He secretly watched as the man used a key card to open the door to the restricted area, wondering whether he was the mastermind controlling all those mysterious figures in red uniforms. Suddenly, the deputy warden stopped and curled his lips into a sinister smile, as though he had known Eon Sung was there all along. He quietly asked, "Are you that curious about what is inside?" Eon Sung froze upon realizing he had been discovered, while the scar-faced old man coldly issued a chilling invitation. "Then why don't we go inside together?" Eon Sung silently followed the deputy warden down the deserted corridor, his heart heavy with suspicion as he wondered why the man was dragging him into this. The heavy iron door opened with a piercing screech, revealing the mysterious space beyond. Upon stepping inside, Eon Sung was stunned to find nothing before him but a vast, strangely empty room. The deputy warden stood silently for a long while, resting a hand on his chin in cryptic contemplation. He muttered, wondering whether the warden had secretly beaten him to it. Turning to Eon Sung, he coldly asked whether his curiosity had been satisfied. He sternly warned Eon Sung not to delve any deeper, because this place was extremely dangerous. Astonished, Eon Sung pressed him, "Is that a warning? Why did you show me this place?" The deputy warden narrowed his calculating eyes and said Eon Sung must certainly be someone special, the enemy who had been forced to strike his own younger brother. Eon Sung went rigid, his eyes widening in horror as he realized his greatest secret had been exposed. The deputy warden continued his mocking lecture, saying that if Eon Sung intended to walk in a hell of his own accord, he should at least know how to disguise himself as a demon. If he did not learn to conceal his true identity, he would soon be exposed and destroyed in this wretched place. After his conversation with the deputy warden ended, Eon-sung returned to his regular duties. He wondered why the deputy warden had suddenly returned after such a long absence. A correctional officer beside him explained that Eon-sung was new and therefore did not know the man had recently stood trial on suspicion of accepting bribes. Eon-sung wondered in disbelief. Bribes? The officer revealed that the deputy warden had reportedly taken money from an inmate's parents, but had just been acquitted and allowed to return to his post. Rumor had it that the accusation was actually a scheme orchestrated by the warden, who had always regarded the deputy warden as his direct rival for power. Witnessing the tense confrontation between these two powerful men, Eon-sung wondered about their hostile relationship, but reminded himself that it was still too early to draw any conclusions. Suddenly, a chaotic fight broke out in the corridor, drawing Eon-sung's attention. One inmate roared furiously, "You bastard! How dare you glare at me?" and laugh. The other refused to back down, insulting him and telling him to get lost. As tensions rose, Min-soo quietly approached the dispute. He calmly intervened, saying, "We're working right now. Settle it later." Enraged by the interruption, the inmate swung a fist at Min-soo and shouted, "Stay out of this. Who do you think you are?" Acting like the class leader, he arrogantly bragged about having stabbed someone on the outside in an attempt to intimidate him. Min-soo coldly replied that he did not care about the man's past, then suddenly threw a punch that silenced the arrogant inmate at once. "Now that you're in here and wearing shackles, bragging about your crimes will only earn you a beating." Towering over the defeated inmate, Min-soo warned coldly, "I'll let it go this time because you're new. During work hours, focus on your job." The newcomer could only tremble, drenched in sweat as he stammered fearfully, "I'm sorry. I'll focus on my work." Min-soo called out to the whole team, "All right, everyone, let's get to work." The inmates answered in a spirited chorus, "Yes, Captain." Watching from a distance, a correctional officer admitted with relief that their jobs had become much easier since Min-soo took charge of the construction crew, as they no longer needed to intervene directly. Eon-sung nodded quietly, realizing that his younger brother had truly changed since that fateful day. He promised himself he would never give up on Min-soo. After taking so many beatings, the boy had finally learned when to stand firm and when to back down. Eon-sung was also determined to create more opportunities for Min-soo to accumulate merit points faster. A meeting in the command office unfolded amid an extremely tense atmosphere. Eon-sung formally announced the assignment. Their next community service site would be a village that had suffered severe flood damage. The correctional officers discussed expanding the rehabilitation program, with an emphasis on civil engineering, maintenance, and cooking classes. However, the deputy warden expressed concern. What if an inmate escapes while outside? Who will take responsibility? The chief correctional officer immediately reassured him that their previous volunteer visit to the nursing home had gone smoothly without a single incident. They agreed to establish a strict inmate selection system based on lists of recommendations submitted by the correctional officers. Eon-sung adjusted his glasses and stated that if the community assistance project succeeded, it would be a golden opportunity to promote a positive public image of the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. The warden nodded in satisfaction at his thorough preparations. "Good, you have prepared well. Proceed as planned." Immediately afterward, he ordered all the staff to leave the room, keeping only Eon-sung behind for a private discussion. The other correctional officers silently filed out. In the quiet room, Eon-sung stood stiffly, attempting to remain composed as he asked softly, "Yes, warden? Is there something you need to tell me?" The warden suddenly approached, reached out to straighten Eon-sung's tie, and quietly remarked, "Your tie is crooked." Eon-sung awkwardly thanked him as cold sweat began to trickle down his skin under the pressure of this unusual closeness. The warden thoughtfully revealed that he had always wondered why an elite young man like Eon-sung would choose to come to such a wretched place, but now he had found the answer. Eon-sung asked in shock what he meant, only to fall silent when the warden smirked and declared that the true reason was Eon-sung's father. Wearing a sinister smile, the warden casually exposed Eon-sung's real background. "Isn't your father Assemblyman Kong Man Ti? He is the president's sworn political enemy. while the president founded this institution. The warden smirked and wondered whether he should give such a distinguished young master special treatment. He then coldly announced his decision. You will be excused from this community service assignment. Soon afterward, the facility's heavy gates opened and buses carrying the inmates slowly rolled out to begin their volunteer mission. On the bus, Min-soo looked around anxiously and quietly asked Sejun, "Have you seen my older brother?" Sejun was also puzzled by the familiar correctional officer's absence from the convoy. "I haven't seen him. It looks like he isn't riding with us." He thoughtfully suggested that Eon-sung might be aboard another vehicle they could not see. As he looked around, Sejun suddenly noticed a stranger sitting beside Min-soo and asked curiously, "By the way, who is that guy?" Min-soo glanced at the man resting his head on his shoulder and sighed helplessly. "Him? I don't know who he is either." All Min-soo could do was question the situation in exasperation. How could a complete stranger with gray hair casually sleep so soundly on his shoulder? At the village devastated by the flood, Jang Du-bo and the logistics team had already taken their positions. Gripping a large ladle, the spirited team captain asked his subordinates where they should begin preparing a restorative meal for everyone. Meanwhile, the labor crew took their first steps in a mud that reached their calves. The team encouraged one another to get started quickly so they could complete this difficult mission as soon as possible. The atmosphere instantly became as intense as a real battle. Min-soo led the inmates forward, shouting the order to advance as his fellow prisoners cheered with determination. This time, they were not facing another gang. They were entering a grueling battle against the mud. Shouts echoed throughout the area as they urged one another to carry away wastewater and clear the debris. Record flooding caused by days of torrential rain had turned the area into a scene of devastation. The entire village was submerged in a sea of murky brown mud, making travel and rescue efforts extremely difficult. One inmate exclaimed in shock upon seeing electrical appliances so badly damaged that they were nearly unusable. Amid the chaos, Du-bo's logistics team continued tirelessly distributing supplies, calling everyone over for hot soup to lift the exhausted workers' spirits. Elsewhere, the technical team worked hard to replace fuses and inspect circuit boards in the hope of restoring power to the villagers. In stark contrast to the frantic activity, Im-ji-soo sat idly by, yawning in boredom. Perched on a staircase, Jisoo grumbled about having to come to such a wretched place. He wondered whether he should quickly finish his business so he could leave early. Watching Min-soo diligently sweep away the mud, Jisoo thought the boy was behaving very differently from what he had imagined. His gaze suddenly turned sharp and calculating as he wondered whether Min-soo was truly the target he was supposed to pursue. Min-soo remained completely unaware that he was being watched. Exhausted, he held a steamed bun in his hand, stared at it, and wondered, "Am I allowed to eat this?" The inmates sat on the ground to rest, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation after hours of exhausting work beneath the scorching sun. However, the peace was quickly shattered by an argument between a correctional officer and one of the villagers. "What do you mean?" A correctional officer was desperately trying to persuade a stubborn old man to evacuate because the ground had weakened after the recent heavy rain. The old man furiously dismissed him, insisting that the house he had lived in for decades was still perfectly sturdy. Although the officer earnestly invited him to move to a temporary shelter, the old man continued shouting angrily about how inconvenient it would be. The old man pointed at the inmates and snarled maliciously, "And now I'm supposed to trust those brats? They just stole my wallet." The deputy warden hesitantly approached and coldly asked whether the old man was certain these children had taken it. The old man frantically insisted that his wallet had vanished the instant he set it aside to clean up. He claimed that the culprit could only have been one of these children, then suddenly pointed at Sejun, who was silently carrying a box away, and shouted, "It was him. That long-haired punk took it." The old man rushed over and roughly seized Sejun by the collar to interrogate him. He screamed furiously, "Give me back my wallet, you thief!" Faced with the blatant accusation, Sejun remained cold and firmly denied it. "I didn't take it." The old man's rage did not subside. He shouted prejudicially that criminals could never change. Watching from a distance, the deputy warden remarked thoughtfully that this was precisely why the children did not want to perform community service. He bitterly summarized the harsh truth. No matter how many good deeds they performed, once they had been branded criminals, society would always regard them as worthless. No matter what you do, never go so far that you stain your hands with crime. The old man continued screaming in Sejun's face, gripping his collar aggressively. In everyone's eyes, you damn brats are all criminals. You were sent to the rehabilitation center for stealing too, weren't you? Should I cut off your hand so you finally learn your lesson? At that moment, Jun interrupted him. Excuse me, are you looking for a brown wallet? The old man spun around and shouted, Who are you? You stole it, didn't you? Jun calmly replied, I saw it lying on the ground earlier, so I left it at the supermarket. Stunned, the old man released Sejun. Even though he knew he was wrong, he continued shouting to save face. That doesn't prove you're innocent. What if even a single coin is missing? You really can't trust a word these damned criminals say. Sejun turned away and said bitterly, Nothing ever changes. Jun scratched his head and replied, I only told him the truth. Suddenly, a kind, elderly woman approached with a bowl of corn. She gently said, Eat this, and don't take that old man's words to heart. Seeing the two boys' puzzled expressions, she explained further. He has been like that ever since some children on motorcycles injured his leg. Sejun accepted an ear of corn and began eating it. The elderly woman smiled and asked, Well, is it good? Sejun nodded slightly and answered sincerely, Yes, it's delicious. The peaceful scene at the volunteer site temporarily came to an end, giving way to the suffocating atmosphere inside the office. In a public service room lined with computers, Eon-sung wore a headset and focused on the screen. He sighed wearily. So, I've been demoted to a place like this? Eon-sung knew that sooner or later, his identity would be discovered. The truth that his father was a powerful assemblyman cast too great a shadow to conceal easily. He still vividly remembered the warden's words. Isn't your father Assemblyman Kongman Ti, the political rival of the president who founded this institution? The warden had asserted that such a powerful father would surely recognize the true worth of his precious son, then declared firmly, You will be excused from this community service assignment. Shocked, Eon-sung tried to remain calm as he challenged him. Is there a problem with me being an assemblyman's son? Or are you suggesting that I have some other motive? The warden merely smiled sinisterly and claimed that he only wanted to prevent trouble before anything could happen. Back in his office, Eon-sung pieced everything together. This meant the warden still did not know that he and Min-soo were biological brothers. However, the deputy warden's insinuating words returned to him, the enemy who was forced to strike his own younger brother. Eon-sung wondered in shock, that old man, does he really know? His eyes burned with suspicion as he realized that he was trapped among the overlapping schemes of the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center's leaders. Under the pouring rain, the deputy warden stood on a balcony overlooking the entire village. His sharp gaze was filled with calculation. I must uncover the truth. What exactly is he plotting? As soon as a correctional officer reported that all the children had assembled, the deputy warden coldly asked, Have you checked the GPS signals? After receiving confirmation that everything was normal and there were no errors, he firmly returned to carrying out his unfinished plan. As the rain grew heavier, the deputy warden shouted an order to the entire team. The rain is going to get worse. We're moving to the temporary shelter today. He did not forget to issue a stern threat to the drenched inmates. We're monitoring all of you through GPS, so don't try anything. The inmates shouted their acknowledgement in unison and marched through the rain, while the old man watched them pensively and silently prayed that nothing would happen along the way. But at that moment, a terrifying roar erupted as an entire mountainside suddenly collapsed. A sudden landslide came crashing down, leaving the inmates frozen in terror. Min-soo realized in horror that it had struck the old man's house. The old man struggled frantically, screaming at the correctional officers to let him go so he could rush into the rubble, despite warnings that a second landslide was imminent. My wife is still in there. His heartbreaking cries left Sejun frozen when he realized that the kind, elderly woman with disabled legs was still trapped inside the collapsing house. The deputy director frantically ordered someone to call the rescue team and told the youths to stay back, as mud and debris continued pouring downhill, threatening to swallow everything in an instant. Amid the chaos, Sejun silently bent down and tightened his shoelaces with grim determination. Lee Min-soo stared in shock as he realized what Se-jun intended to do. Wait, Di-seun. Don't tell me you're planning to. Without answering, Se-jun immediately charged toward the house in the dangerous landslide zone, ignoring everyone's desperate shouts for him to stop. He never looked back, his mind consumed by the reckless decision he had just made. Inside, mud, bricks, and stones began pouring through cracks in the ceiling like a raging torrent. Se-jun kicked open the bedroom door and shouted, "Ma'am." He searched frantically through the dust-filled wreckage. "Where is she?" Suddenly, Se-jun froze when he heard a sharp cracking sound overhead. He looked up in horror as the entire ceiling structure began collapsing directly in front of him. Outside, the old man could only scream in despair, "Honey." The old man struggled madly against the two police officers restraining him, crying out through his tears, "Let me go. My wife is still in there." One officer pleaded with him, "You can't go in, sir. You'll be in danger too." The devastating landslide had swept away the house, while a frail, elderly woman who could not move on her own remained trapped inside. Se-jun stood frozen, sweat and rainwater streaming down his face as he stared at the massive slab of concrete that had crashed down inches from where he stood. But somehow, Min-soo had already appeared beside him. Se-jun demanded, "Why did you come in here?" Brushing off the dust with a frown, Min-soo replied, "Some idiot was charging straight to his death, so as section leader, I had to protect him." Se-jun snapped, "Cut the nonsense and help me find the old woman." They searched frantically through the murky wreckage. Se-jun pointed toward a hidden corner. "That's the only place we haven't checked." At last, they found the old woman unconscious beneath layers of broken bricks and debris. Min-soo and Se-jun worked together with all their strength to clear the rubble and rescue her. Min-soo called anxiously, "Ma'am, wake up." Se-jun checked her pulse and sighed in relief. She's still breathing. But before they could celebrate, terrifying cracking sounds once again came from above. With nothing left to support it, the entire ceiling collapsed, burying all three of them beneath dust and rubble. Witnessing the horrifying scene from outside, the inmates screamed in despair. The ceiling collapsed. Min-soo and Se-jun are still inside. As everyone panicked, the Guardian's rough hand suddenly seized the edge of the fallen roof. Another enormous inmate with rope-like braids rushed over to help. Both men strained with all their might, blue veins bulging across their muscles as they roared with exertion. Under the torrential rain, the two giants poured all their strength into lifting the wreckage and opening an escape route for their trapped brothers. Seeing Du-bo's courageous actions, his subordinates on the kitchen crew could no longer stand by. "Our captain is risking his life. We have to help him." Even the maintenance crew was fired up. Their leader shouted, "It would be shameful if the maintenance crew lost its nerve now, wouldn't it?" Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." Dozens of inmates gathered their strength and shouted, "Everyone, lift together." A narrow gap suddenly opened amid the wreckage. Urgent cries rang out, "There's an opening. Now!" Min-soo and Se-jun immediately seized the opportunity and shouted, "Run!" Carrying the old woman with them, they rushed outside an instant before the entire house collapsed behind them. The inmates stared at the ruins in shock, some still unable to believe they had just watched an entire house crumble. They looked at one another and sighed in relief, realizing they had all narrowly escaped death. Ambulance sirens echoed throughout the devastated village amid the pouring rain. The old man hurried to the stretcher, crying as he shook his wife. "Honey, wake up. Please wake up." The old woman slowly opened her eyes, stunned that she had survived after coming so close to death. Seeing that his wife was safe, the old man could only clasp her hand tightly. Watching from a distance, a correctional officer cautiously asked the deputy director whether he intended to punish the youths for acting without permission. The deputy director silently watched Min-soo and Se-jun sitting on the ground beside the ambulance, his expression thoughtful. The officer quietly remarked that while the deputy director had been away, the youths there seemed to have changed noticeably. He insisted that this transformation was not due to the guidance of any adult. Everything had begun when Lee Min-soo arrived. Gazing at Min-soo's determined face beneath the rain, the officer reflected, "Perhaps the people who can truly change these children aren't adults like us." The following day, the sky was unusually clear. The community service operation continued amid the ruins of the village. The only difference was that the Women's Volunteer Association had now joined the effort. Even the way the villagers looked at the youths had changed. They warmly served food to the inmates. "Eat up. If it isn't enough, just tell us." One elderly woman even scolded a correctional officer when he tried to intervene. "Why are you being so strict? These children need watermelon to regain their strength." As the woman fed the correctional officer, she kindly asked about his exhausting work. A radio broadcast reported that the chairman of Deoksung Group had once again failed to appear in court, citing a chronic illness. Im Jisoo clicked his tongue in contempt, thinking that adults were the greater problem and should be the ones sent to a rehabilitation center. When the villagers invited him to eat watermelon, he flinched and responded awkwardly. Suddenly, a cool glass of fruit juice appeared in front of him. "Veoring on apron, ga se min smiled. Here, have some juice." Resting beneath a tree, Sejun looked up in surprise and asked when she had arrived. Sejmin teased that her little brother apparently no longer knew how to be surprised. Sejun admitted he had expected her to come because Eon-sung had not appeared. Sejmin quietly asked, "Don't you absolutely hate old people?" Sejun thoughtfully admitted, "I still do. But I couldn't just walk past an elderly woman who had been kind to me." Hearing his sincere confession, Sejmin smiled approvingly. "You did well. But little brother, never rush into somewhere that dangerous again." When night fell, the entire group gathered to rest in the local community gymnasium. Looking at the long rows of sleeping inmates, Min-soo silently prayed that nothing else would happen. Going out on community service was somehow even more dangerous than fighting in prison. In the middle of the night, Min-soo suddenly woke up because he needed to relieve himself. "I really need to use the bathroom." He sat bolt upright, intending to take care of it quickly and return to sleep. But then he froze when he looked at the space beside him. What? Where's Moon Hyunjun? Did he go to the bathroom too? Outside, rustling sounds came from the bushes at the forest's edge amid the silent night. A figure was frantically running through the dense undergrowth. It was Moon Hyunjun. His face was twisted with terror as he sprinted for his life, breathing heavily as though something horrifying were chasing him close behind. In the darkness, Hyunjun found a roadside clothing donation bin. He hurriedly searched through it, replacing his inmate uniform with gaudy floral pajamas and a woolen scarf as a disguise. When he reached the main road and saw a woman walking nearby, he timidly called out, "Excuse me." When she turned around, Hyunjun urgently asked, "How can I get to Deoksung Hospital?" Seeing the strangely dressed teenager alone in the middle of the night, the woman felt sorry for him, assuming he was a poor beggar. His disguise was surprisingly effective. She enthusiastically pointed down the road. "Take that bus coming this way. It'll take about 30 minutes. Hyunjun bowed politely. "Thank you, ma'am." However, after the bus stopped and then drove away, Hyunjun remained rooted to the spot at the deserted bus stop. He searched his pockets in disbelief, then realized a bitter truth. "What am I going to do? I don't have any bus fare." Standing alone in the darkness, Hyunjun clenched his teeth and vowed to find money at any cost. Meanwhile, in the duty room, Kang Eon-sung was staring intently at the surveillance monitor. Repeated beeps sounded a warning as Hyunjun's GPS signal moved farther from the community service area. Eon-sung calculated silently. He still hasn't gone too far. I asked Deputy Director Shin to stall until tomorrow morning, so I still have a little time. But even if I leave now, it'll take 4 hours to drive there, and Deputy Director Shin absolutely cannot abandon his post. Did these youths really think escaping would be easy? Every move they made was being monitored. With no other choice, Eon-sung called someone for help. "I'm sorry, but you're the only person I can ask right now. GA Sejmin, please find Hyunjun and bring him back." Upon receiving his request, Sejmin immediately put on protective gear and started her powerful motorcycle, preparing to head out into the night. Seeing Sejun standing there grimly, clearly intending to accompany her, she asked in surprise, "What? You're coming too?" Sejun stepped forward and cut his sister off coldly. "Stop talking and let's go." Sitting behind her on the motorcycle, Sejun gazed pensively into the night, his thoughts filled with past mistakes. He bitterly realized that he still owed them a confession and had never had the chance to apologize. Meanwhile, television screens and roadside restaurants were broadcasting news that Deoksung Group chairman Ha Man-soo had once again failed to appear in court. The public reacted with outrage, clicking their tongues in contempt. The rich are always the worst. He's obviously pretending to be sick to avoid the trial. Around here, they claim mental illness or terminal disease and then happily relax at some resort. Elsewhere, Moon Hyunjun was kneeling on the pavement, struggling to find loose change beneath a vending machine. He stared blankly and muttered, "This is bad. I'm still 1,251 short of the bus fare." Just as he reached a dead end, a bald man with a lecherous smile approached him. "Do you need money? Would you like me to give you some spending money?" Hyunjun innocently looked up with hope. "You'd really give me money?" The man smirked suggestively. "Of course. In exchange, you could be my secret friend." Hyunjun wondered in confusion. What's a secret friend? The disgusting man began explaining his twisted definition. "A secret friend is someone who goes over there and has some fun with me." As he spoke, he pointed toward a dark, deserted alley. Hyunjun began to feel uneasy and timidly refused. "That doesn't look like somewhere people go to have fun." Despite the teenager's apprehension, the man moved closer, his face twisted with depraved desire. "Come on, let's go have some fun." Realizing his sinister intentions, Hyunjun screamed in horror and fled for his life. "No, I'm not that kind of kid. You got the wrong person." The man could only call after him in disappointment as his prey escaped. Hyunjun had narrowly avoided having his entire life ruined. Hyunjun ran desperately into another alley, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Leaning against a wall, he muttered in despair, "I'm so hungry and thirsty. I can't run anymore. Is it already 1:30 in the morning?" Suddenly, loud snoring caught his attention. At the base of the wall, a homeless man was sleeping soundly with a bowl of loose change beside him. A dark thought flashed through Hyunjun's mind. "I only need another 1,251. If I take it, his life will probably still be fine." Hyunjun stood before the homeless man's bowl of change. His trembling hands reached toward it, then stopped as his conscience tormented him. He realized in shock that he could never do something so despicable. Meanwhile, Sejun and Seimin were searching frantically for him in the darkness. Sejun bent down, looked into the gap beneath a vending machine, and asked whether Hyunjun might be hiding under it. Seimin complained that the gap was far too small for anyone to fit inside. Sejun casually replied that with Hyunjun's tiny frame, it was entirely possible. But Seimin immediately told him to be quiet, so she could focus on checking the GPS signal. She said Eon-sung had just called. The target seemed to have moved slightly, but was still somewhere nearby. Sejun stood with his hands on his hips and demanded a cigarette from his sister, complaining that he had not smoked in ages. Seimin casually replied that they were only candy and that she had quit smoking. Sejun was stunned, since she was the one who had gotten him started. He demanded to know why she had suddenly quit. She calmly revealed that she wanted to kiss someone who did not smoke. Sejun froze for several seconds, then furiously demanded to know who that non-smoking bastard was. Ignoring her brother's outrage, Seimin urged him to focus on finding Hyunjun instead of worrying about irrelevant matters. Sejun's furious cries echoed throughout the empty street. "Who is he? Who is that bastard? How were they supposed to find anyone while he was making such a racket?" Back in the dark alley, Hyunjun clutched his own arm tightly, trembling as he wrestled with his conscience. He told himself that he absolutely could not steal another person's money. He firmly turned away to seek another solution, but a hoarse voice suddenly called out, "Take it." Hyunjun's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, "Why, you weren't asleep?" The homeless man looked at him sleepily and kindly told him to take the loose change from the bowl if he needed it. Hyunjun waved his hands in alarm and refused. "No, imsuri." But the homeless man continued to encourage him gently. "You must be having a harder time than this old man. Judging by your appearance, I can tell you have your own troubles." The old man opened his palm, revealing several coins and a banknote. "Just pay me back 10 times as much someday. That's all." Deeply moved, Hyunjun accepted the life-saving money with trembling hands. "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, Sejun and Seimin had reached that very alley. Sejun confidently stated that the last location signal had definitely come from there. If Hyunjun had gotten the money, he was probably long gone by now. Looking around the deserted alley, Seimin said in confusion, "But there's no one here. Did he move again?" Suddenly, desperate cries came from a dark corner. No, stop. I won't give it to you. Siyun froze in confusion. What? Ahead of them, a group of delinquents were viciously kicking and beating the homeless man, trying to steal his last few coins. They demanded money for cigarettes and gasoline, mocking him that he had begged for the money anyway and should share it with them. Se-min coldly turned to leave, deciding that Hyunjun was not there and that she did not want to get involved in someone else's business. I told you, let's go. Se-min urged him onward, but Se-jun suddenly stopped when he noticed something unexpected. Amid the chaos, Moon Hyunjun rushed forward and wrapped his arms around the old man, shielding him from the brutal kicks. Stop! Don't bully him anymore. The thugs furiously grabbed Hyunjun by the hair and repeatedly beat the helpless boy. Se-min stared in shock as she recognized Hyunjun, the person they had been searching for all night. At last, after their long search through the silent darkness, they had found their target. Moon Hyunjun had finally appeared. Hyunjun clung tightly to the old man and cried out in anguish, "Stop! Don't bully him anymore." Enraged, the thug grabbed him by the hair and cursed, "Who the hell is this little beggar? You got my new clothes filthy." He raised his fist, intending to finish the boy off. "Get lost." Hyunjun could only stare blankly and utter, "Huh," as the fist came hurtling toward his face. Suddenly, Sejun appeared and stopped the punch in midair. He coldly ordered, "Stop bullying people and get lost." He then glared at the scum with murderous eyes, promising to make them suffer many times more than they could ever imagine. At first, the thugs still tried to act tough. "You bastard! How dare you look at us like we're trash?" But faced with Sejun's overwhelming strength, they were soon forced to kneel and apologize in humiliation. "We really are trash. We're sorry." Hyunjun hurriedly crawled over to the old man and asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Despite his bruised and bloody face, the old man forced a smile and said he was fine because he was used to being beaten every day. He then sincerely thanked the boy for saving his life. Se-min approached and gently said, "I don't know what brought you here, but let's go back together." Hyunjun anxiously thought that if the group left immediately, no one would notice their absence. Under the silent night sky, the group quietly left the abandoned building, hoping to return before dawn. Kang Yeon-sung pressed the phone to his ear in shock, sweat pouring down his face as he listened to the person on the other end. "What do you mean? You found him, but you can't come back right away?" Se-min calmly explained that she needed to stop by the hospital and urgently asked for more time. She firmly promised to return as soon as possible, then sped off into the night with Sejun and Hyunjun. Kang Yeon-sung stood motionless in the control room and could only sigh helplessly. However, an even bigger problem soon arose, leaving him unable to sit still. Through the window, he was horrified to see the warden's jeep starting up and preparing to depart. The old warden cheerfully waved and called out, "Sergeant Kang, I'm heading out for an inspection. Take good care of the rehabilitation center." Kang Yeon-sung watched in stunned silence as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. He realized the old man was heading straight for the community service area, which the inmates had secretly left. At Deoxing Hospital, two powerful motorcycles screeched to a halt in front of the main entrance. Sejun, Se-min, and Hyunjun entered the elevator amid a tense atmosphere. Sejun curiously asked, "So your father is hospitalized here? Which floor?" Hyunjun timidly answered that he was on the 16th floor. Sejun paused at the number, then firmly pressed the button. Se-min could not help being impressed when she realized it was the VIP ward. Wow, Hyunjun's family must be loaded. They even booked a VIP room. Hyunjun stammered out an unbelievable truth. This hospital, along with many other major hospitals, belonged to his father. "Oh my God, are you some rich young heir who lost his way or something?" Sejun looked at the boy suspiciously. "Is your father a doctor?" Hyunjun quickly denied it, saying his father was not a doctor and merely owned the hospitals. Sejun coldly told him not to take his lies too far, since Hyunjun's bad habit seemed to be returning. He reminded Hyunjun of all the times he had bragged that Latte World and Latte Tower belonged to his family, leaving the boy to smile awkwardly. The elevator chimed as it stopped on the 16th floor. Sejun quietly stepped out, warning Hyunjun that if he kept lying, no one would ever trust him again. Hyunjun could only mumble an apology. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Sejun casually stepped out, only to freeze at an unbelievable sight. 2 rows of towering bodyguards in black stood solemnly along the hospital corridor, as though awaiting the arrival of an extremely important person. Sejun wondered in shock whether they had come to the wrong floor. Although he had resolved to protect Hyunjun, the intimidating presence of these men still made him so nervous that he clenched his trembling hands. He was about to call Hyunjun back, thinking they had the wrong place. However, the startling truth was immediately revealed when all the bodyguards bowed in unison. "Young master, you have arrived." Sejun and Seimin froze behind him, stunned to discover that the normally timid Hyunjun actually possessed an extraordinarily prestigious identity. With a determined expression unlike his usual self, Hyunjun declared, "Please, let me see my father." Meanwhile, at the command center, the GPS signal continued blinking on the computer screen, indicating that Hyunjun was at Central Hospital. Kang Yeon-sung checked the route on his phone and calculated that the community service area was quite far away, requiring more than 2.5 hours of travel. He realized he had only about 2 hours before the old warden arrived and discovered that the inmates were missing. Kang Yeon-sung tore at his hair in extreme anxiety, knowing there was nowhere near enough time to get everyone back. He frantically searched for any possible way to delay the warden's journey. At the same time, the old man's jeep continued speeding along the deserted highway in the darkness. The driver timidly said, "Warden, I think we're going to be a little late." The warden, exhaling cigarette smoke, raised an eyebrow and asked whether there had been an accident ahead. The driver could only gesture for him to look ahead, his face filled with concern. Beneath the streetlights, the national flag fluttered beside the massive cannons of tanks rumbling forward and blocking the entire road. The warden was stunned to see a nighttime military exercise taking place in the middle of the street without any prior notice. Furious, he demanded that they find another route immediately, and the driver quickly reported that there was one final alternate road. It turned out that the nighttime military procession had been arranged because Kang Yeon-sung had called upon his powerful adoptive father. "Yes, thank you, father. I'm sorry for making such an unreasonable request. I'll call you again later." Kang Yeon-sung ended the call, his eyes sharpening with calculation. "Now, let's try the next method." Meanwhile, the warden's vehicle ran into yet another obstacle on the detour. The driver nervously reported, "Warden, I think we're going to be delayed." The old man roared furiously. "Why? We already avoided the military exercise." The only answer was the sight of a cyclist leisurely riding directly in front of the Jeep. It was not merely one cyclist. An entire professional cycling team suddenly appeared, riding abreast and occupying the only road leading to the village. The driver helplessly exclaimed, "There's no other road. What are we supposed to do?" Meanwhile, at the hospital, Moon Hyunjun stood before the door to his father's hospital room as horrifying memories of the past suddenly came flooding back. He remembered the days when he had been forced to watch people blindly follow gangs and beat other children, committing cruel acts beyond the limits of humanity and even taking someone's life. His father, a man who wielded enough absolute power to manipulate both politics and business, coldly stated that this crime could not be concealed and that anyone who did wrong had to be punished. Hyunjun could only clutch his head and sob in utter confusion. "But father, I still don't understand." The young Hyunjun stared blankly at the body at the bottom of the stairs, his mind completely shattered by his family's cruel injustice. He understood that those who committed crimes deserved punishment, but why had all the blame been placed on a child like him? The true culprit, his older brother, stood there smiling smugly and casually put an arm around him as if nothing had happened, driving Hyunjun mad with resentment. He cried out in overwhelming anguish, "Why? Why am I the one being punished instead of my brother?" Within the suffocating confines of that prestigious household, family dinners had never brought Moon Hyunjun any warmth. He silently observed the brutal discrimination within his own home. According to the family's unbreakable rules, his grandfather, father, and older brother Deokhan were always served first at the lavish dining table. Meanwhile, Hyunjun and his older sister could only huddle in a corner and wait for the leftovers like unwanted burdens. Despite their wealth, the family lived under a ridiculously feudal system. The favoritism reached its peak when the grandfather warmly asked his grandson, Deokhan, how the fish tasted. But when dealing with Hyunjun and his sister, sister, the old man ordered them around like servants. If they failed to obey his every demand, he would not hesitate to strike them. He berated Hyunjun for being disrespectful, forcing him to pour water and serve his older brother while showing him absolute deference. The atmosphere became even more chaotic when the grandfather repeatedly scolded his daughter-in-law for allowing Deokun's soup to grow cold, turning dinner into a spectacle of oppression and blind obedience. To Hyunjun and his sister, that house was nothing less than a living hell from which they constantly yearned to escape. The senseless beatings inflicted by his older brother became a horrifying childhood trauma. Deokun viciously took out his anger on Hyunjun for absurd reasons, such as daring to eat delicious food, or even blamed him for having to study so hard. Unable to tolerate seeing her younger brother bullied, Hyunjun's sister slapped Deokun. Although Hyunjun was no longer bullied afterward, the consequences of striking their grandfather's precious grandson came swiftly. That day, his sister was locked in a storage room and deprived of food for an entire day and night. Hyunjun anxiously urged his sister to take her medicine and eat properly so she could recover. The siblings clung to and supported each other through adversity. As time passed, they both studied relentlessly, hoping to escape their family's control. While Hyunjun remained devoted to his studies despite his suffering, Deokun sank even deeper into a life of crime as he grew older. He led a gang, carried out vicious assaults, and committed inhumane acts. Even when arrested by the police, he laughed arrogantly, challenged the officers, and believed his grandfather would use his power to make every problem disappear. He was a spoiled, undisciplined delinquent who should have been sent to prison long ago. One day, Hyunjun's sister excitedly brought her university acceptance letter to show their grandfather and father. The old man laughed heartily and praised her, but he immediately snatched the letter away and said cruelly, "There is something more important than this." He forced her to abandon her dream and devote herself to advancing her older brother's career. She could only helplessly submit to the family's cruel arrangement. From that day forward, Hyunjun's sister changed completely. Driven beyond her breaking point, she threw herself into the street in an attempt to end her life. Yet no one in that rotten family showed the slightest concern as she lay barely alive in a hospital bed, surrounded by life support equipment. After witnessing his sister's tragedy, Hyunjun lost all faith in those who called themselves family, yet treated one another worse than strangers. Several days later, while assaulting a classmate, Deokun kicked the unfortunate student down a flight of stairs, leading to a tragic death. Hyunjun happened to be passing by and witnessed the entire incident, but his vile brother remained completely indifferent after taking a life. To conceal the crime committed by his precious grandson, the powerful old man used his connections to suppress the case. Hyunjun's older brother leaned close to his ear and whispered chillingly, "Just do what I tell you, and you'll be released soon." In the end, Hyunjun trudged into the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center wearing uniform number H523, taking all the blame for the true culprit. Within that living hell, Hyunjun was repeatedly and brutally abused by the other inmates. "This bastard is lying again." He gritted his teeth and endured every humiliation, wondering whether this was the price he had to pay for failing to protect his sister, Sumin. Through his tears, Hyunjun sobbed, "I'll accept punishment for failing to protect you, but doesn't our brother have to pay for the crimes he committed?" Back in the present, Hyunjun's father stood beside the window and coldly declared, "Everything we have done was for the sake of the family. One small sacrifice will bring the greatest benefit to our business." In a stern voice, he ordered Hyunjun, the son of his mistress, to remain silent and endure the rehabilitation center a little longer. Witnessing such extreme cruelty, Sejun replied contemptuously, "How can you say something so shameless?" He quietly turned away, thinking that the old man no longer deserved to be considered human. Sejun told Hyunjun not to dwell on it, but Hyunjun insisted that he still had something important to resolve before returning to the center. "Let's go. Your time at the hospital is over." Hyunjun quietly agreed and left with the others. Suddenly, they encountered the elderly chairman and Hyunjun's older brother, who were already waiting for them. Hyunjun cried out in shock, "Grandfather!" Night descended over the gloomy Gangyo Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. The deputy warden was walking down the corridor when he overheard two inmates talking. "Are you sure? This may be the last time you ever see it." The creaking of an electric fan echoed through the silent room. One inmate watched his friend diligently repairing it and asked, "What the hell are you doing? Are you fixing that fan as if your life depends on it?" The other calmly replied that he wanted to show respect to the boss. He revealed that his dream after being released was to find a job at an auto repair shop. He quietly hoped for a brighter future in which he and his friend could begin new lives together. His friend excitedly asked, "If I get released first, you'll come find me at that repair shop, right?" He smiled and promised to keep his word. The two then continued working hard, imagining how they could start their lives over after being released. The deputy warden stood silently at the doorway, watching the two boys with sorrowful eyes because he knew that no one had ever left this hellish place safely. Meanwhile, in the dark corridor, Park Hyo-shin watched from the shadows and reported that the man in the workshop was ready for the mission. He smirked calculatingly as he prepared to put his sinister plan into action. At the hospital, two bodyguards stood watch outside the VIP room. Hyun-jun was stunned as he faced his exhausted father and his arrogant older brother. His older brother contemptuously declared that once someone became a criminal, he would remain trash forever and receive no protection from the family. He laughed mockingly, claiming that since Hyun-jun had already stained his hands with crime, his honor was worthless. He then turned his lecherous gaze towards Se-min and made a suggestive remark about her appearance. He casually put an arm around Se-min's shoulders and asked her to have some fun with him, saying he was attracted to her bold style. Seeing that filthy hand touch his older sister, Se-jun's murderous fury erupted to its limit. Without warning, Se-min threw a punch that sent the favored grandson flying backward, horrifying everyone who witnessed it. The elderly chairman and Hyun-jun's father froze, staring wide-eyed at the sudden violence in a hospital room. Se-min coldly remarked that apparently the only thing she had learned at school was how to solve problems with her fists. Se-min's eyes darkened, blazing with overwhelming rage and icy murderous intent toward the man who had insulted her. "Do you want to die?" The old man roared furiously. "How dare you lay a hand on my precious grandson?" Se-min's needed sarcastically. "Your grandson? What a joke. Are you blind? Didn't you see that bastard trying to molest me?" The old man angrily pointed at them and shouted, "I had no intention of interfering because this is another family's business. But didn't your parents teach you any manners? What kind of upbringing did a brat like this even have?" G.A. Se-min calmly replied in a defiant voice, "Yes, my parents divorced early, so I graduated from homeschooling ahead of schedule. But if there's one thing I learned," she stared directly at the old man and declared firmly, "it's that siblings shouldn't fight, that they should share with one another, and that they should make allowances for one another." Hyun-jun's tut frozen, stuntby seminis falsverwurz. She coldly finished, "It seems your precious son missed that lesson." The old man flew into a rage and yelled at his son, "Son, what the hell is that bitch saying? I can't hear her properly. Hurry up and do something about her." The old man pointed imperiously at the youths and ordered, "I'll pretend I never saw you here. Get lost while I'm still asking nicely." However, Hyun-jun's older brother had no intention of stopping. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Like hell I will." He frantically grabbed a long iron bar and swung it with all his strength, aiming a lethal blow directly at Se-min's head. Se-jun's eyes widened in horror as he screamed desperately. Se-min, far from stopping him, the old man cheered excitedly. "That's right. Well done, my grandson. Teach that bitch a lesson." The iron bar tore through the air toward Se-min's face as the crazed old man watched in delight. Meanwhile, in the work area at the rehabilitation center, two inmates were working when one of them left to use the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, a mysterious figure slipped into the room and picked up a wrench from the floor. The remaining inmate assumed his friend had returned and paid no attention, unaware that danger was closing in. Before the victim could react, the intruder struck the poor man directly in the head with a wrench. At the hospital, two bodyguards stood vigilant outside the closed door of a private room. Hyun-jun's older brother stared wide-eyed and screamed in utter horror at the sight before him. "What the hell is this?" Hyun-jun had courageously stepped in front of Se-min to shield her. "I won't move. I don't want to see anyone else around me get hurt." The defiance burning in his eyes enraged his older brother. "Damn it, what's with that rebellious look? It seems I need to teach you another lesson." Just as his older brother was about to attack, Se-jun roared, "Stop!" An unexpected slap struck the bastard squarely across the face, leaving him dazed. But it was not Se-jun who had struck him. It was their powerful father. The man roared in absolute fury. "You fool!" Hyun-jun froze and could only exclaim in shock. "Father!" The man unleashed a furious barrage of fiery slaps across his eldest son's face. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he screamed, demanding to know whether this was what he had taught him all these years. The older brother collapsed in shock. He could not believe that the father who had never even spoken harshly to him was now beating him so mercilessly. "Father, did you just hit me? You've never hit me even once. How could you treat your eldest son like this?" His father coldly ordered him to stop immediately, declaring that he had endured more than enough. He painfully recalled how he had lost his eldest daughter because of this man, and how his youngest child, Hyun-jun, had even been sent to the rehabilitation center to take the blame for him. The father bitterly admitted that he had been terribly wrong to believe the promise that his eldest son would mature with time. Faced with the cruel reality, he realized that the price of his blind faith had been far too high. Standing before his unfortunate youngest son, he bowed his head and apologized. "Please forgive your father. I swear I'll make amends for all your brother's mistakes, whatever it takes, and I'll get you out of that rehabilitation center soon." Behind them, the elderly chairman continued shouting at his defiant son. "Do you even understand what this means?" he screamed wildly, glaring at him. "Who gave you permission to do this?" He called out to see whether anyone was there, and a group of imposing bodyguards immediately appeared. "Yes, sir," the old man pointed and ordered. "Seize everyone who dared humiliate my eldest grandson." The black-clad men resolutely advanced and surrounded Se-jun, Se-min, and their companions. Meanwhile, in a deserted corridor of the rehabilitation center, Im Ji-soo walked calmly along, thinking, "Do you really think you can leave this building?" He smirked, believing it was only natural that they would return after leaving, since the outside world had carried on perfectly well without them. Jisoo casually dragged a body across the floor. Ha Sung-cheon is also a target, so I need to finish him off quickly and get some sleep. He dragged the body around a corner and disappeared into the dark corridor. Hearing a strange noise, a correctional officer came to investigate. However, the officer had no idea that the culprit had not left and was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for his next victim. At the same time, Min-soo was in the restroom relieving himself. Min-soo anxiously calculated that if the situation worsened, he would have to find some way to buy time at any cost. Suddenly, Ha Sung-cheon from the maintenance crew remarked that Min-soo looked as though he had a lot on his mind. Recognizing him, Min-soo wondered what this man was plotting by approaching him on his own initiative. Sung-cheon offered to help if Min-soo was in trouble, prompting Min-soo to ask in surprise why he would do that. Standing beside him in the restroom, Sung-cheon quietly admitted that he had once misunderstood what kind of person Min-soo was. He explained that because Min-soo was a candidate for the red uniform, he had assumed Min-soo was a bad person. As he washed his hands, Sung-cheon confessed that it had merely been his own prejudice, then asked whether Min-soo also hated that nightmarish red uniform. In a grave voice, he insisted that he never wanted to return to those dark days again. Looking into the mirror, Sung-cheon bitterly realized that being selected as candidates merely made them pawns, forced to slaughter one another according to someone else's wishes. He promised to help Min-soo whenever necessary, as long as violence was not used to solve the problem. Min-soo could only respond awkwardly, privately wishing Sung-cheon would not talk to him while he was using the restroom, because it was extremely annoying. Back in the room where the incident had occurred, a heavy adjustable wrench fell to the floor. Unexpectedly, the unfortunate correctional officer who had just been attacked was Officer Shin. Sometime earlier, the deputy warden had slowly lit a cigarette, the flickering flame illuminating the scars on his weathered face. Officer Shin quietly asked, "Didn't you quit smoking?" He replied bitterly, "You'd start smoking again too if you had to endure an unfair trial." The deputy warden abruptly changed the subject and asked directly, "More importantly, have you found Mun Hyun-jun?" Officer Shin exclaimed in shock. "You already know?" The deputy warden scoffed and said that with the way Shin had screamed over the phone, there was no way anyone could have missed it. He warned that if the warden found out, he would use dereliction of duty as an excuse to pressure Shin. The deputy warden advised that the best course of action was to behave as though nothing had happened. However, the thunderous roar of helicopter blades suddenly filled the night sky. Officer Shin looked up in alarm at the descending helicopter. That's the warden's helicopter. Has he already returned? He hurriedly grabbed his radio to prepare for the emergency. A blatantly staged awards ceremony was immediately arranged to polish the center's public image. The correctional officer holding the camera urged, "All right, don't move. Smile." The camera shutter clicked repeatedly, capturing the fabricated display of compassion. Two men cheerfully held up a 5,000,001 prize board and chanted, "Everyone, let's work hard on our rehabilitation." Next came a photograph of the deputy warden standing beside Min Soo, who was holding a board showing a reward of 50 points. The subordinates showered them with flattery. There, just as expected, a great picture comes from having such excellent models. The warden casually reviewed the photograph. "Wow, that came out nicely." Min Soo looked at the board in his hands and eagerly asked for confirmation. "You're really giving us 50 reward points?" Unable to hide his excitement, he noted that it was even more than he could earn for volunteer work. The warden smiled ominously and casually replied, "50 points are hardly enough compared to saving someone's life. Thanks to you, our press materials will look excellent." He patted Min Soo on the shoulder encouragingly. "You don't need many more points before you become eligible for a parole review, do you? Keep up the good work." Min Soo answered brightly, "Yes, sir. Thank you." Immediately afterward, however, the warden's eyes turned cold as a vicious thought crossed his mind. Of course, that will never happen. Darkness enveloped the rehabilitation center's deserted corridors. The deputy warden stood silently in the hallway, staring at his phone with an ominous feeling. If they don't return soon, we'll have a real problem. At the shelter, the chief guard began losing patience when not everyone had appeared. He growled, "Why aren't they here yet? I've been waiting for quite a while." Min Soo hurriedly explained that he had already been waiting there for some time, while Sejun was currently in the restroom. When a subordinate asked whether the deputy warden had lost track of the youth's location, the deputy warden coldly declared that he no longer needed that information. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Sejun returned with Hyunyun. The two apologized for being late, and Min Soo privately sighed in relief. They had finally returned before anything went wrong. Earlier, while the two were still trapped at Deoxing Hospital, the atmosphere there had been equally explosive. Hyunjun's father was desperately trying to stop the black-clad bodyguards. He shouted for everyone to stop and demanded to know why they dared ignore his orders to obey someone else. The elderly chairman glared at the son who dared defy him and roared, "Do all of you want to be fired?" Caught between the two furious men, the bodyguards broke into a cold sweat and stammered that they had no choice but to follow their superior's instructions. This only enraged the chairman further. He screamed that he was the one who had placed his son in that position. He continued insulting his son for trying to make such a ridiculous display of authority in front of him. Turning toward him, the old man roared furiously, "How dare you disobey me?" Unable to endure his father's insane stubbornness any longer, Hyunjun's father shouted, "Please, please stop." The chairman was stunned, his eyes widening as he stared at his trembling son. In confusion, he muttered, "Why are you behaving like this, son?" Despite the fierce opposition, the old man stubbornly insisted that every sacrifice had been made for the future of his eldest grandson. The cruel truth about this powerful family gradually emerged through a succession of tragedies. Merely to protect the eldest brother, who constantly caused trouble, the chairman had heartlessly betrayed his own grandchildren. The family's eldest daughter had been left in a vegetative state, while the youngest child, Hyunjun, had been sent to the rehabilitation center to take the blame for his older brother's wrongdoing. The father screamed in anguish and resentment, "They're your grandchildren too. They're my precious children." The chairman firmly insisted that the other children would eventually understand his decision, because the ultimate objective was for the eldest son to inherit the family. Unable to endure his father's cruelty any longer, Hyunjun's father decisively ordered the bodyguards escort the honorary chairman outside immediately. The old man struggled wildly, shouting at his son to let him go and demanding that the eldest child be protected at all costs. Hyunjun's father coldly ordered his subordinates not to allow the old man to leave without his permission. Turning to Hyunjun, he promised in a quiet but resolute voice, "Hyunjun, I swear I'll find a way to get you out of there." Realizing that little time remained, Sejun and Seimin urged everyone to leave quickly. Before they parted, Hyunjun's father said, "I'm so glad to see that you're still healthy." Back at the rehabilitation center, a commemorative photograph was taken to preserve the supposedly meaningful award ceremony. Min-soo quietly asked, "I don't know what happened, but everything has been resolved, right?" Hyunjun lowered his head and sincerely apologized for all the trouble he had caused. Seeing that his friend was still downcast, Min-soo unexpectedly put an arm around his shoulders and encouraged him. "It's all right. What matters is that you came back. Why do you look so miserable? Let's earn plenty of reward points together and make sure we get out of this place." Hyunjun answered with a bright smile, "Yeah." But at that very moment, while the staged awards photographs were still being taken, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the building. Min-soo and Hyunjun raced frantically down the corridor. Min-soo insisted that the sound had definitely come from that direction and quickly identified the suspicious room. Inside, Sung Cheon cried out in pain and disbelief. Why? What? He could not understand why his friend had ended up in such a horrific state. Before Min-soo lay a horrifying scene. Two people were motionless on the floor, including Officer Shin, who had suffered a severe head injury. The deputy warden strode inside and coldly ordered everyone to move aside. He knelt beside Officer Shin's blood-covered body and demanded to know what had happened, his expression radiating murderous intent. Sung Cheon desperately clutched the hand of the barely conscious Taegu and furiously demanded to know who had attacked him so viciously. In his delirium, Taegu weakly revealed that the culprit had long hair. Sung Cheon froze in shock. Long hair? Min-soo was suddenly overcome by a terrible feeling when he realized that this description pointed directly at the only person at the scene who fit it, Sejun. A correctional officer coldly ordered Sejun to step aside so the medical personnel could work, then pressured him for answers. "What did you see happen here? Tell us the truth right now." At the tensest moment, Mun Hyunjun suddenly rushed forward. "Sejun didn't do it. Sejun was with me at the time." However, Sejun abruptly raised a hand to stop Hyunjun and coldly ordered, "Enough." Hyunjun stared at his friend in shock, unable to understand why Sejun wanted him to remain silent at a time like this. The correctional officer narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering whether Sejun was deliberately covering up an escape attempt or some other conspiracy. Amid the suffocating atmosphere of suspicion, Min-soo suddenly roared to break the deadlock. "Sejun isn't the only long-haired person on the construction crew." Min-soo firmly insisted that he had seen someone else on the bus headed to the volunteer site. "Another long-haired kid was sitting beside me. His name was..." "Right, it was Hyo-shin." The correctional officer immediately took out his phone to check the inmate list, but his expression soon twisted in astonishment. He announced a shocking fact. There was no other long-haired person on the volunteer work roster, and there was no inmate named Hyoshin. Min-soo frantically shouted that the real culprit had definitely been sitting right beside him, but the correctional officers merely threatened that he would be in serious trouble if he deliberately tried to protect his friend. The deputy warden watched thoughtfully, wondering whether this was a trap that had been prepared in advance. His fury erupting, Sung Cheon charged forward to attack, but the guards immediately restrained him. He struggled wildly and screamed at them to let him go. Sung Cheon was outraged on Taegu's behalf. Taegu was about to be released, had always worked diligently, and had never caused any trouble. He could not accept that such a good person had suffered such terrible injuries. Sung Cheon's heartbroken scream echoed throughout the corridor. Why did it have to be Taegu? An ambulance sped away with its siren wailing, carrying the critically injured victim. The following morning, the volunteer trip ended under a gloomy cloud as the convoy of buses carried the inmates back to the rehabilitation center. As soon as he returned, Gi Se-jun was immediately thrown into a cold, solitary confinement cell. He sat silently in the darkness, refusing to say a single word about the truth behind that horrific assault. The heavy iron door slammed shut, leaving Se-jun alone with the unanswered secrets. The dry thud of a head striking the wall echoed repeatedly through the gloomy, solitary confinement corridor. In the darkness, Ha Sung-cheon had also been thrown into solitary confinement after the shocking brawl. He sat curled up between the four cold walls, his eyes blazing with hatred as he muttered over and over in a frenzy, "I'll kill you. Gae-seun." Meanwhile, at the hospital, an update arrived on maintenance team Captain Park Tae-gu. Fortunately, Tae-gu had survived the critical stage and was no longer in mortal danger. However, a cruel reality set in when the doctors announced that the peripheral nerves in his left arm had been paralyzed. The damage was so severe that Tae-gu had almost completely lost the ability to move his hand normally. It was a devastating tragedy, especially since his release had already been approved and he was scheduled to leave the Juvenile Rehabilitation Center soon. The scene suddenly shifted to a solemn ceremony beneath a cloudless blue sky. It was a military funeral, with full honors being paid to a fallen officer. The grieving widow collapsed beside her husband's grave, desperately sobbing and calling out the deceased man's name. The warden and deputy director were also present at Officer Shin's funeral. Kang Eon-sung stood beside them in an elegant suit, his eyes behind his glasses carrying a trace of sorrow and an unreadable pensiveness. Eon-sung silently followed the procession, but he did not forget to glance back at the graves behind him with a deeply troubled expression. Heavy footsteps echoed through the silence. The deputy director leaned against the cold brick wall, then suddenly collapsed in utter helplessness and exhaustion. His shoulders trembled as he repeatedly uttered his belated apology. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." At the woodworking shop, Min-soo continued working diligently beside the screeching power saw, but his mind was submerged in dark thoughts. He recalled the times when they had relied on one another like brothers and bitterly realized that, given the current situation, escaping this wretched place now seemed impossible. Park Tae-ho suddenly appeared behind him and casually claimed he could tell what Min-soo was worried about with a single glance. He revealed a cruel rule that had existed for a long time. Those who were close to earning enough reward points for their freedom were often purged and crippled right before their release date. Tae-ho firmly insisted that the only person in the world with enough power to erase the records of someone like Hyo-shin was the warden, and that could lead to only one conclusion. Min-soo exclaimed angrily, "It's the Red Uniform Squad." Inside a restricted area heavily guarded by armed officers, the men wearing the color of death had officially returned. They were casually playing video games and enjoying their freedom after spending a long time in hiding to avoid the deputy director's scrutiny. Amid the entertainment, Im Ji-soo coldly took a sip of liquor. A calculating look filled his eyes as he declared that it was time to choose the next name on their list of candidates. The black-haired man kept his eyes fixed on the game screen as he wondered who besides Lee Min-soo could possibly be worthy of their attention. He brought up Ha Sung-cheon's firm refusal to cooperate, which was why they had been forced to find a way to eliminate that stubborn man. Another member suddenly gave a sinister smile and revealed a vicious plan. They would exploit Sung-cheon's fury over seeing his captain crippled and use him to kill Min-soo, forcing the two strongest men to slaughter each other in a fight to the death. The sharp snipping of scissors rang out as Hyo-shin coldly cut off the long hair he had spent so much time growing. He clicked his tongue regretfully. "What a shame. It took me so long to grow it this long." Removing his shirt and revealing a long, haunting scar across his back, Hyo-shin silently put on the gray uniform worn by ordinary inmates. With his appearance completely transformed, he smirked and declared, "Shall we begin the plan now?" In a maintenance team's area, Ha Sung-cheon was concentrating on his work when Hyo-shin suddenly approached him. "Hey, can you help me with something?" Seeing the newcomer's devious expression, Sung-cheon warned him irritably, "You shouldn't look at me like that." Hyo-shin casually explained that he had only just joined the team and wanted to ask for a little help. Standing beneath the vehicle, he suddenly pressed him to confirm his identity. "Are you Ha Sung-cheon, the maintenance team captain?" As soon as Sung-cheon nodded, Hyo-shin issued an ominous warning. "You should watch your back. Lee Min-soo is targeting you." Now, that was a classic diversionary tactic. He began playing vicious mind games, reminding Sung-cheon that Min-soo had defeated both the kitchen team and the construction team shortly after arriving there. I heard the maintenance team is his next target. He maliciously spun a fabricated conspiracy, claiming that Min-soo was deliberately taking control of every team on the warden's orders and that Sung-cheon was the final obstacle he needed to eliminate. When Sung-cheon questioned why he was revealing this secret, Hyoshin gave him an enigmatic smirk. I hate Lee Min-soo too, and I think you're the only person who can stop him. I just want to lend you a hand. The iron door swung open, and Min-soo silently entered the maintenance team's area under the escort of a correctional officer. The atmosphere immediately grew thick with hostility as dozens of murderous gazes turned toward him. The crowd began closing in, isolating Min-soo within a circle of furious inmates. They aggressively demanded, "Are you Lee Min-soo, the bastard targeting the maintenance team?" Another man shouted defiantly, "Do you think we'll just sit back and watch you come after our captain?" The unsuspecting prey had fallen straight into the hunter's trap. Min-soo roared that he had not come voluntarily, and that someone had framed him to get him transferred to the maintenance team. But he suddenly stopped when he noticed the smug smile on the face of a short-haired man standing nearby. Realizing that something was wrong, Min-soo decisively grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "I've got you now." He accused the man of being the one who had attacked Captain Taegu of the construction team. Despite being restrained, Park Hyoshin calmly smirked and taunted him. "Are you going to hit me?" Ha Sung-cheon immediately intervened. He roughly knocked Min-soo's hand away and pointed out that this man did not have long hair and was not even a member of the construction team, contrary to Min-soo's claims. Sung-cheon coldly ordered Min-soo to shut his mouth and stay out of the way so he would not interfere with their work. Otherwise, Sung-cheon would personally settle things with him after the job was done. At Sung-cheon's urging, the entire maintenance team threw themselves into their work, determined to complete the task as quickly as possible. The scene suddenly shifted to a scorching asphalt road where the harsh summer sunlight burned everything beneath it. A cicada writhed on the asphalt before a foot in a sandal mercilessly crushed it. Amid the hurried crowd, a weary-looking woman with tangled black hair slowly dragged a red suitcase behind her. She trudged toward a massive landfill, completely detached from the bustling city around her, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. The suitcase abruptly began shaking violently. An eye appeared through a gap in the zipper before a massive crane hook seized the suitcase and hoisted it into the air. Im-ji-soo watched coldly, with only one ruthless law of natural selection running through his mind. If you are useless, you will be discarded. If you become a burden, you will be discarded. If you are weak, you will be discarded. In short, if you are of no benefit, you will be discarded. In the prison yard, a correctional officer shouted an order for an emergency assembly and warned the inmates not to cause any trouble. Standing in formation, Min-soo recalled those lessons about survival. Without warning, he charged toward his opponent and roared, "Didn't you promise me something in the restroom back then?" The memory returned to the other man, making a promise. "As long as it doesn't involve fighting, I'll help you anytime." You remember, don't you? Yet the present situation seemed to contradict those words entirely. Min-soo charged into the brawl under Jisoo's delighted gaze as Jisoo wondered who would be the last man standing. But just as the two sides were about to tear into each other, they suddenly made a shocking reversal. They both turned at once and punched Hyoshin straight in the face, teaching him a lesson for scheming behind everyone's backs and constantly provoking conflict. That is the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please press the like button to support the channel. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.